Lin Mo, on the brink of unemployment, unexpectedly acquires an app offering trillion-yuan subsidies. Each day, the app features an array of extraordinary items for purchase. Dongjiao Villa Number 1. Subsidy price, 0.1 Yuan. Limited edition Porsche 911 GT 98. Subsidy price, 0.1 Yuan. 120 units in building number 1 of Junyue Huating. Subsidy price, 10 Yuan. 10 shares of Penguin Group. Subsidy price. In addition to these, a variety of peculiar items occasionally appear within the app. Charm buff. Subsidy price, 188 Yuan. Martial arts master. Subsidy price, 99 Yuan. Future information card, time management master, perfect physique. Several years later, Lin Mo gazes at the mountain of wealth accumulated before him. He can only let out a long sigh, exclaiming, "I truly have no interest in money." Chapter 1. The Trillion-Yuan Subsidy System. In a magical city within the Junyue Huating community. Bang, bang, bang. A deafening series of knocks resounds at the door. Outside, a chorus of curses erupts. Lin Mo, open the door. I know you're home. If you can rent a house, you can certainly open the door. Listening to the barrage of insults, bitterness fills Lin Mo's expression as he gazes at the date on his phone, his eyes glazed with despair. Indeed, next week marks the expiration of the rental contract. His landlady, the old woman, has come a week early to collect the rent. In the past, Lin Mo would have chosen to open the door and promptly pay. After all, despite knowing that this landlady is far from ideal, collecting rent a week in advance and charging double the normal utility fees. There simply aren't many houses near his workplace that are affordable and convenient. Glancing at his bank card, he realizes he has merely 5,000 yuan left. This amount would barely cover 2 months' rent. But what then? Would he have to subsist on nothing for the entire month? Currently, his company is facing profitability issues, leading to delayed salary payments. It seems that bankruptcy is not far off. He sighs deeply within. After shouting for a prolonged period, the landlady, seeing that Lin Mo stubbornly refuses to open the door, can only leave in a huff. At this moment, Lin Mo finally breathes a sigh of relief. He is merely a child from an ordinary family. After graduation, he remained in the magical city for work, primarily due to the higher salaries offered here. Despite the exorbitant cost of living, with a modicum of frugality, one can still manage to survive and even save a little money. Moreover, I hold the conviction that with my abilities, I can carve out a successful career in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Initially, Lin Mo had harbored such aspirations. However, after a year of toil, he found himself without significant savings and no progress in his career. Now, unemployment seemed to be his only harvest. With only a week remaining, I hope to receive an interview notification during this time. Whispering to himself, Lin Mo was filled with a sense of unwavering confidence at that moment. He then unlocked his phone, preparing to browse recruitment applications for suitable job openings. However, upon unlocking, he was momentarily taken aback. Trillion subsidy? What kind of application is this? He noticed a brand new app that had suddenly appeared in the bottom left corner of his phone. Lin Mo felt a bit bewildered. I certainly did not install this app, did I? He muttered under his breath, furrowing his brow. Are all modern applications bundled now? Shaking his head, Lin Mo was ready to uninstall it. However, when he pressed on it, he discovered that it was utterly impossible to remove. What is going on? Bewildered, Lin Mo gazed at the app, feeling a sinking sensation in his heart. What is the meaning of this app? With his brow slightly furrowed, Lin Mo pondered quietly for a moment. Oh well, let me delve deeper and see what this app is all about. Upon opening the app, he encountered a prominently featured item, newcomer benefits. Dongjiao Number 1 Villa. Subsidy price, 0.1 Yuan. Porsche Limited Edition 911 GT 1-98. Subsidy price, 0.1 Yuan. Is this some kind of joke? Lin Mo shook his head in disbelief, for these 2 items were indeed of considerable value. He was well aware of Dongjiao Number 1. This property is among the most prestigious villas in Shanghai. Each unit is worth over 100 million. To acquire it for just a dime? They can't possibly be serious. A villa for 1 dime? If that's true, I would eat this phone right here and now. Lin Mo scoffed at the absurdity, shaking his head vehemently. At the same time, he desired to click for more details. However, When his finger landed on the Porsche image, a message popped up. Purchase successful. Item is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 5 minutes. Please wait for your delivery. Staring at this scene, Lin Mo was utterly flabbergasted. Just then, a banner suddenly appeared at the top of his phone. Your debit card ending in 9528 was charged 0.1 Yuan at 9:38 on April 20th. Balance after transaction, 5220 Yuan. What on earth? Lin Mo's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and shock. Is this a virus software? Just moments ago, he had merely clicked on the product screen, without even entering a payment password. Yet, the transaction was successful. What kind of sorcery is this? A remote transfer? However, if they had such capabilities, why go to such lengths and incur such costs? To install such an application on his phone, Lin Mo was utterly perplexed. Yet he steadied his mind. What exactly is going on here? Just as Lin Mo was lost in confusion, his phone vibrated once more. The item you purchased has been delivered. Please check. Delivered? Deliver my foot. What do you mean delivered? With a scowl, Lin Mo cursed under his breath. At that moment, Lin Mo felt a weight in his pocket. He reached into his pocket and immediately grasped the car key. The key was elongated and felt substantial in his hand, wrapped in black leather, with a golden shield logo at the head. Witnessing this, Lin Mo's heart nearly stopped. The earlier interface flashed in his mind. Could it be that this was not a fraudulent application, but rather genuine? Swallowing hard, the voice of the female assistant chimed in again. Lin Mo's breath grew heavy as he glanced at the app, his expression brimming with excitement. This is truly real. I've struck gold this time, he murmured. Lin Mo then turned his gaze to another item, the Dongjiao #1 villa. Without a moment's hesitation, he let his finger fall once more. Purchase successful. Item is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 30 minutes. Please wait for your delivery. As the notification appeared, the product screen transformed into a line of text. Today's items are sold out. Please wait for restock. Observing this, he began to comprehend. So, the items refresh once daily? Lin Mo's eyes sparkled. The delivery takes a full 20 minutes, which is slightly longer than the Porsche. I wonder how this villa will be delivered to me. With that thought, Lin Mo glanced at the car key. Let me check out this car first. With this in mind, he opened the app to locate the product. According to the app's positioning, his vehicle was currently parked at a shopping center adjacent to the community. Chapter 2. The sole Porsche in the world. Gazing at the location on his device, Lin Mo tucked away the car key and stepped out. He made his way towards the shopping mall near his residential community. Upon arriving at the parking lot, he was met with a throng of people, all gathered around, engaged in fervent discussion. What is going on? Lin Mo contemplated, a look of confusion crossing his face. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. Could it be my car? With this thought, Lin Mo approached the crowd. As he drew nearer, he overheard snippets of their conversation. Wow, is that a Benz? Exclaimed one voice. Yikes, it's been scraped pretty badly. The paint's completely gone. Another chimed in. That SAG class, isn't it? Looks like a small fortune is down the drain. A sigh escaped him as he listened to their chatter. It became clear to him that a Mercedes had been involved in an accident. Peering through the crowd, Lin Mo spotted a sleek black Benz parked nearby. Beside it stood a young man clad in a white shirt, seemingly at a loss. A wave of empathy washed over Lin Mo as he considered the unfortunate soul who had collided with the Benz. Wait a minute, that's not right. It's the Benz that crashed into someone else. The responsibility lies entirely with it. Upon this realization, Lin Mo followed the line of the Benz's site and beheld a pristine white supercar parked nearby. To his astonishment, while the Benz had lost a layer of paint, the supercar appeared completely unscathed. The owner of the Benz, pale-faced and panicked, murmured, "This is a disaster. I can't afford this car." The onlookers chimed in, "Hold on. Isn't that a Porsche? Your G-Class isn't inferior. Why can't you afford it?" Exactly. That Porsche is only worth around 2 million, right? Just a repaint of the rear end. The young man beside the Benz, however, lamented, "You don't understand. This isn't just any Porsche. It's a Porsche 911 GT 198, the only one in the world. In this country, it's worth at least 80 million. He continued, voice trembling. If it needs repainting, it has to be sent to Hong Kong for repairs. That LL cost at least 5 or 6 million. If I tell my parents, they LL kill me. What? 80 million? The only one in existence. Come on, you're joking, right?" Many in the crowd wore expressions of disbelief. Just then, a voice from the back exclaimed, "I just checked, and it really is worth 80 million. With that proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd. The lady who had leaned against the car recoiled in shock, nearly toppling over. An $80 million luxury car? If it were damaged, that could amount to millions lost. Many gazed at the young man with sympathy, realizing that a mere G-Class had collided with an $80 million vehicle, potentially leading to his financial ruin. This young man is truly unfortunate. It's astonishing that such an expensive car is on the road. Isn't that dangerous? But how can it be dangerous? If someone buys a car, should they keep it parked at home? As the crowd continued to debate, Lin Mo stepped to the forefront, examining the rear of his Porsche. To his relief, there was not a single scratch. The paint remained immaculate. Nodding, he announced, "Brother, you have to cover the damages." The young man was taken aback, staring blankly at Lin Mo. He scrutinized Lin Mo, dressed in what appeared to be cheap clothing from a discount store, and bitterly chuckled. Shaking his head, "Come on, you're kidding, right? This car isn't yours." The crowd chimed in, "Exactly, young man. You're not the owner. Don't complicate things. What do you think you're doing? You can't just meddle in someone else's affairs. If the owner of the Benz leaves and the Porsche owner comes looking for compensation, who will pay?" Lin Mo simply smiled and shook his head, pulling out his car key from his pocket. He pressed a button, and with a melodic chime, the interior lights illuminated and the butterfly doors gracefully lifted. In that moment, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Faces were etched with astonishment and disbelief. This car was indeed his. Despite his unassuming appearance, he owned an astonishing $80 million luxury vehicle. As the reality of the situation sank in, the onlookers felt a burning embarrassment for their prior assumptions, especially the young man by the Benz, whose expression transformed from skepticism to sheer joy. He quickly turned to Lin Mo, saying, "Sir, your car is fine. Just move your vehicle, please." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "All right." The young man, now elated, wasted no time. He hopped into his car, started the engine, and swiftly departed the scene. Lin Mo settled into the driver's seat, feeling as though he was nearly enveloped by the luxurious embrace of the chair. The sensation was nothing short of exhilarating. The difference in comfort between this luxury vehicle and an ordinary car was unmistakable. With a sense of wonder, Lin Mo closed the door and cautiously drove away from the parking lot. The driving style of a supercar differed significantly from that of a regular sedan, and despite possessing a driver's license, he felt a flutter of apprehension. As Lin Mo gradually adapted to the driving techniques along the road, he began to slowly accelerate, ultimately racing forward with unrestrained speed. Chapter 3, Dongjiao No. 1 Villa. After approximately 10 minutes, he arrived at the Bund, where the roar of the engine echoed. Lin Mo parked his car in the parking lot of the Bund. A supercar? What is so remarkable about a supercar? Aren't there plenty in the Magic City? Wait, this isn't just any car. This is a Porsche 911 GT 198. There's only one in the world. Only one in the entire world? Quick, take a photo and post it on social media. As Lin Mo's car arrived, it was instantly recognized by an enthusiast of supercars, causing quite a stir. However, Lin Mo remained unfazed, calmly parking his vehicle in the designated spot, while his curiosity piqued regarding how his newly purchased Dongjiao No. 1 villa would be delivered. After waiting for half a minute, Lin Mo's phone rang. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed it was an unknown number. He answered the call, and a sweet female voice greeted him. "Hello, this is the sales department of Dongjiao No. 1. May I ask if you are Mr. Lin Mo?" Hearing her voice, Lin Mo's eyelids lifted slightly. "Yes, that's me. Hello, Mr. Lin. The property certificate for the villa you purchased at Dongjiao No. 1 has been issued. When might you be available to collect it?" "Understood. I will head over now." "Very well, sir. The sales department of Dongjiao No. 1 awaits your arrival." After ending the call, a smile crept onto Lin Mo's lips. He had anticipated this method of notification. Sitting in his car, he chuckled softly, then set the navigation and pressed the accelerator, heading straight for the Dongjiao No. 1 sales department. Meanwhile, at the Dongjiao No. 1 sales department, Lin Mo hung up the phone, her face alight with excitement. "Manager Song, I've reached Mr. Lin Mo." Boom. With those words, all the property staff present erupted in a flurry of excitement. "Mr. Lin is here? Is he the one who purchased the penthouse? My heavens. The billionaire who spent $600 million to buy the penthouse is finally coming?" At that moment, the news of the mysterious billionaire who had acquired the Dongjiao No. 1 penthouse arriving sent waves of exhilaration through the crowd. Many of the female sales staff began contemplating how to leave a favorable impression on him, even hoping to secure a means of contact. At that very moment, the door to the manager's office burst open. A middle-aged man in a sleek black suit rushed out. "You've contacted Mr. Lin? Where is he now?" The middle-aged man's face was etched with anxiety, unwilling to allow even a sliver of negligence. After all, Mr. Lin was someone whom his superiors had specifically instructed him to treat with utmost respect. If he were to make a misstep or offend the gentleman, the consequences would be dire. I just spoke with Mr. Lin, and he mentioned he would be arriving shortly. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man nodded, then addressed the surrounding staff, raising his voice. Everyone, be alert. The mysterious Mr. Lin is on his way. Remember, there must be no mistakes. Otherwise, you'll be the ones facing the repercussions. At that moment, every salesperson wore a mask of tension. Manager Song, too. Couldn't he help but reflect on the situation? After all, this Mr. Lin was shrouded in mystery. Even he only knew the man's phone number and surname, Lin. As for his appearance, that was a complete unknown. How could such a mysterious client not cause Manager Song to feel anxious? The Dongjiao No. One sales department was bustling with preparations. Meanwhile, Lin Mo parked his car in the nearby underground parking lot and walked into the Dongjiao No. 1 sales department. Inside the sales office, it was rather empty. The spacious, well-lit room featured only a large map and an enormous model of the villa. Upon seeing Lin Mo enter, a young female sales associate in uniform approached him with a smile. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Just as Lin Mo was about to respond, another voice interjected. "Shaoli, didn't I tell you not to attend to just anyone today?" A strikingly glamorous woman, heavily made up, walked over. "Manager Liao." The sales associate who was attending to Lin Mo began to speak, but was abruptly cut off by Manager Liao. "Enough. What is this about? Manager Song specifically instructed us. If Mr. Lin arrives, and there are unrelated individuals present, it could leave a poor impression. Can you bear that responsibility?" With a dismissive glance at Lin Mo, her contempt was palpable. "I'm sorry, but if you're not here to purchase a property, I must ask you to leave immediately." Lin Mo's brows furrowed slightly at her words. He looked at Manager Liao and inquired, "What do you mean? Am I not allowed to come in and look around? Is this the attitude your sales department maintains?" In response to Lin Mo's demeanor, Manager Liao snickered derisively. "We don't allow just anyone to stroll in here. Each property we offer is worth 1 or 2 billion. With your appearance, even if you had 10 lifetimes, you couldn't afford one. If you're not buying, please don't linger and get out." Hearing this, Lin Mo's frown deepened. He shook his head, deciding not to waste any more words on her. Instead, he retrieved his phone from his pocket, found Lin Mo's number, and dialed. As soon as the call connected, Lin Mo's voice came through. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Have you arrived?" "Yes, I'm currently in the lobby of your sales department. However, it seems your sales staff is quite unwelcoming, with one even insisting I leave." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's voice turned incredulous. "What? Is that true? Please hold on. I'll be there with the manager right away." After hanging up, in the manager's office, Manager Song's expression darkened ominously. Deep within, an unfathomable rage surged. He had never anticipated that despite his fervent warnings, someone would still dare to offend the enigmatic Mr. Lin. Moreover, that individual had the audacity to threaten him with expulsion. At that moment, Manager Song's fury knew no bounds. "Let us depart," he declared, as he and his companion hurriedly made their way to the ground floor. Meanwhile, in the sales office lobby, Supervisor Liao observed Lin Mo as he hung up the phone, a smirk creeping onto his face. "Oh, this young man certainly knows how to put on a show. I shall see whom he can summon today." At that precise moment, the descending Manager Song caught sight of this scene, and his pent-up anger erupted like a volcano. He bellowed, "Liao Yingying, what do you think you're doing?" Chapter 4. The stunned Supervisor Liao. Upon hearing the thunderous roar, Supervisor Liao jolted, quickly turning around to behold Manager Song and Lin Mo rushing down from upstairs. An ingratiating smile instantly spread across his face. "Ah, Manager Song, what brings you down? Is Mr. Lin about to arrive? Rest assured, I will promptly escort this bothersome individual out." With that, Supervisor Liao turned to Lin Mo and proclaimed loudly, "Did you hear that? We have esteemed guests arriving shortly. Will you leave of your own accord, or shall I summon security to expel you?" As those words fell from his lips, Manager Song's indignation reached a boiling point. "Preposterous. Who do you think you're addressing?" He swiftly maneuvered past Supervisor Liao and stood before Lin Mo. In the astonished and shocked gazes of Supervisor Liao and the onlooking sales staff, he abruptly bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize for our tardiness. I am Song Shuming, the manager of the Dongjiao No. 1 sales office. You may call me Xiao Song. My subordinate acted thoughtlessly and offended you. I humbly ask for your forgiveness." Boom. His words sent shockwaves through the room. At that instant, everyone was rendered speechless. This young man before them was indeed the mysterious Mr. Lin, who had purchased the illustrious Dongjiao No. 1 villa. This must be some sort of jest. Observing Lin Mo's attire, the expressions of all present morphed into incredulity. After all, this was a man capable of spending 600 million on a top-tier villa. Yet he dressed with such unassuming modesty. It was utterly astonishing. As for the female sales representative who had initially attended to Lin Mo, she was now completely dumbfounded. She never imagined that the seemingly ordinary client she had casually assisted was the legendary Mr. Lin. The entire situation felt surreal. Meanwhile, Supervisor Liao trembled with fear, unable to suppress his quaking body. His incredulity led him to stammer, "Manager, you jest, right?" Upon hearing this, Manager Song turned to him, his gaze icy. "I previously warned you not to underestimate any customer who walks through that door. It appears, Supervisor Liao, that you have taken my words as mere whispers in the wind. Very well, please proceed to the HR department to complete your resignation paperwork. Effective immediately, you are no longer an employee of this company. Kindly leave." Manager Song waved his hand dismissively, his face reflecting palpable annoyance. Upon hearing this, Supervisor Liao panicked and fell to his knees, pleading, "Manager Song, I was wrong. I truly apologize. Please grant me another chance. I will never dare to offend again." Manager Song showed no reaction, merely smiling at Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin, shall we proceed inside?" Lin Mo nodded and stepped forward, with Manager Song closely following. As the two departed, despair gradually settled in Supervisor Liao's heart. Lin Mo shook her head, remarking, "How pitiful. The person you offended is not Manager Song, but Mr. Lin. You truly have no idea who you've crossed, do you?" Shaking her head in disbelief, Lin Mo hurriedly pursued them. In the manager's office, she prepared tea for the two men before excusing herself to retrieve Lin Mo's property documents and keys. Meanwhile, Manager Song felt a profound sense of reflection and astonishment. To be honest, he had initially presumed Lin Mo to be a man in his 30s or 40s, yet upon meeting him, he discovered that Lin Mo was remarkably youthful. Moreover, his attire was strikingly unpretentious, leaving Manager Song in a state of bewilderment as he speculated about Lin Mo's true identity. Could he be the scion of a hidden aristocratic family? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Manager Song smiled and remarked, "Mr. Lin, you truly are a remarkable young man. I should mention that our Dongjiao #1 villa, valued at 600 million, has remained unsold for years, primarily due to its exorbitant price, which has become a source of concern for our chairman. Now that you have purchased this exquisite property, it alleviates our chairman's burden. He has expressed his intention to visit and pay his respects upon his return from out of town." Hearing this, Lin Mo felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated that the villa he acquired through the 0.1 Yuan Subsidy App was, in fact, the prestigious 600 million Dongjiao #1. This was a tremendous stroke of fortune. With a serene smile, Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formalities. I didn't spend much on this villa." His words, though truthful, having indeed purchased it for merely a dime, left Manager Song momentarily astonished. After all, in his perception, Lin Mo remarked that 600 million was not an excessive sum of money. In that moment, Manager Song became increasingly convinced that Lin Mo was undoubtedly a scion of a reclusive aristocratic family. Otherwise, how could he so nonchalantly declare that 600 million was not too much? Just then, the office door was knocked upon once more. Subsequently, Lin Mo entered, holding a document pouch, followed closely by a young man cradling a sizable piece of jade in the form of a peace symbol. Observing this scene, Lin Mo felt a twinge of confusion and surprise. At this moment, Manager Song cheerfully explained, "This is a special token from our chairman. As a token of gratitude for alleviating his concerns, we prepared this peace symbol for you, Mr. Lin, and we hope you will accept it." Listening to these words, Lin Mo glanced at the jade. The piece was exquisitely smooth and displayed hints of a deep red hue atop the peace symbol. Appearing to be a flawless piece of raw jade, Lin Mo nodded and said, "You are very considerate." After a series of formalities, the property transfer was completed. Chapter 5, the 600 million villa. Inside the sales office, Manager Song personally escorted Lin Mo out. At this juncture, Lin Mo also accompanied Lin Mo, assisting with the document pouch. The trio made their way to the adjacent underground parking garage. Upon arriving at Lin Mo's Porsche 911 GT 198, Manager Song's eyes widened in astonishment. His breath caught in his throat. "Mr. Lin, is this the legendary Porsche 911 GT 198? He exclaimed, trembling with excitement. His admiration for Porsche was profound. He had long dreamt of owning one, and thus was intimately familiar with all its models. To his disbelief, he now beheld a singular Porsche 911 GT 198, a vehicle known to exist in only one instance globally. Indeed, Lin Mo confirmed without hesitation, calmly retrieving the car key to unlock the door. He casually placed the property deed and jade peace symbol in the passenger seat. Observing Lin Mo's demeanor, Manager Song's gaze grew increasingly respectful. He understood that acquiring such a vehicle necessitated more than just ample financial resources. It also required a significant identity and background. Realizing this, Manager Song became even more convinced that Lin Mo was indeed a scion of a prominent family. He could not help but express his admiration. "Mr. Lin, you are truly impressive." To this, Lin Mo merely smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate further. The three then bid farewell, and Lin Mo drove away. After exiting the underground garage, he headed directly towards the nearby villa district. The East Suburb No. 1 villa area was merely a street's distance from the sales office. Upon reaching the community entrance, he presented his property deed and registered his vehicle before being granted access. Slowly entering the community under the guidance of a security guard, Lin Mo soon arrived at his villa No. 1. It must be noted that the security personnel at East Suburb No. 1 displayed remarkable discernment, expertly parking his vehicle in its designated garage. With the property deed and peace symbol in hand, Lin Mo took the elevator to his residence. Villa No. 1, located at the deepest part of the entire community, boasted an extensive area. The backyard featured a fountain, a grove of trees, and an outdoor swimming pool, everything one could desire. Internally, Villa No. 1 was divided into 4 levels. The first floor comprised a vast reception area, a television room, a dining room, a Chinese and Western kitchen, and a tea room, among various living spaces. The second floor contained bedrooms, a study, a dressing and makeup room, and a sunroom. The 2 underground levels housed a home theater, a gym, and an entertainment room, while the second underground level had only 2 rooms, a collection room reinforced with steel plating, and a wine cellar. The decor and design of this villa embraced a minimalist style, with marble accent walls and handcrafted sofas and coffee tables, all reflecting a unique taste. At this moment, Lin Mo was exploring the villa, and as he surveyed the arrangement, a sense of awe gradually washed over him. It dawned on him that poverty had indeed limited his imagination. He realized that in affluent households, the reception room and television room could be separate spaces. Even the bathroom could span over 50 square meters. At this moment, Lin Mo was genuinely taken aback. He finally grasped why this villa could be valued at 600 million. This was indeed the world of the wealthy. Internally, Lin Mo murmured, taking a few deep breaths to steady himself. Meanwhile, across from Lin Mo's villa, in Villa No. 2, a graceful young woman held a cup of coffee, gazing intently at Villa No. 1. With a glimmer in her eyes, she inquired, "Uncle Sun, has this villa been purchased?" Sun Fu behind her nodded and replied, "Yes, Mississippi. I just learned some news indicating that Villa No. 1 has been bought by a young man with the surname Lin. I am currently investigating further details." "Do not pursue it any longer," the young woman calmly stated. The ability to acquire Villa No. 1 signifies a significant background. While 600 million may be within reach for many in the Magic City, how many across the nation would willingly spend that amount on a single villa? The occupant of the opposite villa undoubtedly possesses an impressive identity, likely that of a scion from a prominent family. Therefore, there is no need to investigate further, as it may provoke unnecessary resentment. Upon hearing this, Sun Fu quickly responded, "Yes, miss, I apologize for my presumptuousness." However, it is curious that they moved in so quietly and without fanfare, the young woman pondered. After all, many individuals celebrate their relocation with great pomp and circumstance, inviting numerous friends to commemorate the occasion. Yet, this individual appears remarkably low-key, as if they do not regard this 600 million villa with any significance. Rather, it resembled a slightly larger toy made of building blocks. There was simply no need for celebration. This was undeniably quite terrifying. At this moment, the young girl harbored a flicker of intrigue towards the owner of this villa. Immediately, she turned to Sun Fu beside her and said, "Uncle Sun, please pay a visit to the other party tomorrow. As for the gift, let us go with a bottle of 1990s Condi." Upon hearing her words, Sun Fu nodded promptly and replied, "Understood, Mississippi." He then exited the study. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was seated on the sofa, his entire being sinking into its depths. He gazed up at the crystal chandelier hanging above, his expression one of bewilderment. With a bitter smile, he shook his head. Driving a sports car worth 80 million and residing in a villa valued at 600 million, he glanced at his account, which showed a mere 5,200 yuan remaining. To be frank, if it weren't for the system covering this year's property fees, he would likely be unable to afford even the upkeep of this villa. He needed to devise a plan to generate some funds. Murmuring to himself, Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly. He had no doubt about his ability to amass wealth. After all, his capabilities were evident. Not to mention, now he possessed the Trillion-Dollar Subsidy App. If he couldn't manage to make money with that, it would indeed be a disgrace. As time passed, it soon became 11:50 p.m. Glancing at the time on his phone, Lin Mo felt a twinge of anxiety. He wondered what new and splendid items would be available. At that moment, he was exceedingly nervous and continuously refreshed his phone's screen. As the clock struck midnight, Lin Mo quickly pulled down to refresh. Instantly, a new product appeared in the listings. Junyue Huating Community Building 1, 120 apartments at a subsidized price of 10 yuan. Upon seeing the item displayed, Lin Mo's heart momentarily skipped a beat. Following that, he inhaled sharply. Could it be? Building 1 of Junyue Huating Community. He was incredibly familiar with this neighborhood. After all, he had previously lived there. Moreover, his own apartment lease had yet to expire. In this community, it could be said that 80% of the residents were tenants due to its proximity to the subway, and just a few stops away lay the tech park. Consequently, the price of an apartment here started at a minimum of 4 million yuan. Building 1 had 2 units, totaling 120 apartments. That amounted to a staggering 4.8 billion yuan. Gulping, Lin Mo pressed down decisively. Purchase successful. Item is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please await your delivery. 15 minutes later. Thud. With an exceedingly heavy thud, 2 cardboard boxes landed on the floor. Approaching, he opened the boxes. Under the illumination of the lights, the red covers with golden letters shone brilliantly. Swallowing hard, Lin Mo felt a sense of unreality. He had struck it rich. At this moment, Lin Mo was overwhelmed with exhilaration. Inside those cardboard boxes lay nothing but property certificates. Grabbing one at random, he opened it, and the details came into view. Address: Room 101, Building 1, Junyue Huating Community. Usable area: 983. Owner: Lin Mo. Staring at the simple information, Lin Mo felt parched. He then picked up 2 more certificates. After a thorough examination, his excitement only intensified. Each property deed was uniformly inscribed with Lin Mo's name. At this moment, he felt a bit dazed. He recalled a question he had seen on a forum. How long does it take to go from being broke to having a fortune of over 1 billion? Now, Lin Mo believed he was qualified to answer. Answer: 15 minutes. After all, who could have imagined that Lin Mo, now a super tycoon with 4.8 billion in assets and 100 properties in the Magic City, was merely an ordinary person with just 5,000 yuan to his name a mere quarter of an hour ago, fretting over how to make money? Selling these 120 apartments was certainly out of the question, Lin Mo murmured to himself. After all, the current property prices in the Magic City were still on the rise. Selling would be akin to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Moreover, he had no pressing need for money at the moment. Therefore, the best course of action would be to rent them out. The Junyue Huating community was quite popular among tenants. For shared rentals, the price per room was around 2 to 3,000 yuan. As for renting, it typically operated on a 1-month deposit and 1-month rent basis. Lin Mo did a quick calculation. Upon determining the figures, he gasped in astonishment. If all 120 apartments were rented out, even if he did absolutely nothing, his annual rental income would amount to 17.28 million yuan. Murmuring to himself, Lin Mo's lips curled into a grin that reached his ears. After all, while capital may be wicked, the holder of that capital was himself. With a somewhat audacious smile, Lin Mo gradually drifted off to sleep. The night passed, and the next morning arrived. After taking a refreshing shower and dressing, Lin Mo's brow furrowed once more. He needed to gather the items from the rental apartment. Though the villa was spacious, his living necessities were few. Shaking his head, he took the 2 cardboard boxes into the elevator and placed them in the front passenger seat of his car. After enjoying breakfast at a roadside stall, he headed straight for Junyue Huating. About 30 minutes later, at Junyue Huating Community, Lin Mo parked his vehicle in front of the Dongjiao real estate agency across the street. He then got out of the car, carrying the boxes. Inside the agency, a young man witnessed this scene and promptly came out to greet him. Taking the 2 cardboard boxes from Lin Mo's hands, he wore a broad smile and said, "Good day, sir. Dongjiao Realty is delighted to serve you." The agent's demeanor was exceedingly courteous. After all, Lin Mo's car was parked there. Such a flashy sports car clearly indicated he was from a wealthy family. It was likely he had come to purchase a property. If he could successfully sell even one, his commission would surely soar. The cardboard boxes were placed upon the coffee table, and after pouring a cup of tea for Lin Mo, the subsequent inquiry was directed towards him. "I wonder, sir, if there is anything I can assist you with? I have 2 properties I wish to lease." Taking a sip of tea, Lin Mo replied in a tranquil tone. "2 properties, you say? May I ask if you have the property deeds with you?" The property agent's expression dimmed slightly. The prospect of renting out a single property offered little commission. However, the sight of Lin Mo's luxury sports car still commanded a degree of respect in his demeanor. Lin Mo merely shook his head indifferently and gestured toward the cardboard boxes, stating, "The property deeds are within these boxes. Feel free to take a look." Instinctively, the agent opened the boxes. To his astonishment, both were filled with red property books. A sharp intake of breath escaped his lips, and a suspicion began to form in his mind. Could it be that these 2 large boxes contained all the property deeds? Just how many properties might there be? Trembling, he picked up one book and glanced at it. Unit 101, Building 1, Junyue Huating. Owner, Lin Mo. Upon seeing the address of the property alongside the owner's name, the agent felt his throat go dry. In an instant, realization dawned upon him. He gazed at Lin Mo, who was casually sipping tea and playing with his phone, and exclaimed, "You You're the Mr. Lin who purchased both buildings of Junyue Huating. Chapter 7. The Enthusiastic Manager Zhou. This morning, a rumor had spread amongst the agents in the area. Mr. Lin, a mysterious figure, had bought both buildings of Junyue Huating. Moreover, they had yet to be leased. Consequently, every agent was eager to contact this enigmatic Mr. Lin, yet none had a means to reach him. But now, here he was, standing right before the agent. How could this not evoke immense excitement? If there were no other owners named Lin who had purchased both buildings, then it must be me. With a faint smile gracing his lips, Lin Mo reclined on the sofa, taking another sip of tea. The agent swallowed hard, his expression brimming with exhilaration. This Mr. Lin possessed a staggering 120 properties available for lease. If all were rented out, the commission would be unimaginable, and his excitement was palpable. So, how long must I wait? Lin Mo chuckled lightly. The agent, snapping back to attention, quickly replied, I apologize, Mr. Lin, I was lost in thought. Your inquiry is indeed monumental, and I cannot make decisions on my own. Please hold on, I will summon our manager. With that, he hurried off to the manager's office. Inside the manager's office, Manager Zhou, who was busy on the phone, was interrupted by the agent bursting in. Manager Zhou, the latter's brow furrowed slightly. His demeanor tinged with annoyance as he glanced at the agent. What is it? Can't you see I'm on a call? Manager Zhou, Mr. Lin is here. Mr. Lin? Which Mr. Lin? Just a trivial matter. Zhou was about to dismiss it, but suddenly, a realization struck him. His eyes widened, and he gasped, Mr. Lin? The one who purchased both buildings of Junyue Huating. Indeed, Manager Zhou. After this statement, Zhou exchanged a few words on the phone before hanging up, smoothing out his attire and asserting, let's not keep Mr. Lin waiting. Observing this scene, the agent couldn't help but feel a twitch at the corner of his mouth. How surreal. As they approached the lobby, upon seeing Lin Mo, Manager Zhou was taken aback. Young, he was exceedingly youthful. Zhou had anticipated that someone capable of spending hundreds of millions to acquire two buildings would be at least in their 30s or 40s. Yet here sat Lin Mo, appearing no older than 23 or 24. What kind of family background did he possess? Zhou mused internally, then plastered on a smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. My apologies for the wait. I am the manager here, Zhou Wankai. Hello, Manager Zhou. Lin Mo stood, prepared to shake hands. But Zhou instead bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Zhou's gaze fixated on the two boxes of property deeds, his eyes gleaming with fervor. After all, this was a substantial business opportunity. The young man before him had directly purchased two buildings. If they could secure this deal, perhaps even negotiate an exclusive arrangement, their agency would dominate the market in the vicinity. Establishing a solid relationship with a client of this caliber would undoubtedly benefit their agency's future. Not to mention, should he choose to invest in other nearby properties, a mere mention to his friends could yield unimaginable advantages. Without hesitation, Zhou initiated, Mr. Lin. You may call me Xiao Zhou. He then glanced at the agent behind him, reprimanding. What are you doing? Letting Mr. Lin sit here in the lobby? After saying this, he cheerfully added, shall we head to the VIP room for our discussion? No need. Here is fine, Lin Mo replied. Zhou, seeing Lin Mo's preference, nodded in agreement. Mr. Lin, are you here to lease all your properties at once? Correct. I wish to lease them all simultaneously. That's splendid. Currently, most of the properties in Junyue Huating have been leased, while the two buildings you own are vacant but exquisitely furnished. If we proceed with leasing, each unit could fetch around $3,500 per month. However, if you prefer a whole building lease, the price would be slightly lower. Individual units will do. Let us follow the market rate and adopt a 1-month deposit with 1 month rent up front. Utilities will be self-managed. Lin Mo spoke in a calm manner, having already calculated the situation last night. Building number 1 comprises 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. If all the units were rented out, he could potentially earn over $1.4 million in a month. He contemplated for a brief moment before continuing. If you can expedite the leasing of these 120 apartments, I can exclusively provide these listings to you. Upon hearing this, Manager Zhou, who was present, was momentarily taken aback, then quickly assured Lin Mo, rest assured, Mr. Lin. Entrust your properties to us at Lianjia, and we guarantee to have them all rented out swiftly. Subsequently, after signing the agency contract, the matter was resolved. The property documents were loaded onto the car. Gazing at the pristine, imposing Porsche supercar, Manager Zhou felt increasingly envious. Mr. Lin, it's already noon. How about we share a meal together? Manager Zhou suggested while glancing at the time. No need. I still have to retrieve a few things from the community as I'm preparing to move, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. Moving? Manager Zhou was taken aback, then quickly offered, let me help you with that. That's unnecessary. I don't have much to carry, Lin Mo insisted, but eventually succumbed to Manager Zhou's persistence. And they both headed to the community. Upon reaching the 17th floor of the apartment complex, just as they approached Lin Mo's door, his expression suddenly hardened. and his demeanor turned icy. To his dismay, he discovered that all his belongings had been unceremoniously discarded outside his door. Chapter 8. He was merely a petty individual. At the entrance, his clothes and bedding lay strewn about. Lin Mo's expression grew cold as he surveyed the scene. At that moment, a voice drifted through the slightly ajar door. Miss Jiang, let me tell you, the rent for this room I'm offering you is absolutely reasonable. Just $3,700 a month. You won't find a better deal in the entire community. Plus, look at this room. It's south-facing with exceptional natural light. Hearing this, a cold smile crept across Lin Mo's face. He pushed the door open and stepped inside. Upon entering, he saw a plump middle-aged woman standing there, accompanied by a neatly dressed woman in professional attire. The landlady sneered as she caught sight of Lin Mo. Oh, you're back. Just in time. I've cleared out all your junk. Take your things and get lost. I'm no longer renting the place to you. Her face was twisted in contempt. This gleeful moment was a sweet revenge for the previous incident when Lin Mo had ignored her knocks and refused to open the door. Listening to her words, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. You threw my belongings out. He chuckled coldly. And what do you intend to do about it? With her hands on her hips, the landlady retorted, I did throw them out. What can you do about it? Calmly, Lin Mo continued. I believe there are still 6 days remaining on our contract, correct? He glanced at the professionally dressed woman beside her and added, so, our contract has not yet expired. Yet, you have thrown out all my belongings and are showing the room to other tenants. This is a blatant breach of contract. The landlady, unfazed, crossed her arms and boldly declared, I breached the contract. So what? Stop wasting my time and hurry up and pack your things. Lin Mo shook his head in disbelief. It seems my landlord is quite ignorant of the law. Just then, a voice called from outside. Mr. Lin, is everything all right? Manager Zhou entered the apartment. Due to the crowded elevator, he had to wait for the next one, but upon arriving, he overheard the commotion. The landlady's expression shifted drastically upon seeing Manager Zhou. He too recognized her and mused, I remember you, Ms. Zhao. He recalled that she was a client of Lianjia, owning 5 properties, and had signed a full entrustment agreement with their company. This agreement mandated that all leasing transactions be conducted through their agency, with slightly reduced commission fees. Ah, Manager Zhou, what brings you back? The landlady asked, her smile tinged with embarrassment. After all, if it were discovered that she was privately showing the property and seeking to rent it out on her own, she would face substantial penalties for breach of contract. Manager Zhou, maintaining his composure, replied, Oh, I came to assist Mr. Lin with his move. Mr. Lin? The landlady scoffed. Manager Zhou, are you being played by this petty individual? He is merely a small tenant. Instantly, Manager Zhou's expression turned cold. Petty individual? Small tenant? Has this woman lost her mind? He fixed his gaze on her and said icily, Ms. Zhao, I would appreciate it if you would speak more respectfully. The gentleman before you, Mr. Lin, is one of our esteemed clients. He owns 2 entire buildings in Junyue, Huating, comprising a total of 120 properties. In an instant, the landlady appeared as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in shock, while the neatly dressed woman beside her gaped in disbelief. This seemingly youthful and handsome man before her possessed 2 entire buildings? A staggering total of 120 properties? Surely, this was a jest. Manager Zhou, you must be mistaken. How could he possibly own 120 properties? He was barely able to afford his rent. The expression on the landlady's face grew increasingly tense. A misunderstanding? Certainly. That was out of the question. Manager Zhou asserted immediately. We have previously verified Mr. Lin's information and signed the leasing authorization agreement. Upon hearing this, the landlady appeared somewhat flustered. If that were the case, then Lin Mo indeed possessed 120 properties. A staggering 120 properties. This amounted to a value exceeding 400 million. In an instant, the landlady recalled her previous words and the act of throwing out all of Lin Mo's belongings, her complexion paling further. After all, the other party held over 100 properties. Such assets were entirely beyond her realm. She promptly apologized to Lin Mo. Mr. Lin. The previous matter was all a misunderstanding indeed. A misunderstanding? Lin Mo scoffed lightly. He then shook his head and said, You now claim this as a misunderstanding? Huh. He glanced at Manager Zhou, recounting the events from beginning to end. Upon the conclusion of this narrative, Manager Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. If that is the case, then the lease for the property rented by Mr. Lin has not yet expired. Therefore, the right of use belongs to Mr. Lin. Ms. Zhao, you currently have no authority to reclaim the room. Your actions constitute a unilateral breach of contract. In such circumstances, 1 month's rent must be paid as a penalty for breach. Hearing this, Lin Mo couldn't help but smile. He then added, Moreover, all my personal belongings have been damaged. As for this matter, prepare to resolve it in court. Chapter 9. The Visit from Sun Fu. What? The landlady became agitated instantly. She merely intended to evict Lin Mo. But But how did it escalate to this point? How could she possibly end up in court? The landlady dropped to the ground, exclaiming, "Young Lin, no, Mr. Lin. It was my oversight that offended you. Please, I implore you to show mercy. I will compensate you double. No, tenfold. Please. I beg you to spare me. Tenfold. Do you think I lack money?" Lin Mo replied with a cold smile. Not to mention that he currently possessed 120 properties, he was not in want of funds. Even if he were indeed in need, he would still refuse to accept such exorbitant compensation. After all, accepting it would only render him morally unjustifiable. Following Lin Mo's declaration, the landlady's countenance turned ashen. Indeed, Lin Mo held over 100 properties, a billionaire of extraordinary means. Would he truly need her meager sum? Even if she were to compensate him with all her wealth, it would likely not even catch his eye. In that moment, the landlady's expression gradually descended into despair. In response, Lin Mo glanced at Manager Zhou and said, "Manager Zhou, I will trouble you to assist in resolving this matter. Handle everything as it should be." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Manager Zhou nodded vigorously, declaring, "Mr. Lin, rest assured, I have experience in these matters." With that, Manager Zhou promptly retrieved his phone. After summoning the authorities, they proceeded to address the compensation and pursue the relevant responsibilities under their witness. As for the breach of contract between the landlady and the rental agency, Manager Zhou also reported it. Subsequently, the company's lawyers arrived to negotiate with her. Thereafter, the full leasing contract was terminated. At this juncture, the landlady sat despondently on the ground, her face a mask of despair. It was over. She had thought to evict Lin Mo, then raise the rent for releasing. Yet unexpectedly, not only had she compensated double the rent, but now she also faced exorbitant penalties for breaching the full leasing contract. By the time everything had been resolved, it was already 3 in the afternoon. Lin Mo returned to Junyue Huating, tidied up some belongings, and then headed straight back to the villa at Dongjiao No. 1. Meanwhile, within the opposite villa No. 2, observing Lin Missouri drive back, Sun Fu, who had been keeping an eye on villa No. 1, picked up the pre-prepared bottle of red wine and made his way to the villa where Lin Mo resided. At that moment, Lin Mo had just returned to the villa and was standing in the kitchen, scrolling through his phone, contemplating what to have for dinner that evening. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Lin Mo paused, perplexed. What was happening? Had he just moved in, and already someone was at the door? With a sense of bewilderment, Lin Mo approached the entrance and opened the door. Upon doing so, he was greeted by a middle-aged man dressed in a sharply tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled. Appearing to be in his 50s, standing there with a neatly wrapped gift box in hand. "Hello, may I ask who you are?" Lin Mo inquired, his expression one of confusion. "Good day, sir. I am Sun Fu, the steward of Villa No. 2 across from you. My young lady heard that the owner of Villa No. 1 has arrived and specifically instructed me to come and pay you a visit." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo opened the door wider and said, "Mr. Sun, please come in. My name is Lin Mo. Your young lady is exceedingly gracious." Sun Fu entered with a smile, then presented the gift box to Lin Mo, stating, "Mr. Lin, this is a small gift prepared by my young lady to congratulate you on your new home." "Oh, you are too kind," Lin Mo replied, shaking his head in mild resignation. He did not refuse the gesture and accepted the gift box. After inviting his guest to enjoy a cup of tea and exchanging contact information, Sun Fu took his leave. Watching Sun Fu depart, Lin Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. The steward of Villa No. 2? Quite intriguing. Lin Mo speculated about the reason behind the gesture of sending a gift from Villa No. 2. It was highly likely due to the fact that the other party could not ascertain his identity. After all, Villa No. 1 at Dongjiao No. 1 was the pinnacle of luxury. The sales manager, Song, had explicitly mentioned that this villa was a source of great pride for their boss. And now, having acquired this villa for himself, how could the other party not be astonished? It is even likely that his personal information is currently under constant scrutiny. However, by the time they reach their conclusions, they will probably question their very existence. After all, what background does he possess? His entire life history merely stems from an ordinary family. Lin Mo chuckled softly to himself, then turned his gaze to the exquisite gift box resting on the coffee table. As he unwrapped the gift, a beautifully crafted sandalwood box was revealed. Upon opening the box, a bottle of red wine nestled in yellow silk emerged. The label on the wine had already begun to show signs of yellowing. Red wine. Lin Mo paused for a moment, glancing at the text on the label. Romani Conti, 1990. The instant he read those words, a shiver ran down his spine. What? Romani Conti? From 1990. He inhaled sharply, hastily placing the bottle back into the box. He had a slight understanding of wine. Romani Conti. This was the king among wines. The 1990 vintage, if memory serves, should be priced at approximately 330,000 yuan. In that moment, Lin Mo couldn't help but shake his head in wry amusement. To receive a gift worth over 300,000 yuan upon their first meeting? At that instant, Lin Mo suddenly thought, perhaps this is what it means to be wealthy? Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, the young lady of Villa Number 2 had already regarded him as the scion of a prestigious family, spending over 300,000 yuan to ingratiate herself with a young master from a noble lineage may not seem particularly worthwhile to outsiders, but to them, this transaction was undoubtedly a surefire profit. Chapter 10. The watch valued at 4 million. Time slipped by gradually. A night swiftly passed. Soon it was 7 p.m. Just as Lin Mo was preparing to play a game, his phone rang. The caller ID displayed that it was Feng Hong, the team leader from the company. Feng Hong. Lin Mo felt a twinge of confusion. His relationship with Feng Hong was rather ordinary. They only interacted at work, and outside of office hours, there was hardly any contact. When the call connected, Lin Mo greeted Feng Hong. Hello, team leader, is there something you need? Lin Mo, why didn't you come to the company today? Oh, I had some matters to attend to and didn't go, Lin Mo replied casually. All right then, you needn't come in anymore. The company has officially closed down today. Your salary for this month will be deposited into your account as usual, Feng Hong said with evident resignation. After all, the company had collapsed, and he had yet to secure his next job. Given the current situation in the city, finding a suitable position was quite challenging. I see, Lin Mo replied nonchalantly. By the way, tomorrow at 11:30 a.m., our department is planning a farewell dinner. You should come. Lin Mo pondered Feng Hong's words for a moment before responding. All right, send me the address. After all, they had been colleagues for a year, and while most were not particularly close, there was still a sense of camaraderie. As everyone prepared to part ways, it would be better to attend the farewell dinner. Okay, tomorrow at 11:30 a.m. In the Rose Hall on the second floor of Pujiangtanga. Let us not miss each other, Feng Hong said. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Mo ended the call. He then spent some time on his phone before heading down to the gym, where he worked out for over 2 hours, leaving him drenched in sweat. He made his way to the bathroom, soaking in the tub for a massage until around 10 p.m., when he finally went to bed. After 2 days of adjustment, he was too lazy to continue waiting for the midnight flash sales. A good night's sleep and then shopping the next morning sounded far more appealing. And so a night passed. The next day, at 8 a.m., Lin Mo woke up naturally. After freshening up, he enjoyed his breakfast while browsing through his phone. He opened the Trillion-Yuan Subsidy App, where the subsidized items for the day were already displayed on the homepage. Roger W.S. King Series Rodbex 0406 watch. Subsidy price, 20 yuan. Cashback consumption card. Subsidy price, 99 yuan. Upon seeing today's subsidized items, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. The Roger W.S. King Series? A hint of astonishment flickered in his eyes. He was familiar with the Roger W.S. brand. It was a rising star in the watch industry, established only in 2001. While it seemed quite young compared to venerable brands like Patek Philippe and Vacheron Constantin, which boasted legacies of a century or two, in terms of quality and prestige, Roger W.S. was certainly not lacking. The King Series was one of Roger W.S.'s high-end collections. Copying the product name, Lin Mo quickly searched for it on his browser. The moment he saw the image of the watch, he gasped in awe. With a diameter of 45 millimeters, the case and crown were crafted from 18K rose gold, adorned with nearly 14 carats of rectangular cut diamonds. The overall appearance was understated yet exuded luxury. As for the price of this watch, it reached an astounding 2 million yuan. Gulp. Lin Mo swallowed hard, his eyes wide with disbelief. This price was utterly terrifying. After a moment of astonishment, he returned to the app and decisively chose to purchase it. Purchase successful. Item is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 3 hours. Please wait for your delivery. 3 hours? Lin Mo frowned slightly at this time frame. That seemed rather long. He muttered to himself and then shook his head. Well, 3 hours it is. With a slight sigh, Lin Mo turned his attention to another item. However, what did the cashback consumption card entail? With a sense of intrigue, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the cashback consumption card. He decided to buy it first without further thought. Purchase successful. Item is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 30 minutes. Please wait for your delivery. 30 minutes? He murmured quietly to himself. He continued to enjoy his breakfast. However, at that very moment, a text message banner suddenly popped up at the top of Lin Mo's phone screen. Your debit card ending in 9528 received 120,000 yuan on April 22nd at 8:18. Your balance after the transaction is 11,359,819 yuan. Startled by the sudden notification, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. At the same time, Manager Zhou from the real estate agency sent him a WeChat message. Upon glancing at it, Lin Mo quickly realized that 1/3 of his 120 rental properties had been leased out yesterday afternoon. After all, it was April, nearing the end of the spring recruitment season. and many new employees were beginning their jobs. Naturally, Lin Mo's properties, conveniently located near the subway station, were in high demand. Moreover, Manager Zhou assured him that within 3 days, the remaining one-third would also be rented out. Looking at the balance information on his phone, Lin Mo felt a mix of emotions. Confusion and complexity washed over him. Just yesterday, he had been fretting over financial concerns, and now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself with over $1 million in savings. The speed at which wealth was accumulating was indeed astonishing. Taking a deep breath, Lin Mo opened his Alipay app and transferred 200,000 yuan to his mother. Initially, he had intended to send half that amount, but unfortunately, there was a limit. Furthermore, transferring 500,000 yuan in one go would likely shock her. Nonetheless, even with this smaller sum, his mother was still taken aback. Shortly after the transfer, Lin Mo's phone rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was his mother. "Hello, Mom," he answered, concocting an excuse. "Son, why did you suddenly transfer me 200,000 yuan? Where did you get so much money?" His mother's anxious voice came through. After all, 200,000 yuan was a significant amount in their eyes. Chapter 11, I want it all. Hearing his mother's concerned words, Lin Mo chuckled and replied, "Mom, earlier this year, I started a small company with a friend. This 200,000 yuan is my share of the profits. I kept some for myself and sent you and Dad this amount to help improve your lives." Upon hearing this, his mother sighed in relief and responded, "I see. With this money, your dad and I can afford some things. I'll save this 200,000 yuan for you, to use when you get married in the future." Lin Mo could only smile helplessly as he continued chatting with his mother. They spoke for nearly 20 minutes before hanging up. At that moment, another notification appeared on Lin Mo's phone. Cashback card has been credited. For details, please check the item section. Stunned by the consecutive notifications, Lin Mo opened the app's item section. Upon entering, he discovered a sleek black card. Clicking on it revealed a detailed description, multiplicative cashback card. After use, the next purchase will yield cashback up to 10 times. Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Tenfold cashback on purchases. This was undoubtedly immensely beneficial for him at the moment. After contemplating for a moment, he glanced at the clock. It was only 8:30. With plenty of time until noon at 11:30, he examined his clothing and made up his mind. It was time to buy a few new outfits. Lin Mo was not one to be frugal. Now that he had money, acquiring several high-quality garments was not only necessary, but essential. Whether for personal use or for attending significant occasions in the future, a new wardrobe was imperative. Driving out, he made his way to the International Finance Square, one of the most prestigious shopping malls in the city. The place was filled with an array of high-end luxury brands. The crowd was sparse, and after a brief stroll, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the Armani store. Armani was among the most renowned luxury brands. Once inside the shop, Lin Mo's eyes lit up at the sight of the clothing, which suited his taste quite well. As he entered, a beautifully dressed sales associate approached him. "Good day, sir. Are you here to browse ready-to-wear, or are you interested in custom tailoring?" Despite Lin Mo's seemingly modest attire, the Armani staff maintained their professional demeanor. "I'm just looking at ready-to-wear," Lin Mo replied casually. After all, custom garments typically required at least 3 months to prepare, and he lacked the patience for such a wait. Moreover, Armani's ready-to-wear selection was quite impressive. "Very well, sir. What level of ready-to-wear are you interested in?" The Armani clothing line was classified into 6 tiers. The ultra-premium GA, the first tier AC, the quasi-first tier EA, the second tier AJ, Armani jeans, and the third tier EA7 and AX, Armani exchange. The GA series represented the pinnacle of men's ready-to-wear. The AC series focused on business attire, while the EA series leaned towards fashion, featuring slightly inferior materials but more affordable prices. For Lin Mo, money was no longer an issue. He promptly declared, "Let us start by looking at the GA range." "Certainly, sir. Please follow me," the sales associate said, leading Lin Mo to the ultra-premium GA section. Upon entering, he noticed a few other customers, who merely glanced at him before continuing to browse for their preferred items. Meanwhile, not far away, a middle-aged man, somewhat balding and adorned with a gold chain the thickness of a thumb, stood beside a rather acerbic young girl. Upon casting a glance at Lin Mo, she pinched her nose, a look of disdain etched across her face, and remarked, "How does your Armani conduct business? This fellow is dressed in mere street vendor merchandise, and yet you allow him entry?" The greasy middle-aged man erupted into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha, my dear, you must understand. Some people simply relish the pretense of affluence. They cannot afford Armani, yet insist on wandering about aimlessly. Should they inadvertently soil a garment? Whether they can compensate is another matter entirely. However, if you heed my words, dear Zhao, and ensure my amusement, I guarantee you'll never want for food or drink." "Ah, Zhao, how could you say such a thing? I will definitely listen to you. She laughed. All right then, once I acquire this garment, I shall treat you to a handbag. Zhao, the self-proclaimed greasy middle-aged man, laughed boisterously, his face radiating arrogance as he continuously belittled Lin Mo, speaking without a modicum of restraint, ensuring everyone around could hear him. This provoked considerable dissatisfaction among other customers, yet they remained silent after glancing at Lin Mo. The truth is, despite their outward expressions of discontent, they inwardly concurred with the middle-aged man's sentiments. After all, how could a nondescript lad possibly afford Armani? Or even high-end attire like GA, which costs upwards of 100,000 for a set? The mere thought seemed preposterous. Meanwhile, the young saleswoman beside Lin Mo felt a twinge of awkwardness and quickly assured, Sir, please rest assured. We at Armani are wholeheartedly dedicated to every customer. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, a surge of indignation bubbling within him. Was this rotund man unwell? Casting a frigid glance at the man, Lin Mo queried, What are the flagship items for your GA line this season? The saleswoman, hastily responding, said, Sir, how fortunate. The 7 pieces before you are our store's newly arrived flagship items for this season. Yet before she could elaborate, Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively, stating, Enough. Don't say another word. Wrap them up. I'll take them all. Chapter 12, Cashback. 5 million. The moment those words left his lips, everyone present was taken aback. Staring at Lin Mo in bewilderment, the saleswoman swallowed hard and asked, Sir, are you certain? The total for these 7 garments is approximately 810,000. 810,000. Lin Mo paused, contemplating. He estimated that around 930,000 remained on his card. Thus, purchasing these 7 garments would leave him with over 100,000 still available. In that case, he could afford 2 additional pairs of shoes. With this thought, he declared, Let us hold on for a moment. Instantly, a look of disdain crossed the faces of those around him, particularly the greasy middle-aged man, who scoffed, Looks like he is really getting into character. Does he truly believe himself to be a wealthy patron? Why is it that when it comes to money, he hesitates to pull out his card? The acerbic girl beside him wore a look of utter contempt. Being poor is one thing, but having the audacity to boast is another. Lin Mo, however, paid no heed to their derision. He merely retrieved his phone and opened the cashback card app, pointing to 2 pairs of black leather shoes displayed nearby. He calmly stated, Let us add those 2 pairs of shoes as well. It wouldn't be appropriate to buy clothes without shoes. With that, he produced his bank card and said, Let us proceed with the transaction. The saleswoman was left dumbfounded. A direct card payment? Initially, she thought Lin Mo was merely hesitating due to the price. Yet, to her astonishment, he deemed it inappropriate to buy clothing without shoes and intended to purchase all 7 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes. Bear in mind, the 7 outfits alone totaled 810,000. Adding the 2 pairs of shoes would push the total towards 900,000. Yet here was Lin Mo, resolutely prepared to swipe his card without a flicker of hesitation. Just how extravagant could he possibly be? Other customers were equally astonished. This seemingly unremarkable lad was genuinely preparing to make such a purchase? It's worth noting that while they could afford to shop here, none of them could manage to buy 7 flagship pieces in one go, let alone add 2 pairs of shoes costing 4,000 to 5,000 each. The greasy middle-aged man and the scornful girl exchanged smirks, sneering, What a preposterous display. Anyone can boast. I'll be keen to see how you handle it if you can't pay. The middle-aged man wore a mocking expression, gazing at Lin Mo with amusement. The saleswoman quietly reiterated, Sir, let me confirm once more. Are you indeed purchasing the 7 flagship items and 2 pairs of shoes? The total amount required is 913,000. Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly and responded, Yes, hurry up. I've been holding this card for half a minute. As soon as those words left his mouth, the saleswoman jolted to attention. Of course, sir. Please hold on, she exclaimed, swiftly retrieving the POS machine. The onlookers watched intently as the greasy middle-aged man's smirk deepened. I truly want to see how long you can keep this charade up. At that moment, Lin Mo's card had already been swiped through the POS machine, and after entering his password, a receipt slowly emerged amidst the hushed anticipation of the crowd. Silence. An unparalleled stillness enveloped the room as everyone stared, slack-jawed, at the unfolding scene, their minds racing with disbelief. He had actually succeeded in processing the payment. In an instant, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the space. At this moment, they all comprehended the reality. The youth before them, clad in what appeared to be mere street market attire, was, in fact, extraordinarily wealthy. He belonged to that exclusive echelon of individuals who could spend $1 million without so much as a blink. As for the brazen couple, they were utterly bewildered. Particularly the greasy middle-aged man, whose expression was fraught with embarrassment, as he had just earlier been most vociferous in his derision, continuously questioning Lin Mo's purchasing power, dismissing him as a mere pretender. Yet, the outcome spoke volumes. Reality had delivered a resounding slap to their faces. After all, it was no trifling matter to pluck 910,000 in one breath for a few outfits. Even he lacked the audacity to do such a thing. Yet here stood this young man, boldly doing just that. It became increasingly clear that the identity of this youth was of significant consequence. Panic surged within the greasy, middle-aged man's heart as he recalled his previous mockery of Lin Mo. In that fleeting moment, cold sweat began to cascade down his back. Meanwhile, the moment the order was finalized, the female sales associate was positively elated. A single order worth 910,000 would yield her a commission exceeding 10,000. From afar, other salespeople were seething with envy, regretting that this lucrative transaction hadn't fallen into their own hands. As for Lin Mo, a notification popped up on his phone. Congratulations, you've received 6 times cash back. In tandem with this notification, a message from the bank appeared. Your debit card ending in 9528 has received a deposit of 5,478,000 on April 22nd at 9:11 a.m. Your balance after the transaction is 55,009,819 yuan. Upon viewing this information, Lin Mo's spirits soared with exhilaration. 6-fold cash back. Over 5 million in returned funds. This meant that his expenditure had not only incurred no loss, but had netted him a profit exceeding 400,000. Swallowing hard, Lin Mo's excitement was palpable as he cast a sidelong glance at the greasy middle-aged man, his eyes narrowing slightly. Feeling Lin Mo's gaze upon him, the middle-aged man was immediately drenched in cold sweat. Chapter 13. An unexpected encounter with Sun Fu at Tanggu Restaurant. Feeling the weight of Lin Mo's stare, the portly, greasy man was engulfed in a chill. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Looking at Lin Mo, his smile was more akin to a grimace than anything resembling joy. After all, he had just about managed to offend Lin Mo terribly. At this moment, despair and regret filled his heart. Why had he so carelessly belittled Lin Mo? With a bitter smile, the middle-aged man hurried over to Lin Mo and said, "My friend, just now." Before he could finish, Lin Mo waved him off, speaking in a tone dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, please, how could a mere pauper like me ever be worthy of your friendship?" The words fell, and the man's face flushed crimson. A pauper? A pauper? His statement was clearly an unwillingness to forgive him, further humiliating himself. Just as he was about to retort, a voice emerged from nearby. "Oh, Mr. Lin?" Upon hearing this voice, Lin Mo looked up. "Mr. Sun," he replied with a smile, recognizing the visitor as none other than Sun Fu, whom he had encountered the previous afternoon at Villa Number 2. "Mr. Lin, are you here to shop for clothes?" Sun Fu inquired. "Yes, I'm just picking up a few outfits for everyday wear," Lin Mo replied, gesturing toward the clothes and shoes being packed. Sun Fu glanced at the items and felt a sharp twinge of disbelief. With his discerning eye, he recognized that the clothes being packed were undoubtedly this season's flagship pieces from Armani, each priced well over 100,000. Yet, Lin Mo casually referred to them as mere outfits for changing. Even his own daughter would hesitate to indulge in such extravagance. But upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. After all, this was a man willing to spend 600 million on a villa, so he surely wasn't short on funds. With this thought, Sun Fu felt a wave of relief wash over him. Meanwhile, the greasy middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up. Brother Sun. Hearing this, Sun Fu turned to regard the middle-aged man. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, "You are Zhao?" Indeed, the middle-aged man was recognized as a supplier to his company. "Mr. Sun, is this your acquaintance?" Sun Fu glanced at Lin Mo, noting the subtle smirk on his face. Suddenly, it dawned on him. This Zhao Ming must have just grievously offended Lin Mo. Instantly, he straightened, saying, "Not at all. I am not acquainted with him in the least." He then addressed the middle-aged man. "Who are you? Please refrain from making assumptions." "No, Mr. Sun, I am Zhao Ming, from Fuming Cement. We met at your company's supplier banquet." Upon hearing this, Sun Fu felt a surge of anger. Was this man a fool? He coldly replied, "Fuming Cement? I'm afraid I've never heard of it. It seems anyone can claim to be our company's supplier these days. I shall have to ensure a thorough review of our partnerships when I return to the office." Afterward, he turned to Lin Mo with a smile, saying, "Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand. I assure you, I am not familiar with this individual." To this, Lin Mo merely smiled in response. "Well then, that's a matter for your company to resolve. It has no bearing on me. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." With that, Lin Mo prepared to depart, leaving behind his shopping bags. The Armani representative, too, had someone carry his belongings and assist him to the car. As Lin Mo departed, Sun Fu finally sported a cold expression. He turned to Zhao Ming behind him and remarked, "You dare offend Mr. Lin? It seems you are eager to court disaster." You should tread carefully from now on. With that, Sun Fu left without a backward glance. Zhao Ming remained rooted to the spot. Feeling as if he had been plunged into an icy abyss, a chill enveloped him. The demeanor of Sun Fu indicated that this young man was someone even he dared not provoke. And yet, he had managed to do just that. In that moment, a realization dawned upon him. His fate was sealed. Meanwhile, the elegantly dressed woman beside him was also flustered. She hurriedly approached him. Zhao Gu, what should we do now? Zhao Ming, fraught with anxiety, glared at her. In his heart, resentment brewed. If it weren't for her, how could he have offended Lin Mo? Without hesitation, he slapped her across the face, exclaiming, "Get lost, you worthless wretch. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have crossed paths with Mr. Lin." Those who had been observing the entire scene were now engulfed in astonishment. They had never anticipated that the young man they had dismissed as a mere pauper would possess such a formidable identity. Sun Fu was well known among them. He was the vice president of the prestigious Dingxin Group, a company that ranked among the top 10 in the metropolis. Even someone of Sun Fu's stature treated Lin Mo with utmost deference. What, then, could be the true identity of that young man? In an instant, many began to speculate. As for Lin Mo, he remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama. At that moment, he was busy stowing his shopping bag in the front trunk. Subsequently, he purchased a bottle of cologne and 2 collar stays at the Guojin Center. He then pressed the accelerator, heading straight for Dongjiao No. 1. Time was still on his side. It was evident that going directly to Tanggu was not the most prudent course of action. After returning home, he took a refreshing shower, styled his hair to appear more mature, and donned a sharp suit. Concealed within the depths of his collar were the golden collar stays. As time passed, he transformed into a man whose collar was complemented by gold. Once he was ready, he glanced at his phone. The time was just right. He then drove directly to the Pujiang Tanggu. Half an hour later, at the Tanggu parking lot, the sight of a Porsche 911 GT 198 approaching sent a jolt through the security guard. As a guard at a high-end restaurant, he may not have recognized the vehicle, but its sleek design told him it was far from ordinary. He quickly approached to assist Lin Mo, guiding the car into a prime parking space. With utmost respect, he opened the car door for him. At that moment, not far from the parking lot, 2 elegantly dressed women took notice. One of them spoke, "Lily, look over there." Hearing this, the other, a young woman adorned with light makeup and clad in a pleated skirt, turned her head to look. "Is that Lin Mo?" she asked in surprise. "Yes, but I thought he came from a rural background," the other replied. "Yet I just saw him step out of that Porsche." Zhao Simon chimed in. "Hey, do you think Lin Mo might be kept by a wealthy woman? After all, he is quite handsome." Upon hearing this, Qian Lily's gaze fell upon the Porsche, and she felt an overwhelming shock. Shaking her head, she countered, "Don't be ridiculous. Perhaps he has simply always been low-key." Unlike Zhao Simon, who lacked worldly experience, she could discern that the Porsche was no ordinary vehicle. Its design suggested it was likely a limited edition. Furthermore, if she wasn't mistaken, the suit Lin Mo wore was a seasonal flagship from Armani's GA line, starting at a price of no less than 100,000. Given the combination of a limited edition Porsche alongside an Armani suit worth at least 100,000, could he really be supported by a wealthy woman? What kind of affluent woman could afford such extravagance? Thus, she began to believe that Lin Mo had merely been modest until now, and with the collapse of his company, he was no longer concealing his true identity as a wealthy heir. Curiosity bubbled within Qian Lily, and a playful smile graced her lips. "Simon, let us head upstairs," she suggested. "All right," Zhao Simon agreed, and the two made their way to the upper levels. At this time, Lin Mo had taken out a few crisp red banknotes from his pocket and handed them to the security guard. "Please keep an eye on the car. I don't want it scratched." "Certainly, sir," the guard replied, his face beaming with a smile. Nodding fervently, he watched as Lin Mo walked away. After counting the bills, the guard gasped in astonishment. Such generosity, 1,500. That was nearly a week's salary for him. With such lavishness, it was no wonder Lin Mo could afford a Porsche. Murmuring to himself, the guard's admiration for Lin Mo only grew. Meanwhile, Lin Mo approached the entrance of Tanggu. As he stepped inside, his phone rang. Checking the screen, he noticed it was an unfamiliar number. Upon answering, a respectful voice greeted him. "This is the Roger Dubuis boutique. May I speak with Mr. Lin Mo?" "Yes, it's me," Lin Mo replied. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I'm Zhou Siming, the store manager. The Roger Dubuis King Series Rodbex 0406 watch you ordered has arrived. May I ask where you are so I can deliver it to you?" "I am at the Pujiang Tanggu restaurant, in the Rose Hall on the 2nd floor." "Excellent. We are not far from your location. I can be there in 10 minutes. "Thank you, Manager Zhou. It's no trouble at all. It's our duty." After concluding the call, Lin Mo stepped into the elevator, heading straight for the 2nd floor, Rose Hall. At this moment, the attendees were nearly all present. "Oh, Lin Mo has arrived," exclaimed Fong Hong, the group leader seated nearby. Everyone had come quite early. Lin Mo, with a light chuckle, greeted the others. As he settled into his seat, the restaurant commenced serving the dishes. Just then, the door to the private room swung open once more. A youth with slicked-back hair strode in briskly. Upon entering, he announced loudly, "My sincere apologies. Brothers, I'm truly sorry for my tardiness. I encountered some traffic." While speaking, the young man found a seat and tossed a set of BMW car keys onto the table. He exuded a carefree demeanor, a smile gracing his face. "Oh, manager's son has upgraded his vehicle." At that moment, all eyes gravitated towards the BMW keys. "Oh, you won't believe it. I just secured a position as the deputy financial director at Greentown Group. So, I treated myself to a BMW X7, Sun Xiao stated nonchalantly. Following this revelation, a collective gasp resonated among the attendees. Greentown Group, that's a major corporation in our metropolis. Goodness, manager's son, no, director's son has actually landed the deputy director role. Impressive. And he even acquired a BMW X7. Cheers to you, brother son. In an instant, many began to shower him with compliments and raise their glasses in salute. Sun Xiao, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "Haha, thank you everyone. Honestly, being a deputy director isn't a walk in the park. And truthfully, the pay isn't that great." As he spoke, he intentionally rolled up his sleeve, revealing a uniquely designed watch peeking out. "Oh, brother son, is that a Roger Dubuis on your wrist?" Suddenly, a keen observer recognized the timepiece. Instantly, all eyes shifted to the Roger Dubuis. Brother son is truly understated. I almost missed this exquisite Roger Dubuis. Wow, that watch must have cost a fortune. Sun Zhao's face was adorned with a broad smile as he replied, "Oh, it's not worth much. This Roger Dubuis is merely an entry-level model from the Excalibur series, priced at just over 100,000. Following his statement, a wave of envious murmurs erupted. "Wow, brother son, you're really living it up. Just a little over 100,000? I'd have to forego food and drink for a year to afford that." The admiration for Sun Xiao was palpable, as many cast envious glances his way. Sun Xiao's expression was one of smugness, yet he feigned nonchalance as he continued, "Oh, that is nothing. Let me tell you. I know a staff member at Roger Dubuis who told me last night about a mysterious tycoon who has ordered a watch worth 4 million. Chapter 15. Mr. Lin, your watch has arrived." The moment those words were uttered, everyone perked up, eager to listen. This enigmatic tycoon was said to have commissioned a watch valued at 4 million. After this revelation, a collective gasp echoed in the room. A watch worth 4 million. Goodness, how long would I have to go without eating or drinking to afford that? Wealthy individuals are indeed affluent, purchasing a watch for over 4 million. However, brother son isn't doing too shabby either. He is already a deputy director. It's likely he won't remain a deputy for long. At that point, buying a watch would be a breeze. Hearing this flattery, Sun Xiao laughed heartily. Casting a glance at Qian Lily seated nearby, his ostentatious display aimed to pique her interest. After all, Qian Lily was undeniably the belle of their company. However, when he looked toward her, he found that she was entirely oblivious to him, her gaze fixed instead on Lin Mo across the table. Instantly, Sun Zhao's expression darkened. Glancing at Lin Mo's handsome visage, an inexplicable surge of jealousy welled up within him. This guy, isn't he just a tad more attractive and taller than me? Why does he capture the attention of women so effortlessly? He then remarked, "Hey, Lin, if I'm not mistaken, your professional skills are quite impressive. Being a graduate of a prestigious university. So, have you found a suitable new job yet?" "Thank you for your concern, manager's son, but I haven't secured anything yet." Lin Mo replied with a calm demeanor. Upon hearing Lin Mo's response, Sun Xiao's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Oh, I see. Young people should avoid aiming too high. How about this? Greentown Group is currently in need of a few security guards. You, being a young lad, might be quite suitable for the role. Why not give it a shot?" It was a blatant mockery. At that moment, many nearby fell silent, their expressions betraying amusement at the scene unfolding. Qian Lily, who was aware of Lin Mo's true circumstances, watched the exchange with keen interest. Lin Mo, however, maintained an air of tranquility, responding in a composed manner. "No need for that. I still have some spare funds and plan to try my hand at a small business." To be frank, in Lin Mo's eyes, Sun Xiao was nothing more than a clown. Were it not for their past as colleagues, he would have walked away long ago. However, Sun Xiao scoffed at Lin Mo's words. Having been Lin Mo's colleague for a year, he was well aware of Lin Mo's financial situation. Some spare funds to start a small business? Huh. Just then, Sun Xiao's gaze sharpened. He suddenly noticed that Lin Mo was wearing a full Armani ensemble. Can Lin Mo really afford Armani? Sun Xiao was utterly incredulous. It must be a counterfeit. Immediately, he responded in a sarcastic tone. "Oh, Lin Mo, that Armani outfit you're wearing looks rather convincing. Where did you manage to find such high-quality knockoffs?" Knockoffs. Instantly, the others were taken aback. They turned their attention to Lin Mo's attire. Previously, they hadn't really paid attention to what Lin Mo was wearing, as he was often associated with discount brands. However, now, spurred by Sun Zhao's comment, they began to take notice. In an instant, Lin Mo's expression turned peculiar, tinged with disdain. After all, if one cannot afford branded items, it is acceptable to forego them, and no one would mock you for it. But to don counterfeit goods? Huh. As for Lin Mo, a flicker of anger ignited within him. Being provoked by an ant once might not incite rage. However, when provoked repeatedly, failing to retaliate would undeniably betray his character. Just as he prepared to utter a response, a sudden burst of laughter erupted. Everyone turned to look. Zhao Simon, what is so amusing? Sun Xiao inquired, her brow furrowed. Oh dear, I can hardly contain myself. What am I laughing at? I'm laughing at your sheer ignorance. Does Lin Mo really need to wear fakes? After all, he is a wealthy second-generation heir who can afford a Porsche. How could you even think otherwise? Zhao Simon laughed heartily. Upon hearing her words, the room fell into a profound silence. Every face wore a mask of bewilderment, shock evident in their expressions. Lin Mo is a wealthy heir? He drives a Porsche? This must be a joke. How could a person who could afford a Porsche come to work at their company, dressed in cheap goods from discount sites? This was simply implausible. As for Sun Xiao, she too was rendered speechless, her gaze towards Lin Mo now imbued with incredulity. Gritting her teeth, she declared, impossible. It must be a lie. You've certainly been duped by this fellow. How could he possibly afford a Porsche? It must be rented. Absolutely rented. With this thought, Sun Xiao gradually convinced herself of this reasoning. Heh, I never expected you to be such a hypocrite, Lin Mo. Wearing a full set of Armani is one thing. But renting a Porsche? Heh, it seems you truly have spent a fortune. At this, Qian Lily and Zhao Simon exchanged increasingly peculiar glances. Lin Mo merely shook his head, letting out a soft sigh within. Just as he was about to debunk Sun Zhao's claims, the door to the private room swung open. In walked Zhou Siming, the manager of Roger Dubuis, carrying a bag. Everyone stared at Zhou Siming, momentarily stunned. Sun Zhao's eyes lit up, and she hurried to her feet, greeting him with a smile. Manager Zhou, what brings you here? Seeing Sun Xiao stand, Zhou Siming paid her little mind, responding calmly, Oh, I'm here to deliver a watch to one of our VIP clients. VIP client? Sun Xiao was taken aback. She knew well that to be a VIP client of Roger Dubuis, one must purchase a watch worth at least $1 million. But was there anyone present who could afford $1 million watch? Manager Zhou, have you made a mistake? There is no one here who can afford $1 million watch. Mistake? Huh. Zhou Siming shook his head with a smile, then took a few steps toward Lin Mo. With utmost respect, he presented the bag, saying, Mr. Lin, your watch has arrived. Chapter 16, Utter Shock. Silence. A deathly stillness enveloped the room. Everyone wore expressions of disbelief, gazing incredulously at Lin Mo. A VIP client of Roger Dubuis, Lin Mo? This must be a misunderstanding. Wasn't he the one who only wore cheap knockoffs? How could he be a VIP client of Roger Dubuis? At that moment, Zhao Simon's mouth gaped open in astonishment. Meanwhile, Qian Lily felt a stir of curiosity. As for Sun Xiao, she muttered repeatedly, Impossible, fake, it must be fake. He wears counterfeit Armani. How could he possibly be a VIP client of Roger Dubuis? This must be a mistake. After her words fell, Zhou Siming's expression turned icy. He then addressed Sun Xiao, saying, Sir, are you questioning our establishment's credibility? Mr. Lin is indeed one of our esteemed VIP clients. In fact, he is our top-tier VIP client. The watch he ordered is the prestigious Rodbex 0406, valued at $2 million. Boom. Those words detonated like thunder. $2 million. The Roger Dubuis Rodbex 0406 watch. With this revelation, Sun Xiao stared at Lin Mo, utterly flabbergasted. Meanwhile, Lin Mo, under the gaze of everyone, leisurely retrieved the exquisitely packaged box and opened it, slipping the watch onto his wrist. As she beheld the massive timepiece, Sun Zhao's face burned with humiliation, as though she had been soundly slapped. Reflecting on her earlier boast about the mysterious wealthy individual who purchased a $2 million watch, and her prior attempts to flaunt her own lesser Roger Dubuis watch in front of Lin Mo, she felt like a mere clown, ridiculously absurd. At that moment, someone nearby exclaimed, Wait, a $2 million watch. Didn't Sun Xiao just say there was a mysterious wealthy client who bought a $2 million watch? Could that mysterious client be, oh my god, could that watch be Lin Go's? He truly is low-key, unlike certain individuals who, after getting a promotion and a new car, can't stop flaunting. Look at Lin Go, who bought a watch worth over $4 million without ostentation. Amidst this exchange, Sun Xiao was left utterly humiliated. Meanwhile, Qian Lily took a sip of juice and smiled. By the way, Manager Sun, You previously claimed Lin Mo's Armani was counterfeit. In truth, it is genuine. This entire outfit is the latest high-end collection from Armani, worth 100,000. As for his Porsche being rented, that is even more absurd. Lin Mo's Porsche is a limited edition supercar. I truly can't fathom who would rent out a limited edition sports car. With these words, Sun Xiao was left dumbfounded, her face burning with embarrassment. At this moment, she was utterly mortified. It dawned upon her. Why is it that whenever I mention Lin Mo, Lily looks at me as if I am a fool? It turns out she is merely observing me being played for a fool. As for Manager Zhou, he is currently gasping in astonishment. A limited edition Porsche. From what he knows, a limited edition Porsche is worth at least tens of millions. Moreover, acquiring such a vehicle is not merely a matter of having money. Instantly, his regard for Lin Mo has heightened significantly. Meanwhile, Lin Mo is somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that Lily would see him arriving in his car. However, he simply smiled at this. He then turned to Manager Zhou and said, "Thank you for making this special trip for me. If I wish to purchase another watch in the future, I will still seek your assistance." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Manager Zhou was filled with delight. He hastily replied, "Not a bother at all. It is my honor to serve you, Mr. Lin. I shall not disturb you further." After bowing slightly, Manager Zhou swiftly departed. With his exit, the atmosphere in the restaurant grew increasingly peculiar. Sun Xiao felt a burning embarrassment on her face. After stating she felt unwell, she quickly grabbed her car keys and left. After all, she truly could not bear to remain there any longer. Once Sun Xiao had departed, the colleagues who had surrounded her promptly flocked to offer their compliments to Lin Mo. Observing these individuals, Lin Mo smiled, shaking his head inwardly. People truly are so genuine. Previously, when I did not display any wealth, they treated me with indifference. And now, the moment they see my affluence, they are all rushing to flatter me. Following a round of toasts, the farewell dinner concluded. After finishing the meal and settling the bill, Lin Mo proceeded to the parking lot. Upon arrival, however, he encountered a dilemma. Having consumed some alcohol, it was clear he could not drive home. Additionally, he doubted he could call a chauffeur for his car. After all, an 80 million Porsche. Even if he summoned a driver, they would likely hesitate to take the wheel. Deciding it best to leave the car here and return tomorrow, Lin Mo shook his head, resolving the matter. Just then, a voice called out from behind him. Lin Mo. Hearing this voice, Lin Mo turned around to see Lily approaching gracefully. He smiled and asked, "What brings the stunning Qian to me?" Lily's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully retorted, "Smooth talker." She then glanced at Lin Mo's Porsche and continued, "I saw you had a drink and can't drive, so why not ride with me?" Taken aback by her suggestion, Lin Mo smiled and replied, "Since the beautiful Qian has extended such a gracious invitation, I shall not refuse." Lily rolled her eyes and said, "My car isn't as good as yours, so don't be picky." After speaking, she led Lin Mo to a Maserati Quattroporte, opened the door, and said, "Get in." Hearing this, Lin Mo was secretly astonished. He hadn't realized before at the office that Lily was quite affluent herself. Chapter 17, not too pricey, merely around 80 million. Once inside the car, Lin Mo noticed another person sitting in the front passenger seat. "Hee, Lin Mo, you're here." Zhao Simon beamed at him from the front. She then glanced at Lily and said, "Lily, should I get out and leave you two alone?" Upon hearing this, Lily's face turned red as she exclaimed, "Don't say such things." Zhao Simon burst into laughter. Meanwhile, Lily turned to Lin Mo and asked, "By the way, where do you live?" "Oh, at East Suburb Number 1, Building 1, Lin Mo replied from the back seat. Zhao Simon's eyes widened in surprise. "Wow, you live at East Suburb Number 1. That's one of the most expensive villa areas in the city." "Haha, it's just okay," Lin Mo chuckled. However, Lily was somewhat taken aback. Glancing through the rearview mirror at Lin Mo, her gaze was filled with astonishment. Unlike Zhao Simon, she understood the significance of living in Building 1 of East Suburb No. 1. Though news had spread within the upper echelons of the city about a new resident at East Suburb Number 1, the identity of the occupant remained a mystery. Little did Lily expect that the owner of that villa was Lin Mo. Zhao Simon then continued, "Oh, by the way, I saw your sports car is a Porsche. What model is it?" "That car? It's a 911 GT 198, just a vehicle for commuting," Lin Mo replied with a smile, waving his hand dismissively. Hearing this, Zhao Simon began searching on her phone while casually asking, "What model is that? How much does it cost?" Lin Mo smiled and, after a moment of reflection, said, "Not much, just around 80 million. Snap. Instantly, Zhao Simon's phone slipped from her grasp. She stared at Lin Mo in disbelief. Not much. A vehicle for commuting? Even Lily beside her felt her eyelids twitch violently. Is this what they call humble bragging? Consequently, both Lily and Zhao Simon fell silent. After about 20 minutes, they arrived at the entrance of East Suburb Number 1. Shall we go in for a visit? Lin Mo smiled as he spoke. Qian Lily hesitated. Zhao Simon, however, cheerfully chimed in. Hee, Lily, why don't we go in for a bit? Hearing this, Qian Lily nodded and said, then let us not impose. With that, the vehicle entered the villa area. As they drove along, they soon reached the front of Building 1. Gazing at the villa before them, Zhao Simon's eyes lit up. Wow, Lin Mo, your villa is so large. It must have cost a fortune. I remember this villa was listed at 600 million, Lin Mo replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Simon's mouth dropped open in shock. It was nearly large enough to fit a bottle of soda. Her eyes radiated with intense admiration as she gazed at Lin Mo, inwardly cursing the vile nature of capitalism. Beside her, Qian Lily, although well aware of the significant value of this villa, could not help but feel a sense of awe upon witnessing its grandeur in person. 600 million. This villa is truly worth every penny. Lin Mo could not suppress a smile at this thought. Indeed, no matter how one looked at it, the villa was a sound investment. After all, he had acquired it for a mere token sum. Soon after, the three of them entered the house. Upon entering, Lin Mo served tea to both of his guests. Zhao Simon then exclaimed with glee, Hee, Lin Mo, Lily and I are going to explore your villa now. All right, by the way, have you both had enough to eat for lunch? Lin Mo inquired, nodding his head. To be honest, he had not eaten much during lunch. The Tango restaurant, despite being a top-tier establishment, was notorious for its exorbitant prices and meager portions. Coupled with the fact that he had been surrounded by a group of people toasting him, Lin Mo had barely touched his food, though he had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. Qian Lily replied, Yes, I didn't eat much at all for lunch. Well then, you and Simon go ahead and explore. I'll prepare something for you to eat shortly, Lin Mo said. Upon hearing his words, Qian Lily's face turned a shade of crimson. What's wrong? Why are you blushing? Is it too hot? Lin Mo asked, bewildered, before picking up the air conditioner remote. Let me lower the temperature a bit, he remarked, adjusting the central air conditioning to a cool 20 degrees. He continued, just so you know, I haven't prepared much food at home. The fridge mostly has instant noodles. As for drinks, they're all chilled. Can you manage that? It was only then that Qian Lily realized she had misinterpreted his words. She quickly nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. Yes, that is fine. Good, Lin Mo responded, heading towards the kitchen. Meanwhile, Zhao Simon took Qian Lily by the hand, excitedly exploring the villa. To call it an adventure might be an exaggeration, but delightful surprises were certainly in abundance. A small library filled with books, a luxurious home theater, a spacious piano room, and a top-notch KTV lounge, all prompted the two women to express their amazement. As time passed, about 20 minutes later, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Hearing the commotion, Lin Mo immediately turned off the stove and rushed to the backyard. Upon arrival, he found Zhao Simon beaming with excitement. Turning at the sound of his footsteps, she exclaimed, Lin Mo, your outdoor swimming pool is enormous. Lin Mo's lips twitched at her words. You nearly scared me to death. I thought something had happened to you. All right, the noodles are ready. Come and eat while it's hot. After the three of them finished their meal, Lin Mo loaded the bowls and pots into the dishwasher before guiding the two women on another tour of the house. It wasn't until around 5 in the afternoon that the two ladies took their leave. After bidding them farewell, Lin Mo settled in at home to play some video games. After a workout later that night, he checked his phone precisely at midnight. Upon opening the app, the items had refreshed. Second generation Dahong Pao, £3. Subsidized price, 99. As he gazed at the listing, Lin Mo's breath hitched in his throat. The second generation Dahong Pao. He was well aware of what this was. The term referred to the leaves from the second generation Dahong Pao trees, grafted from the 3 mother trees. The mother trees were now protected and no longer harvested, causing the price of the second generation leaves to skyrocket, over 10,000 yuan per gram. Thus, 3 pounds of this exquisite tea amounted to an astonishing 15 million yuan. What a treasure, Lin Mo murmured to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he purchased it. Purchase successful. The notification read, item is being delivered, expected delivery time, 6 hours. Please wait for your delivery. Nodding at the message on his phone, Lin Mo turned off his device and went to sleep. The night passed swiftly, and soon it was 8:30 the next morning. After stretching and getting out of bed, he made his way downstairs and spotted a large cardboard box on the coffee table. Pausing in surprise, he quickly approached and opened it. Inside were 30 jars of 50 grams of Dahong Pao tea. As he opened one jar, a rich aroma of tea wafted through the air. Truly, this was second generation Dahong Pao. After brewing a cup and savoring a sip, Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with delight. What a remarkable tea, he thought to himself, selecting another box to take to villa number 2. After all, the owner of that villa had gifted him a 330,000 yuan bottle of 1990 candy wine. He couldn't possibly accept a gift without reciprocating. After setting aside a box for himself to entertain guests, he stored the rest in the pantry. At 9 o'clock, Lin Mo took the tea and arrived at the entrance of Villa Number 2. He rang the doorbell, and upon the door opening, he was greeted by a beaming Sun Fu. "Ah, Mr. Lin, what brings you here? Please come in." Once inside, Lin Mo placed the tea on the table and smiled. "Mr. Sun, the wine you sent was delightful. I thoroughly enjoyed it. I just received some exquisite tea and thought to bring some over." "I wasn't sure if you drink tea." Sun Fu nodded eagerly. "Of course I drink tea." Haha. He then brought over 2 cups of tea, and as he set them down, he noticed the red tea jars, his eyes widening in astonishment upon seeing them. Then, trembling with astonishment, he exclaimed, "Mr. Lin, is this tea the second generation De Hong Pao?" "Indeed, it is the second generation De Hong Pao," Lin Mo replied with an air of calmness. Observing Lin Mo's composed demeanor, Sun Fu felt an overwhelming shock in his heart. As an aficionado of tea, he was well aware of the immense value of this second generation De Hong Pao. While the market price is 10,000 yuan per gram, its limited production has led to a market inflation, soaring to nearly 15,000 yuan per gram. This implies that the jar of tea in Lin Mo's possession is worth at least 750,000 yuan. Thus, his astonishment was entirely justified. How could Lin Mo possibly present such an esteemed tea as a mere token of gratitude, as if it were an inconsequential trinket? Who exactly is Lin Mo to possess such wealth? Sun Fu cleared his throat and shook his head, saying, "Mr. Lin, this tea is far too precious. I cannot accept it. It's nothing remarkable. And besides, we are neighbors. Just accept it." Lin Mo smiled and replied. At these words, Sun Fu's eyelids twitched violently. Not anything remarkable. A tea worth 70 to 80,000 yuan is deemed insignificant? Were it not for Lin Mo's distinguished status, Sun Fu might have already lost his composure. Nevertheless, he maintained a smile and said, "Ah, Mr. Lin, you truly are too courteous. However, the second generation De Hong Pao has indeed appreciated to 15,000 yuan per gram. If you are willing to part with it, I would be interested in purchasing." Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback by this statement. He had initially thought the De Hong Pao was priced at 11,000 per gram, only to discover it had risen to 15,000. This means that this box alone is worth 750,000 yuan. Furthermore, he had 28 unopened boxes of this grade of tea at home. Gasping inwardly, Lin Mo realized that his 28 boxes are worth at least 21 million yuan. As his thoughts raced, a new idea formed in his mind. With an unperturbed expression, he calmly stated, "Oh, Mr. Sun, there is no need for formality. I have several boxes at home, and I cannot possibly consume them all. I am even contemplating whether to use this tea to make tea eggs." Lin Mo waved his hand nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Sun Fu's mind was in a frenzy. Is this man serious? Using second-generation De Hong Pao to make tea eggs? Such extravagance. It is utterly wasteful. Taking a deep breath, Sun Fu looked at Lin Mo with fervent eyes, swallowing hard, and asked, "Mr. Lin, may I inquire how many boxes of second-generation De Hong Pao you possess?" Lin Mo pondered briefly before replying, "I can't recall exactly, but I have at least 10 boxes. At least 10 boxes. Sun Fu swallowed again, his heart racing. In his line of work, he had indeed encountered numerous fine items, yet the second-generation De Hong Pao was exceedingly rare. Even he had seldom seen it. But now, Lin Mo had at least 10 boxes in his possession, which amounts to over a kilogram. This revelation left Sun Fu momentarily speechless. However, he harbored no doubts about Lin Mo's words. After all, in his eyes, Lin Mo was a person of distinction. Driving a luxury car and residing in a villa, there was no need for him to lie about such trivial matters. Then, Sun Fu cautiously inquired, "Might I ask if you would consider selling those second-generation De Hong Pao?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's heart soared with joy. The bait had been taken. At this moment, Lin Mo felt elated, though he maintained an impassive facade, feigning indifference as he waved his hand, saying, "Oh, why buy? I was planning to use it for tea eggs. If you like it, just come and take some. It's not worth much anyway." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Sun Fu felt as though he might choke. Planning to use it for tea eggs? 10 jars are worth at least 700,000 yuan. Is that not worth anything? What kind of wealthy man is he? This is absurd. However, the notion of simply taking them was completely unexpected for Sun Fu. After all, where in the world do free lunches exist? Business is business. Thus, Sun Fu shook his head and said, "If Mr. Lin is willing to part with them, I would genuinely like to purchase a few jars." Lin Mo maintained an air of nonchalance, shrugging his shoulders as he replied, "Well, then shall we discuss it?" Following some discussion, they soon finalized the purchasing contract. Each jar of tea would be sold for 750,000 yuan, with Sun Fu heading upstairs to report to someone before they proceeded to Lin Mo's residence. The 10 jars of tea were lined up neatly on the table. Taking a deep breath, Sun Fu said, "Mr. Lin, If everything is in order, shall we sign the contract? After glancing at the contract, he suddenly exclaimed, "Wait, there appears to be an issue with this contract." An issue? Sun Fu was momentarily taken aback, only to hear Lin Mo point to the contract and say, "The amount listed here is incorrect." Upon hearing this, Sun Fu's smile froze. What does he mean? Is Lin Mo planning to raise the price unexpectedly? However, if the other party truly intended to raise the price, Sun Fu felt he would have no recourse. "Mr. Lin, is there a problem with the price?" Lin Mo merely smiled and said, "You have written 11 jars here, but I am actually selling you only 10 jars, so the price is inflated." Sun Fu was momentarily stunned. A gift of 1 jar? He was somewhat dazed before smiling and praising, "Mr. Lin, you have great vision. I consider myself fortunate in this matter. Should you ever need anything, do not hesitate to let me know. No need for such formality, brother Sun. We are neighbors. There is no need to speak of favors. Indeed, good neighbors." They both laughed heartily. Subsequently, with a minor amendment to the contract, Lin Mo signed it directly, and Sun Fu wasted no time in transferring the funds. 5 million. In less than half a minute, the money was transferred. After exchanging a few words with Lin Mo, Sun Fu returned to his villa, bearing 10 canisters of tea. Upon entering the villa, he was greeted by a young lady seated on the sofa. Instantly, Sun Fu's demeanor transformed into one of utmost respect. The young lady nodded slightly and inquired, "Was the transaction smooth?" Indeed, Mr. Lin's casual generosity yielded 11 boxes of exquisite second-generation Dongjiao, Sun Fu replied. Hearing this, the young lady nodded thoughtfully, her eyes glinting with curiosity. "What of the other party's identity? Did you glean any insights?" Sun Fu shook his head, expressing his embarrassment. "Regrettably, I only know that he hails from Luzhou. Judging by his conduct, however, I suspect his standing is far beyond what we initially imagined. When I merely introduced myself as a steward, he regarded me as his equal. Moreover, he accepted a bottle of our wine valued at around 300,000, only to reciprocate with 75 million worth of tea. Such magnanimity is not characteristic of an ordinary household." Sun Fu immediately shared his observations. The young lady listened in silence, savoring her tea, a smile gradually forming at the corners of her mouth. "Intriguing. It appears Lin Mo is quite the formidable figure." With a light chuckle, she added, "Send some to our partners. Also, set aside 3 boxes. I wish to present them to my father for his 70th birthday." Upon hearing this, Sun Fu nodded gently. "Understood. Mississippi additionally, take 1 box for yourself." At this, Sun Fu's eyes lit up, a broad smile spreading across his face. "Thank you, miss." Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained oblivious to the happenings at Villa 2. He stared at the balance notification on his phone in a daze. 13 million. A staggering 13 million balance. Had he truly become a millionaire? Lin Mo felt bewildered. He had merely intended to reciprocate a gesture, yet in doing so, he inadvertently earned 750,000, inflating his bank balance to an astonishing 13 million. All of this from a mere expenditure of 99 to acquire 3 pounds of second-generation Dongjiao. The speed and profit of this venture were utterly ludicrous, surpassing even that of a bank heist. Moreover, he still had 18 boxes stored in his warehouse. These boxes were not for sale, not because Lin Mo was unwilling, but rather because he could not afford to sell them. Firstly, rarity begets value. Second-generation Dongjiao was already a scarce commodity, and selling 10 boxes was the maximum he could manage. If he were to sell the remaining 18 boxes, while he might profit, the price would certainly not hold at 15,000 per gram. Secondly, he had now ascended into the upper echelons of society, whether entertaining guests or visiting relatives. One ought to bring something of substance, and second-generation Dongjiao would certainly bolster his reputation and facilitate future dealings. Thirdly, and most importantly, his father adored tea. With this newfound wealth, Lin Mo felt assured that, in the near future, once the funds from his rental properties were fully processed, his bank balance would likely increase further. He chuckled softly to himself, pondering Sun Fu's identity, which seemed to transcend that of a mere steward. As he stroked his chin in contemplation, Lin Mo began to reflect on his decision to send a box of tea. It served dual purposes, to express gratitude and to solidify relationships. He had also noticed that Sun Fu's status was anything but ordinary. From the fawning of the middle-aged man at the Armani store yesterday to Sun Fu's orchestration of a 750,000 deal today, it was clear that he was far more than a mere steward. Why dwell on such matters? He mused. Regardless of Sun Fu's identity, with the Trillion-Dollar Subsidy App in his possession, it was certain that no one, irrespective of their status, could rival him in the future. Shaking his head, he decided to set aside these thoughts and retrieve his car instead. Chapter 20. Plastic Sisters at the Pujiangtang Pavilion. Lin Mo arrived by taxi, greeted at the entrance by the same security guard from the previous day. Upon seeing Lin Mo, the guard approached with a beaming smile. "Mr. Lin, welcome. Please, right this way." Lin Mo nodded and followed the young guard to his designated parking space. I've been keeping an eye on your car, ensuring that no one approached it. At this moment, 2 parking spots flanked the rear of Lin Mo's vehicle. Observing this, Lin Mo felt a surge of satisfaction. Well done, he acknowledged. Slipping a few bills as a tip, he then opened the car door and climbed in, revving off in his luxurious sports car. After departing from the Tang Pavilion, Lin Mo proceeded to the traffic management department. His car had been using temporary plates, and it was time to obtain official registration. He was astonished by the efficiency of the department, having received a message this morning that left him somewhat bewildered. Typically, the traffic management department is known for its sluggish pace, yet the processing of his application was remarkably swift, completed in less than 20 minutes. With the plates affixed, Lin Mo drove away. Shanghai boasts numerous universities, with the university town hosting 8. As Lin Mo drove through one such area, his flashy sports car attracted the attention of many young onlookers. The fridge at home is somewhat bare. I should buy a few things to bring back, he thought. Glancing at a supermarket across the street, he parked the car and ventured inside. About 20 minutes later, he emerged with shopping bags in hand, sipping on a cup of mango pomelo sago. Upon returning to his car, Lin Mo noticed a crowd gathered around it, with a young girl snapping photos. The girl was clad in a white Winnie the Pooh t-shirt and denim shorts, her long, slender legs exposed, devoid of any excess flesh. Her face was quite pleasing, with a heart-shaped visage and exquisitely refined features, particularly her captivating phoenix eyes. Wow, her looks are easily a solid 90 points, Lin Mo thought, impressed by her natural beauty. Free from excessive makeup, with a smile, he approached his sports car. Just then, a flamboyantly dressed woman, heavily adorned with thick makeup, immediately seized Lin Mo's arm and exclaimed, "Hey, what do you think you're doing? Can't you see we're all in line? Why are you cutting in?" Another bystander chimed in, "Exactly. This guy has no manners. Can't he see we're queuing here, and yet he pushes forward?" Nearby, a young lady, engrossed in taking photographs, felt somewhat embarrassed and softly replied, "Just a moment, I'll be done shortly. Hurry up, you're dawdling. If the car owner returns, none of us will get a chance to take pictures," came another voice from the crowd. At that moment, the woman named Xian, heavily made up, turned to her companion and asked, "Is my makeup all right? Do you think the car owner will like us?" Hearing this, Xian confidently reassured her, "Don't worry. With our looks, capturing the car owner's attention will be a breeze." Lin Mo, observing these 2 slender women with their excessive makeup, couldn't he help but shake his head in disbelief. How could he possibly be attracted to either of them? Their misplaced confidence baffled him. Noticing Lin Mo's disapproval, Xian glared at him. "What are you shaking your head for? Do you think you're the car owner?" Lin Mo found this amusing. He then pulled out the car keys from his pocket. With a press of the button, the headlights of a Porsche flashed, accompanied by a light beep, and the car door swung open. Glancing at the 2 women, Lin Mo coolly stated, "I'm sorry, but this car indeed belongs to me." He placed his shopping bag in the front trunk and turned to the young lady taking photos. "On such a hot day, wouldn't you like to take a few pictures inside?" Instantly, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson. After admiring the exquisite interior, she took her seat in the front passenger side, and Lin Mo entered the vehicle as well. The car door closed behind them. Meanwhile, the expressions of the 2 women outside transformed into a deep shade of red, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. The car truly belonged to him. Recalling their earlier mockery, they felt an overwhelming urge to disappear in embarrassment. Xian hurriedly approached the car window and knocked on it. When the window rolled down, Lin Mo calmly asked, "Is there something you need?" "Oh, handsome, it's so hot. Could we possibly get in and take a few pictures?" Xian bent slightly, speaking as she exaggeratedly adjusted her collar. Lin Mo felt a wave of nausea wash over him. He coldly chuckled, "I'm sorry, but this car only welcomes humans aboard." With that, he rolled up the window and pressed the accelerator, driving away swiftly. "Hey," Xian fumed, watching the Porsche disappear into the distance. "What does that mean? Is he implying I'm not human?" As she glared at the departing car, she muttered angrily, "It's just a lousy Porsche. What is there to be proud of? I would prefer a Ferrari or a Lamborghini any day. Who needs this pathetic Porsche?" On the roadside, a nearby boy couldn't help but burst into laughter. A Lamborghini or Ferrari? Haha, that was a Porsche 911 GT 198, a supercar worth 80 million. In an instant, Xian was left utterly dumbfounded. She had never anticipated that the Porsche they mocked was actually an 80 million supercar. Turning to her companion, she shrieked in dismay, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have missed out on that handsome guy. Who are you calling a nasty BTCH?" In a flash, their friendship shattered, and the 2 women began to claw at each other, the scene turning chaotic. Nearby onlookers gasped in astonishment, shouting, "What a fierce fight." Unbeknownst to Lin Mo, he was blissfully cruising around the college town with the young girl. In the car, the girl in shorts blushed as she sat in the passenger seat, appearing somewhat shy. Lin Mo, noticing her discomfort, chuckled lightly and asked, "What are you so nervous about?" "My name is Lin Mo. I graduated last year." "What about you?" he continued. The girl replied softly, "I'm Cumo, a sophomore from the drama department next door." Fiddling with her fingers, she added, "I'm really sorry about earlier. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have been mocked by those two sisters." After speaking, Cumo adopted a pitiful expression, her clear eyes brimming with innocence. Lin Mo couldn't help but inhale sharply, taken aback by her demeanor. However, he merely smiled and said, "No worries. Didn't you want to take photos? Go ahead." As he drove, he added, "What a beautiful day for a ride." Hearing this, Cumo nodded eagerly. Pulling out her phone, she slightly closed her knees and after selecting a good angle, captured a shot that featured her long, fair legs dominating the frame. With Lin Mo's wristwatch and the Porsche emblem visible in the background. Upon seeing the photo, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "What a talent. Do all you girls possess such exquisite photographic skills?" He teased lightly. Cumo, blushing, replied, "Not really handsome." "Why do you think that?" Lin Mo, enjoying the banter, teased further, "I've heard your drama department has many beautiful girls. Why not be my guide and show me around your school? One could say that the team master." Cumo piqued some interest. "No problem." Cumo nodded with delight. Subsequently, she casually snapped a few photos of the scenery outside the car window. After compiling the images, she sent them to her Moments. As her Moments updated, a flurry of comments erupted beneath her post. "Wow, a Porsche. How envious. Gorgeous Mo, please introduce me. Wow. Mo, have you snagged a wealthy benefactor? Though this car is merely a Porsche, that watch is undeniably expensive. That timepiece must be a high-end Roger Dubuis. Worth at least 4 million. Well, enjoying a feast while we starve." Slicing remarks. A cascade of comments overwhelmed Cumo's Moments. Moreover, some friends who were knowledgeable about watches immediately recognized Lin Mo's exquisite timepiece. As for the car, due to the lack of detailed imagery and the limited information about the GT198 online, it remained unidentified. Meanwhile, Cumo, upon seeing the comments, couldn't help but be astonished. She had not given much thought to watches, but now, observing others' remarks, she took note of the Roger Dubuis. Previously, she had merely regarded it as a slightly upscale watch. Yet now she discovered that it was worth a staggering 4 million. The price indeed left her utterly astonished. Subsequently, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Brother is truly wealthy." To this, Lin Mo merely chuckled and replied, "It's all right." After saying this, Lin Mo glanced at the numerous beauties flanking the streets and remarked, "Indeed. The Magic City lives up to its reputation. The number of beautiful women is astonishing." Upon hearing this, Cumo's expression stiffened. However, at that moment, Lin Mo's tone shifted. With a playful smile, he said, "But in my eyes, the most beautiful is still you." "Oh no," Cumo's face flushed slightly. She continued to drive, meandering through the campus. After some leisurely wandering, Lin Mo glanced at Cumo and asked, "Shall we go for lunch together?" Hearing this, Cumo's eyes brightened. Yet, she feigned hesitation and modesty. Ultimately, she gently nodded and replied, "All right then." Hearing this, Lin Mo's lips curved into a smile. "Then let us go?" With that, Lin Mo made a U-turn and headed toward the campus exit. About 30 minutes later, within a shopping mall, Lin Mo and Cumo casually chose a modest self-service restaurant for their meal. Cumo, with a light laugh, remarked, "I never expected you, brother, to dine at such an affordable restaurant." In response, Lin Mo chuckled and said, "Eating at fine restaurants too often can become monotonous. Moreover, such establishments usually operate on a reservation basis. Besides, it's rare for them to serve lunch." Lin Mo shrugged helplessly. Listening to this, Cumo couldn't help but chuckle lightly. "Is that so?" "Of course. Additionally, the etiquette at such restaurants is overwhelming. The most bothersome part is that the portion sizes are always painfully small. After finishing your meal, you often find yourself cooking instant noodles at home." Upon hearing this, Cumo burst into laughter. Afterward, they each picked up their desired dishes and made their way to a table. Simultaneously, in an upstairs hot pot restaurant within the mall, a young man sat dejectedly, his face etched with frustration. Opposite him, a plump friend was trying to console him. "Hey, brother Cun, don't be so downcast. It's just a missed opportunity for acquaintance. There's no need to be disheartened." Hearing this, the young man was filled with ire. He retorted, "You clueless fatso. Do you have any idea what you're talking about? That was a Porsche 911 GT 198. Do you understand what that signifies? There's only one of those cars in the entire world. To acquire such a vehicle indicates that the owner is not only wealthy, but immensely powerful. If I had only compensated him last time, I could have established a connection with him. If I had befriended him, perhaps some benefits would have trickled down to both our families, allowing us to ascend several more levels. Yet, I let such an opportunity slip away." Chapter 22. Who gave you permission to speak to this gentleman like that? At this moment, dining there was none other than the rich second-generation heir who had previously crashed into Lin Mo's Porsche. Although Lin Mo had not demanded compensation last time, he indeed escaped the catastrophe upon returning home. However, the following day, as he reflected, he realized he had essentially lost a fortune of 100 million. At that time, he had been overly anxious and panicked, completely failing to consider that someone capable of possessing a legendary vehicle like that could not possibly be an ordinary person. Although he had crashed into his car, he should have seized the opportunity to forge a connection. Yet, he had foolishly run away. Now, reflecting on his actions, he wished he could slap himself. Listening to this, another tall and slender youth scoffed and said, "Enough of this lamenting. Our circle in Magic City is small, and there will be opportunities to meet again. Come on, let us eat quickly. Afterward, let us head to Old Wang's for drinks. I've heard several beauties have been frequenting there lately." As these words were spoken, the young man could only sigh. All right then. With that, the group hastened their pace, finished their lunch, settled the bill, and exited the restaurant. Just then, an exclamation suddenly rang out. "Brother Siyuan?" Wang Siyuan turned to see a young man with dyed yellow hair, adorned with a large gold chain, gazing at him with excitement. "Who are you?" Wang Siyuan wondered. "Brother Siyuan, it's me, Jiang Chun, Little Chun. We met previously at young Wang's bar." Upon hearing this, Wang Siyuan recalled the encounter. It appears that such a person truly exists. This individual is a nouveau riche, originally owning several properties in the city of Mo. After a demolition, he received a windfall of tens of millions. I later met him at a social gathering. His knack for flattery is remarkable. He effortlessly conjures up an array of sycophantic remarks. Naturally, I took him under my wing as a subordinate. "Oh, Xiaochun, what brings you here?" I inquired. "Hee, I just finished dining with my girlfriend at the nearby Jade restaurant. Are you all gathering here?" Jiang Chun replied with a cheerful grin. "Yes, we're planning to head over to Old Wang's for a couple of drinks." As they conversed, they made their way toward the elevator. Meanwhile, after finishing lunch, Lin Mo proceeded to settle the bill. Xie Yuma had already stepped outside, waiting for him. Once the bill was paid, Lin Mo exited the restaurant, only to find Xie Yuma being accosted by someone. Opposite her stood a heavily made-up girl, clutching an LV handbag, who was delivering snide remarks. "Well, isn't this the campus belle from our drama school? What brings such a distinguished beauty to a budget restaurant?" Jiang Qian. Xie Yuma's expression soured at the sight of her former classmate. Their relationship had always been fraught with tension. With her head held high, Jiang Qian sneered. "I never thought someone of your stature would dine in a place frequented by the financially challenged." Upon hearing this, Xie Yuma's demeanor shifted to one of indignation. Just then, Lin Mo approached, asking, "Yuma, what's going on?" Before she could respond, Jiang Qian interjected. "Oh, Yuma, is this your boyfriend? He looks decent enough, but alas, he's just a poor soul. Only someone like him would take you to this self-service restaurant meant for the impoverished." At her words, Lin Mo's expression turned icy. He cast a glance at Jiang Qian and retorted with a cold smile. "So, you must have just come from a high-end restaurant?" Jiang Qian's pride surged as she proclaimed. "Indeed, I just finished a sumptuous steak dinner with my boyfriend at the Jade restaurant. The Jade restaurant is renowned for its fine dining, with an average cost exceeding 1,000 yuan per person." Lin Mo nodded and remarked, "It seems your boyfriend has quite the appetite." Xie Yuma and Jiang Qian exchanged bewildered glances. Why was Lin Mo suddenly inquiring about Jiang Qian's boyfriend? Lin Mo then shot a disdainful look at Jiang Qian, saying, "If your boyfriend had a poor appetite, how could he possibly eat with that appearance? Isn't he afraid of having food stuck in his teeth?" Food stuck in his teeth? Jiang Qian was momentarily taken aback. Xie Yuma couldn't help but stifle a laugh. This was clearly a jab at Jiang Qian. Realizing this, Jiang Qian's face turned a mix of green and purple, her anger boiling over as she glared at Lin Mo. Is there something wrong with what I said?" Lin Mo scrutinized Jiang Qian's artificially enhanced visage and quipped, "With a face like that, anyone who could bear to eat would surely be a brave soul." Unafraid of the consequences, Jiang Qian trembled with rage. At that moment, she noticed a group approaching from a distance, one member especially conspicuous with a large gold chain. Jiang Qian's eyes lit up. "Just wait," she exclaimed, then called out to the golden-haired young man, "Darling, this guy insulted me. Come over and teach him a lesson." Upon hearing this, the onlookers were momentarily stunned. When they recognized Lin Mo, Zhao Xiyuan's body began to tremble with excitement, an indescribable thrill surging within him. It was him, the owner of the Porsche 911 GT 198. Zhao Xiyuan was overwhelmed with joy, never anticipating he would encounter Lin Mo here. However, the golden-haired Jiang Chun glowered with rage at Lin Mo. Without hesitation, he stormed towards Lin Mo, pointing angrily. "Are you looking for trouble? How dare you insult my girlfriend?" In that instant, Zhao Xiyuan's expression shifted dramatically. His anger erupted as he rushed forward, closing the distance to Jiang Chun in a few strides. With a swift kick, he sent the golden-haired youth sprawling to the ground. Simultaneously, Jiang Chun's furious voice rang out. Who gave you the right to speak to this gentleman like that? Chapter 23. The Astonished Sieyumo. The golden-haired youth lay on the ground, dazed and bewildered. In the next moment, he felt a chilling wave wash over him, staring blankly at the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Wang Xiyuan was fervently excited, gazing at Lin Mo with admiration. Bro, I can't believe I would run into you here. Who are you? Lin Mo asked, somewhat puzzled. The young man seemed familiar, but Lin Mo couldn't quite place him. Bro, it's me. We met in the parking lot before. I was driving a big G. Zhao Xiyuan's voice was filled with enthusiasm as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's memory clicked into place. Oh, you're the one who cried about being beaten by your parents when you got home after crashing my Porsche? Lin Mo finally recognized him. Zhao Xiyuan's expression turned awkward as he scratched his head and replied, yeah, that's me. My name is Zhao Xiyuan, but you can call me Xiao Zhao. Zhao Xin's demeanor was exceedingly humble. I'm Lin Mo. Yet, the golden-haired youth's mind was in turmoil, engulfed by despair as he stared at Lin Mo, screaming internally. How could this be? What is happening? Why is it that even the village brother must address this fellow as brother? Who on earth is this person? Meanwhile, Jiang Qian, who was present, found herself gradually enveloped in a profound despair. At the same time, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the yellow-haired man beside him. Do you know this guy? With these words, the attention of the crowd once again shifted to the yellow-haired individual. Suddenly, he fell to his knees, exclaiming, Brother, please spare me. I was wrong. I know I made a mistake. I truly did not mean it. A cold smile appeared on Lin Mo's face as he remained silent. Beside him, Zhao Xiyuan immediately interjected, Why are you still here? Get lost. From now on, don't let me see you again. Since Zhao Xiyuan was prepared to curry favor with Lin Mo, he naturally had to provide Lin Mo with a satisfactory resolution regarding this matter. At the moment those words were spoken, the yellow-haired man became flustered. He hurriedly crawled to Zhao Xiyuan's feet, clutching his leg, and pleaded, Village brother. I was wrong. I truly was. Please, grant me another chance. Zhao Xiyuan, being a well-known second-generation rich kid in Magic City, understood that if the yellow-haired man fell onto his blacklist, navigating life in Magic City would become exceedingly difficult. Zhao Xiyuan furrowed his brows, and then forcefully kicked the yellow-haired man away. Get out of here. Don't make me repeat myself. After uttering this, the yellow-haired man turned to Lin Mo and said, Brother Mo, shall we leave? Lin Mo nodded, and the group proceeded towards the elevator. As for the yellow-haired man, he was plunged into a deep despair. In a fit of rage, he lashed out, You wretched person. It's all because of you. Meeting you has brought me nothing but misfortune. If it weren't for Jiang Qian, how could I have offended Lin Mo? How could I have ended up on Zhao Xiyuan's bad side? Meanwhile, inside the elevator, Zhao Xiyuan glanced at Sieyuma beside him and said, So this is your sister-in-law? She is indeed beautiful. Upon hearing this, Sieyuma's face flushed, and she lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes. Lin Mo merely smiled at this exchange, then turned to the group of second-generation rich kids and asked, Are these your friends? Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhao Xiyuan quickly responded, Oh right, Brother Mo. Let me introduce them. This chubby guy is Wu Yong, a good buddy of mine. His family runs a foreign trade company. Following this introduction, the chubby Wu Yong nodded at Lin Mo, saying, Hello, Brother Mo. Lin Mo acknowledged him with a nod. This guy is Junyue, his family owns. After a round of introductions, Lin Mo had memorized most of the names. At that moment, Zhao Xiyuan beamed at Lin Mo and added, By the way, Brother Mo, I have a small, unreasonable request. What is it? I previously mentioned your Porsche to my friends. They are all car enthusiasts and would love to see it. So, I was wondering if you could. Hearing this, Lin Mo paused for a moment, then chuckled and shook his head. Is that all? I thought it was something serious. As it happens, I'm driving that very Porsche today. Let's go take a look. With that, the crowd's expressions lit up with excitement, though they were also somewhat astonished. After all, a Porsche 911 GT1 is a vehicle that most people would not dare to drive after purchasing. More often than not, they are kept as collectibles, given their exorbitant price of 8 million. The thought of it being scratched is enough to bring tears to one's eyes. Yet Lin Mo had actually brought this car out. Zhao Xiyuan, trembling slightly, asked, Brother Mo, you actually drove that car out? He swallowed hard, and Lin Mo replied nonchalantly, What else would I do with it? Leave it there as decoration? The purpose of buying a car is to drive it, isn't it? Otherwise, why buy it at all? The moment these words left his lips, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Brother Mo has a point. Yes, cars are meant to be driven. It seems we have been narrow-minded. Instantly, the second-generation rich kids began to echo their agreement, leaving Zhao Xiyuan momentarily speechless. Soon, the group arrived at the underground parking garage. Under Lin Mo's guidance, they approached a pure white Porsche. As they stood before the strikingly designed car, everyone was left in awe. Wow, this car is incredible. Although we've seen it in photos, seeing it in person is still breathtaking. Brother Mo, you're amazing to have this car. Yes, this car must cost no less than 8 million. Following this exclamation, Xie Yuma was left utterly stunned by the revelation of the car's price. Chapter 24. Does the specific origin matter? 8 million. This number struck Xie Yuma like a thunderbolt. Initially, she had been shocked to learn that Lin Mo's watch cost 400,000, but now, discovering that this car was worth 8 million, her worldview felt entirely upended. A 400,000 watch, an 8 million sports car. Xie Yuma was left speechless, overwhelmed by disbelief. Brother is so impressive. Being able to afford an 8 million supercar at such a young age. She exclaimed sweetly. Not a big deal. The car isn't that expensive. Lin Mo replied with a smile, shaking his head. He spoke the truth. After all, he had only spent a fraction of the cost on it. However, others were unaware of this fact. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, many experienced a twitch at the corners of their mouths. Especially the group of second-generation rich kids who cursed inwardly. After all, was this even reasonable? An 8 million sports car, and he calls it inexpensive? Ridiculous. If that car is considered cheap, then what about their own 400,000 to 500,000 sports cars? What do the second-generation elites hesitate for half a month about? In an instant, these second-generation individuals felt somewhat withdrawn. As for Xie Yuma, who was present, her eyes sparkled with increasing brightness. At this moment, Zhao Xiyuan spoke up. By the way, Mo Go, would you like to join us for some fun at the KTV later? We're planning to visit a familiar KTV. Hearing this, Lin Mo glanced at Xie Yuma beside him and asked, shall we go together? That sounds delightful. Xie Yuma hesitated for a brief moment before nodding in agreement. In response, Lin Mo said, all right then, let's head to the KTV together. I have nothing planned for the afternoon anyway. Why not indulge in some singing and drinking? Great. Zhao Xiyuan beamed. Then you can follow us in your car. After this exchange, they each got into their vehicles. Unlike the last time, Zhao Xiyuan had not brought his imposing G-Class, but instead drove a vibrant yellow Lamborghini Huracan. The convoy of sports cars roared onto the road, prompting other vehicles to hastily steer clear. At the intersection, the supercar fleet came to a halt, leaving a wide berth behind them, as no other cars dared to approach. Wow, so many supercars. Which second-generation elites are out causing a ruckus today? The cheapest among these supercars costs over 1 million. If I were to accidentally bump into one, I'd be ruined. Once the light turned green, Lin Mo pressed the accelerator and swiftly passed through the intersection. Only after the convoy had cleared did the other drivers feel safe to proceed. Soon, they arrived at the Golden World KTV, where the supercars rolled into the parking lot. Awaiting them, there was the KTV owner, Wang Bin, who greeted the sight of the supercars with a smile. When Lin Mo's Porsche entered, his gaze was immediately captivated by it. Is that a Porsche 911 GT 198? Wang Bin's eyes widened in astonishment. As a supercar enthusiast, he was well-versed in all types of supercars, and the instant he saw Lin Mo's vehicle, excitement surged within him. Who is this person? How did they acquire such a magnificent car? His curiosity deepened, for the circle of supercar aficionados in Shanghai was relatively small. It was common knowledge when a second-generation elite purchased a new supercar. Moreover, a Porsche 911 GT 198, of which there was only one in the world, would certainly be known immediately. Yet, there had been no prior news about this acquisition. Just then, the car door opened, and Lin Mo stepped out. Upon seeing him, Wang Bin was momentarily taken aback. Who is this? I've never seen him before. The elite circles in Shanghai are small enough that even if top-tier second-generation elites do not know each other personally, they at least recognize one another's existence. However, this unfamiliar face left Wang Bin puzzled. Just then, Zhao Xiyuan exited his vehicle with a broad smile, exclaiming, huh? Old Wang, we've arrived. Wang Bin nodded in acknowledgement, but then turned to Lin Mo with a hint of confusion, asking, Zungu, who is this? Oh, I forgot to introduce him. Zhao Xiyuan hastily interjected. This is my brother, Lin Mo. He then turned to Lin Mo, smiling. Mo Go, allow me to introduce you to my friend and the owner of Golden World KTV. Wang Bin. Hearing this, Lin Mo nodded, Boss Wang. Mo Go, you're too formal. Since you're a friend of Zungu, just call me Lao Wang. Wang Bin replied, still puzzled but smiling. Zungu, I've reserved a private room for you. Let us head there now. With that, they made their way towards the KTV's private room. Lin Mo and Xie Yuma walked leisurely at the back of the group. Ahead, Wang Bin inquired of Zhao Xiyuan. Zungu, what's Lin Mo's background? As far as I know, there's only one wealthy Lin family in Shanghai, and they only have a single daughter, right? Where did this Lin Mo come from? Zhao Xiyuan cast a meaningful glance at Wang Bin, replying, Old Wang. The waters in Shanghai run deeper than you think. It's best not to delve too deeply into these matters. The fact that Mo Ge can secure a Porsche 911 GT 198 speaks volumes about his capabilities. So, does his background really matter? With this, Wang Bin fell silent. Indeed, Lin Mo's prowess was evident. What significance did his origins hold? Chapter 25, Global IPAM Building. Inside the KTV, everyone was singing and drinking as time passed. Soon, it was around 6 in the evening. After finishing dinner, due to the alcohol, the others decided to retire to a nearby hotel room to rest. At this moment, in a suite within the hotel, Lin Mo was soaking in the bathtub, enjoying the massage feature while playing on his phone. He had booked a separate suite for Sieyuma. Truly, this 5-star hotel was well equipped. Lin Mo felt a wave of appreciation wash over him. Just then, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. Glancing at the door, Lin Mo felt a twinge of curiosity. Outside, a voice called out, "Brother, are you asleep?" Upon hearing this, Lin Mo inhaled sharply. He then rose from the bathtub, donned a bathrobe, and called out, "Yuma, is something the matter?" He approached the door. Upon opening the door, Lin Mo spoke. The moment he laid eyes on Sieyuma standing outside, he involuntarily gasped. At that moment, Sieyuma was clad in a loose-fitting white bathrobe, its collar hanging quite loosely. Gazing at her, Lin Mo felt a parched throat and inwardly cursed. What a temptress! Meanwhile, Sieyuma displayed a pitiful demeanor and said, "Brother, I'm a bit frightened being alone in such a large room. May I stay with you tonight?" Hearing her words, Lin Mo silently seethed. This enchantress. His eyes narrowed slightly. In the next instant, he seized her delicate, fair hand and pulled her inside. Bang! With a heavy thud, he shut the door behind them. Leaning against it, he regarded Sieyuma with a smirk that was both playful and enigmatic. In that moment, her heart raced uncontrollably. "Brother," she called softly. Without a hint of hesitation, Lin Mo leaned down and captured her lips with his own. What a jest! Sieyuma had practically delivered herself, freshly bathed, right to his doorstep. How could he possibly remain unresponsive? That night, amidst the persistent rain, Lin Mo found himself utterly spent. By the following morning, he awoke early, took a quick shower, and gently roused Sieyuma from her slumber. With a soft whimper, she struggled to open her eyes. Her expression tinged with a hint of sorrow. "Brother?" she called weakly. Lin Mo, maintaining his composure, replied, "Get up, or the others will wake soon." Sieyuma quickly scrambled up, her cheeks flushed as she hastily donned her bathrobe. "All right, go wash up and change. I'll head to the restaurant and wait for you," he said. She nodded, casting him a shy glance before scurrying away in her slippers, the sound of her footsteps echoing softly. As for Lin Mo, he dressed and, phone in hand, made his way directly to the hotel restaurant. Upon entering and selecting his breakfast, he spotted Zhao Village seated within. "Oh, up so early?" he chuckled, lightly tapping Zhao on the shoulder as he approached with his tray. Zhao turned, his face weary, dark circles accentuating his eyes. "What on earth happened last night?" Lin Mo exclaimed, taken aback. "You need to exercise some restraint." Zhao's expression turned increasingly melancholic as he sighed. "Nothing much, just listened to a duet all night. I didn't fall asleep until late." The hotel's soundproofing was truly abysmal. Lin Mo, feeling somewhat awkward, coughed to conceal his discomfort, now understanding why Zhao looked the way he did. After finishing breakfast and escorting Sieyuma back to school, they exchanged WeChat contacts before Lin Mo returned to the villa. Once home, he finally had a moment to pull out his phone and browse the newly launched products under the Trillion-Yuan subsidy. Upon opening the app, 2 items immediately caught his attention. Rolls-Royce Cullinan subsidy price, 66. Ring Road IPM building subsidy price, 108. Seeing these 2 products, Lin Mo felt a surge of astonishment. The Rolls-Royce Cullinan was a luxurious 4-seat SUV priced around 7 to 8 million. As for the Ring Road IPM building, it was a well-known high-end international plaza in Shanghai, encompassing Grade A office spaces, commercial areas, and upscale apartments, with a total floor area of 380,000 square meters located in the valuable Suhui district. To think these 2 had become available. Without hesitation, he decided to purchase both items. Upon completing the transaction, he was informed that the items would be delivered within 5 minutes. Sitting on the sofa, Lin Mo eagerly awaited their arrival. After a brief 5 minutes, 2 envelopes materialized on the table before him. "They've arrived," he exclaimed, quickly opening both envelopes. Inside one was the key and registration for the Cullinan, while the other contained a red booklet. Upon inspecting it, Lin Mo drew in a sharp breath. For within that red booklet was the property deed for the Ring Road IPM building, with his name boldly inscribed upon it. He had acquired the ownership. Excitement surged within Lin Mo. After all, the IPM building was valued at billions. He had managed to secure such a valuable asset for merely a few hundred yuan. Chapter 26. This Rolls Royce belongs to your boyfriend. In that moment, Lin Mo's heart brimmed with joy. Initially, he had thought he might receive a floor or two of the building, but to discover that the entire IPM had become his property was beyond his wildest dreams. Swallowing hard, he felt a wave of incredulity wash over him. I've truly struck it rich, he mused, a smile spreading across his face. I'm a bit hungry. I should go grab a meal before exploring the IPM. Just as he contemplated this, his phone vibrated. Checking the screen, he was momentarily taken aback by the identity of the sender, Qian Lily. What could she want? He wondered, a tinge of confusion stirring within him. Nevertheless, he opened the WeChat message from Qian Lily. Qian Lily, Lin Mo, could you come to Yuan CBD? Upon reading Qian Lily's message, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback. He hadn't anticipated that the message from her would be this, a request for him to visit Yuan CBD. After a brief moment of contemplation, he realized that the location wasn't too far from his residence, merely about 5 kilometers away. Driving there would take only 7 to 8 minutes at most. Since he was just about to go out for a meal, he decided to respond. All right, no problem. After sending the message, he grabbed the keys to his Cullinan and made his way to the garage. Once he started the vehicle, he set off towards Yuan CBD. Meanwhile, Qian Lily, upon receiving Lin Mo's reply, felt a wave of relief wash over her. At that moment, she was dressed in a fitted black suit. Her hair neatly tied back in a ponytail, exuding an air of professionalism. Her demeanor was markedly different from the casual atmosphere of their previous dinner gathering. She was here for an interview today, and she had not brought her Maserati, which was perhaps why she had been approached by the HR director of the company during her interview. He expressed a desire to share a lunch with her, hoping to delve deeper into her background. However, Qian Lily had absolutely no interest in such further acquaintance. She immediately thought of Lin Mo, which prompted her to send him a message. After receiving his reply, she finally felt a sense of ease. Just then, a series of footsteps approached from behind, accompanied by a voice. Miss Qian, why are you in such a hurry? Hearing this voice, Qian Lily slightly furrowed her brow but maintained a smile as she replied. Director Zhou, is there something you need? Director Zhou, dressed in a tailored suit and sporting gold-rimmed glasses, had a somewhat portly physique, appearing to be in his 40s. With a jovial expression, he said, Miss Qian, I mentioned earlier that I find you to be an excellent fit for our company. However, to make a final decision on your employment, I would like to get to know you better. I happen to know of a rather nice Western restaurant nearby. We could have lunch there and discuss further. His smile grew wider as he edged closer to Qian Lily. Truth be told, when he first laid eyes on Qian Lily, he found it hard to look away. She was simply stunning. This infatuation prompted him to feign ignorance, hoping to invite her for a meal. Upon hearing his suggestion, Qian Lily immediately shook her head, saying, Thank you for your kind offer, Director Zhou, but I have an appointment for lunch. My boyfriend will be arriving shortly. Instantly, the smile on Director Zhou's face faltered, but he quickly recovered, chuckling as he replied, Oh, that's all right. I believe he would understand your need to discuss your future with me over lunch. Saying this, he pulled out his car keys and pressed a button, causing the lights of a nearby Mercedes S-Class to flash. This was clearly a display of his wealth, as the top-tier S-Class was valued around 2 million yuan. In his mind, he assumed that Qian Lily was not well off, and as for her boyfriend, he dismissed that notion entirely, believing it to be a mere fabrication. Even if true, he thought, it was impossible for a recent graduate like her to be involved with someone affluent. Meanwhile, he, as the HR director, drove a 2 million yuan Mercedes S-Class. The disparity between them was stark, making it seem all the more plausible for him to pursue Qian Lily. Observing this scene, Qian Lily rolled her eyes but refrained from expressing her displeasure. After all, Director Zhou was indeed an influential figure in the business circles of Shanghai. If she were to confront him openly, it would likely complicate her future interview prospects. She sighed inwardly, hoping Lin Mo would arrive soon to help her extricate herself from this situation. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan slowly approached from a distance and came to a halt a short distance away. As the door opened, Lin Mo emerged, and upon witnessing this, Director Zhou's face filled with envy. Wow, how could someone so young afford a Rolls-Royce Cullinan? Which wealthy family does he belong to? Meanwhile, Qian Lily was equally astonished. Having been under the impression that Lin Mo would arrive in his Porsche 911 GT 198. To her surprise, he had come in the Rolls-Royce. As Lin Mo approached Qian Lily with a smile, he said, Shall we go? She nodded eagerly, murmuring an affirmative. Director Zhou, witnessing this exchange, was completely dumbfounded. He could hardly believe that the Rolls-Royce belonged to Qian Lily's boyfriend. He exclaimed, Is this Rolls-Royce your boyfriend's? Chapter 27. The Flustered Qian Lily. Hearing this, Qian Lily felt her cheeks flush. Lin Mo, momentarily taken aback, glanced at her and a subtle, playful smile crept across his lips. He then gently wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her closer. Qian Lily's body stiffened, She wanted to break free, but found it impossible. Lin Mo spoke up, yes, indeed, this car is mine. Is there a problem with that? Upon hearing Lin Mo's tone, Director Zhou's expression grew even more awkward. Just moments ago, he had assumed that Qian Lily's boyfriend was not affluent, and he had intended to impress Lin Mo in hopes of discouraging him. However, he had not anticipated this revelation. Qian Lily's boyfriend astonishingly drives a Rolls-Royce Cullinan worth 8 million. At such a tender age, possessing a Cullinan. This is undoubtedly the hallmark of a top-tier wealthy heir. And here I am, attempting to flaunt my modest means? What a futile endeavor. I fear that my annual salary barely equates to his monthly allowance. The embarrassment is unparalleled. The director, in this awkward moment, found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, he managed to chuckle and utter, "Huh? Since Miss Qian's boyfriend has arrived, I shall take my leave." With a hasty remark, the director swiftly exited the scene. He genuinely feared that lingering any longer would lead to an embarrassment so profound that he might as well carve out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Observing the departing director, Lin Mo was unable to suppress a smirk of amusement. Turning to Qian Lily, he inquired, "Have you told him that I am your boyfriend?" Qian Lily, brushing her hair back to mask her discomfort, replied, "Don't get the wrong idea. I merely concocted a flimsy excuse to deter him since he wouldn't leave me alone." Her heart raced uncontrollably, leaving her speech somewhat incoherent. In contrast, Lin Mo's smile broadened as he replied, "Oh really?" The two then approached the car. "Shall we get in? Let's have lunch together," he suggested. "After all, it's noon, and we might as well share a meal." After a moment's hesitation, Qian Lily inexplicably nodded and entered the vehicle. "What shall we eat? You choose the place." Glancing at Qian Lily in the passenger seat, Lin Mo casually suggested, "How about some local cuisine? I know a great restaurant nearby. I'll treat you for lunch, considering it as compensation for your efforts on my behalf." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo chuckled lightly, then with an intrigued expression asked, "You're treating me? Can I take that as a sign that you're asking me out?" The moment those words left his lips, Qian Lily's heart raced, her cheeks flushed, and she stammered, What nonsense are you talking about? Who's asking you out? I just don't like being indebted to others." "Oh, is that so?" Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he leaned closer to her. An overwhelming masculine scent enveloped Qian Lily, causing her to feel somewhat dazed. What does he intend to do? Is he going to kiss me? Panic surged within her, leaving her at a loss. If he were to kiss me, should I resist? At that moment, her mind was a whirlwind, buzzing with confusion. Just as she was lost in thought, Lin Mo deftly retrieved the seatbelt beside her, threading it across her taut body and fastening it securely. "Remember to buckle up," he said as their bodies brushed against each other, sending Qian Lily's thoughts spiraling. What is happening to me? She touched her slightly flushed cheeks, internally questioning why such a mundane act as fastening a seatbelt left her feeling expectant. "All right, let us set off." The Cullinan roared to life. Guided by Qian Lily, they soon arrived at a local restaurant. After a brief check of the location, Lin Mo discovered that this restaurant was merely 10 kilometers from the IPM building. Not too far, indeed. Driving over would be quite convenient. With that decision made, Lin Mo followed Qian Lily into the restaurant. The establishment she chose exuded a distinct charm. The ambience was relatively dim, illuminated only by a chandelier above the dining area. The overall decor conveyed a sense of understated sophistication. The meal was leisurely, and before long, an hour had passed. "How about accompanying me to the mall afterward? I need to pick up a few things for my family." Upon hearing Lin Mo's suggestion, Qian Lily hesitated, eventually shaking her head and replying, "No, I have a few interviews this afternoon." "Interviews?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow in surprise. "The company just collapsed, and you don't plan to take a break?" Hearing this, Qian Lily couldn't help but smile ruefully. She sighed and shrugged. "Well, I can't compare to someone like you, a wealthy individual. I'm just an ordinary citizen. If I don't work, I want to have food to eat." Lin Mo chuckled softly at her words, teasing, "An ordinary citizen who can't afford a Maserati, huh?" To this, Qian Lily merely smiled without further comment. "All right then, send me the address for your interview, and I'll drive you there." Qian Lily nodded. "Thank you." They quickly finished their meal, and Lin Mo followed the navigation to the location of Qian Lily's interview. However, upon arrival, his expression turned peculiar. For the interview venue was none other than the university town where Xie Ma studied. Observing this scene, Lin Mo pondered for a moment. I should call her out to accompany me to the mall. With that thought, Lin Mo opened WeChat and sent a message to Xie Ma. Chapter 28. The Porsche is too small to carry the goods. In the girls' dormitory, Xie Ma was chatting with several of her friends when suddenly her phone vibrated. Upon seeing the message, she felt a jolt of excitement. "Ah," she exclaimed, quickly opening WeChat. Her friends noticed her enthusiasm and chimed in. "Yuma, why are you so excited? Are you dating someone?" "Yes, hurry up and tell us." Laughter filled the room, and Xie Ma felt her cheeks warm slightly. "It's nothing," You're all overreacting. It's just that guy I met yesterday. He messaged me, saying he wants to take me out to the mall. Instantly, her eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness. That charming young man from yesterday? Oh heavens. Is he the one with the Porsche? Hiss. UMO, your luck is simply extraordinary. Not only have you encountered a wealthy patron, but now you are also being invited to stroll through the mall with him. Boo-hoo. I am utterly envious. By the way, have you replied to him yet? At that moment, Yuma shook her head and replied, Not yet. I'm unsure whether I should accept. My goodness. What are you hesitating for? Sister, are you being foolish? He has taken the initiative to invite you. Of course, you should accept. Indeed. He must have taken a liking to you. This is your fortune. We're talking about a genuine tycoon here. I want to say you'll marry him. But even becoming his lover would be a stroke of luck for you. One that you've earned over 8 lifetimes. Exactly. Being pampered by such a wealthy benefactor means you'll never have to worry again. And if you plan to enter the entertainment industry, you have endless resources at your disposal. In an instant, her friends urged her on. Listening to their words, Yuma pondered for a moment before hastily replying. I have time, big brother. Observing her response, Lin Mo calmly stated, All right, then meet me at the main entrance. I'll be waiting for you outside your school. After saying this, Lin Mo ceased to pay attention to Yuma's messages and opened Bilibili to watch videos of young ladies. In the dormitory, Yuma hurriedly began to retouch her makeup and change her clothes. Simultaneously, she asked, Which outfit do you think looks better on me? You already have a good foundation. Any outfit you choose will look great. Exactly. Don't overthink it. Hurry up and go. Hee. Yuma, you can't keep such a wealthy patron hidden away, can you? When you meet him, bring us along to see. Oh, what is the rush? Amidst the flurry of changing clothes and applying makeup, Yuma ultimately selected a light blue dress, complemented by a subtle makeup look. Soon after, the group made their way towards the school gate. Upon arriving at the entrance, Yuma caught the attention of many passers-by. Hey, look, it's the goddess Yuma. She really is a goddess. Not just the goddess Yuma. Look at the other beautiful girls beside her. They are stunning. It's said that the roommates of Yuma are all beauties from the performing arts department. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Yuma and her friends stood by the roadside at the school gate. One girl was scanning the area and asked, Yuma, where's that Porsche guy you mentioned? Yeah, why isn't he here? Everyone began to murmur in confusion, and even Yuma felt puzzled. When Lin Mo had messaged her earlier, he had stated he was already at the dormitory entrance. But now, why couldn't she see his Porsche? Wait a moment. Let me ask him, Yuma thought, her heart filled with curiosity. She reopened WeChat and messaged Lin Mo, Big brother, I've arrived at the school gate. Where are you? After sending the message, just a few seconds later, the sound of a car horn echoed. Startled, Yuma and her friends turned to see a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked by the roadside. At that moment, the electric window slowly descended, revealing Lin Mo inside. Get in. Lin Mo called out, a smile gracing his face. I'm getting in now, Yuma exclaimed as she dashed to the Cullinan's door. Under the gaze of many young admirers, she opened the door and hopped in. Then, with a swift press of the accelerator, Lin Mo drove off in the Cullinan, leaving behind a crowd of heartbroken young men. Boo-hoo. The goddess has left with someone. It's just a car. What is so impressive about it? Once I have money, I'll buy a car to pick up girls too. Heh, as if you'll have money. Do you even know what that car was? It's a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Worth 8 million. Hiss. 8 million. My heavens. Does being wealthy mean you can do whatever you want? I'm sorry, but yes, being rich truly allows for such indulgences. In an instant, many young men were filled with envy, while Yuma's friends wore expressions of astonishment. Meanwhile, inside the Cullinan, Lin Mo drove towards the IPAM building with Yuma, who looked at him curiously and asked, Big brother, why didn't you drive the Porsche today? This car seems like a Rolls-Royce. Oh, that car is too small. It's not suitable, Lin Mo replied casually. I plan to buy some things at the mall. And that car isn't convenient for carrying items. This car can accommodate more. With that statement, Yuma was left bewildered. The Porsche was too small for carrying things. But the Rolls-Royce was suitable? Using a Rolls-Royce as a delivery vehicle? How utterly extravagant. Chapter 29. No deliveries or couriers allowed. What a ridiculous rule. In the car, Yuma stuck out her tongue and asked, Big brother, where are we going to have fun now? To the IPAM International Trade Building, Lin Mo replied calmly. He then continued, If you see anything you like, feel free to buy it. Lin Mo had a clear understanding of Yuma. She would acquire whatever she desired. As for himself, he too would naturally obtain what he wanted. For her, the only thing she sought was money. However, for Lin Mo, money was the most trivial and least needed thing. If it was spent, then so be it. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Yuma's eyes sparkled with excitement. She then adopted a sweet demeanor and said, Thank you, big brother. Before long, they arrived at the underground parking lot of the International Trade Mall. Subsequently, Lin Mo took her hand, and they strolled through the shopping mall. Inside, an array of high-end luxury goods dazzled Xieyuma, leaving her utterly mesmerized. Surrounding them were various iconic designer clothing and handbags that stirred her heart immensely. The plethora of renowned brands sparked a desire to purchase, yet she restrained herself. She was a wise individual. Although Lin Mo had indeed mentioned earlier that she could select whatever she wished, deep within her, she possessed a measuring stick, aware of the limits of what she could request. Ultimately, in a Gucci store, Xieyuma acquired a white printed t-shirt, a plaid miniskirt, and a pair of black low-heeled shoes. The ensemble was simply stunning. Upon witnessing Xieyuma emerge in this outfit, Lin Mo's eyes lit up. Being a performing arts student, her figure was already exquisite, and this outfit accentuated her graceful silhouette perfectly, especially those long, fair, and slender legs that captivated anyone who beheld them. Ah, splendid. Now, let us complement this with a handbag, he declared, casually picking up a black and white check tote from the side. The price was reasonable, merely 10,000 yuan. But it rendered Xieyuma's eyes sparkle with excitement. She promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, brother. The total expenditure amounted to a little over 20,000 yuan. Following this, Xieyuma did not actively request anything more from Lin Mo, which further elevated his regard for her. As the two continued their leisurely exploration, they unknowingly returned to the entrance of the IPM International Trade Center. The IPM complex was indeed vast, divided into two main sections, one being the IPM shopping mall, and the other comprising office buildings above the 6th floor. Lin Mo surveyed the mall, and then his gaze fell upon a nearby Starbucks. Shall we indulge in some coffee? Certainly, she replied. They made their way into Starbucks, where Lin Mo ordered an iced Americano while Xieyuma opted for a Frappuccino. They also each ordered a small cake. Once seated, Xieyuma quickly snapped a few photos, playfully tossed her hair, and took a bite of the cake before revealing a look of sheer enjoyment on her face. Turning to Lin Mo, she asked, "Brother, would you like to try a bite of my cake? It's delicious." With that, she scooped a spoonful of her cake and offered it to him, her bright eyes brimming with anticipation and innocence. Lin Mo, unfazed, acknowledged her gesture. After tasting it, he nodded in approval. "Indeed, it is quite delightful." "Hee," she smiled. "Then I shall have a taste of your cake too." Immediately, she scooped a spoonful of Lin Mo's cake, displaying a sweet smile. So delightful. The aroma of tea wafted through the air, causing Lin Mo to raise an eyebrow. After finishing their coffee and cakes, they prepared to leave Starbucks. At that moment, a delivery person rushed towards the mall entrance. However, a security guard quickly intercepted him. "I'm sorry, but our mall does not permit deliveries or packages to enter." Hearing this, the delivery person grew anxious. "Please, sir, I have only 5 minutes left to deliver this order. Just let me in." The security guard remained resolute, stating, "I'm afraid I cannot allow it. It's against our mall's regulations. If I let you through, I'll face a deduction in my salary. But sir, this delivery is for the 17th floor. Please, just this once." The delivery person was on the verge of pleading. With only a few minutes left until the order would be late, he had previously attempted to contact the customer to come down for the pickup, but had been unsuccessful after multiple calls. Realizing the urgency of the situation, he desperately sought a way to deliver the order, but found himself blocked at the entrance, nearly in tears. At that moment, Lin Mo approached and inquired, "What seems to be the problem?" Hearing this, the delivery person anxiously explained, "I merely wish to deliver an order upstairs, but they won't allow me in." The security guard quickly interjected, "It's not that I don't want to let him through. It's just that the regulations prohibit deliveries and packages from entering. I'm just a worker, and I cannot defy the rules." Lin Mo felt a surge of indignation. What kind of absurd regulation was this? Prohibiting deliveries? Such a policy was blatant discrimination against the industry. It seemed necessary for him to address the management company later. However, seeing the delivery person's distressed expression, Lin Mo promptly said, "Brother, you go ahead. I'll handle this." "Thank you, young man. Thank you." The delivery person responded gratefully and prepared to enter. Just then, a boisterous voice rang out, "Stop that delivery person. Who allowed you to let him in?" Chapter 30. I am the owner of the IPM building. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Mo's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to see a sharply dressed man approaching, exuding an air of arrogance. The security guard quickly blocked the delivery person while exclaiming, "Manager Chui, you're here." Manager Chui strode forward, raising his voice, "Who permitted you to let this individual in? Do you not understand that allowing such people in tarnishes our mall's image?" To this, Lin Mo retorted, "Tarnish the mall's image? Huh, what a ridiculous notion." Manager Chui, who was present, also took notice of Lin Mo immediately. He furrowed his brow and inquired, "Who are you? Does it matter who I am? I simply wish to know who granted you the authority to prevent delivery personnel from entering the shopping mall." Manager Chui, at that moment, coldly replied, "This decision was made by our company's board of directors after thorough discussion. Furthermore, it is fundamentally about shaping our mall's image. Besides, who do you think you are to criticize our company's decisions? Me? Lin Mo chuckled disdainfully and then, with an air of indifference, stated, I am the owner of the IPM building. Now who do you say I am? Upon the utterance of this declaration, Manager Chui and his colleagues were momentarily taken aback. The owner of the IPM building? Xie Yuma's mouth gaped open, her expression a canvas of astonishment. Lin Mo was, in fact, the owner of the IPM building. It was beyond belief. Meanwhile, Manager Chui suddenly scoffed, a mocking grin spreading across his face. The owner of the IPM building? Huh, you? If you are the owner, then I must be the richest person in the city. Claiming to be the owner of the IPM building, how utterly foolish. The derision on Manager Chui's face deepened. Hearing this, Lin Mo chose not to engage further. He calmly took out his phone and dialed a number. On the top floor of the building, at the IPM Property Management Company, a meeting was convening with over a dozen executive directors in attendance. At the forefront was Chairman He Tianning, who, with a serious expression, addressed the gathering. Everyone, regarding the change of ownership of the IPM building, I trust you are all aware. We still know very little about the new owner, Mr. Lin. Furthermore, we are uncertain when he will come to inspect the building. Therefore, I urge you all to ensure that your subordinates present Mr. Lin with a favorable impression, so that we can successfully negotiate the renewal of our contract. As He Tianning spoke, one of the attendees nodded in agreement, saying, Indeed. The property management of the IPM building accounts for a significant portion of our company's net income. If the renewal fails, it would be a severe blow to our company. Rest assured, after we return, we will certainly manage our subordinates well. Regardless of the circumstances, we must leave a good impression on Mr. Lin. The executive directors chimed in unison. At that moment, He Tianning's phone rang suddenly, causing his brow to furrow in irritation. He was in a meeting. Before the meeting, he had stated on social media that no one should call him at this hour. Who could be so inconsiderate as to call him now? Irritation swelled within him as he picked up the phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, his expression shifted dramatically. He abruptly stood up, respectfully answered the call, and spoke cautiously. Hello, Mr. Lin. What can I do for you? With this, all the directors turned their attention toward him. Mr. Lin, the new owner of the IPM building, was actually calling. Silence enveloped the room as everyone observed He Tianning's increasingly tense demeanor. At that moment, Lin Mo's icy voice resonated through the phone. I give you 3 minutes to arrive at the D entrance of the mall. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. With that, Lin Mo hung up the phone. Hearing the dial tone, He Tianning's face turned pale, and the other attendees in the meeting room felt their bodies weaken. They could distinctly sense Lin Mo's palpable anger through the phone. Realizing the gravity of the situation, He Tianning's voice boomed. What are you all standing there for? Hurry and find out who has offended Mr. Lin. With that, He Tianning dashed out of the room, racing toward the first floor, closely followed by the other directors. At the entrance of the mall, Lin Mo, having ended the call, caught Manager Chui off guard for a moment. However, he soon scoffed, saying, Huh? You play the part quite convincingly. I almost believed you were truly the owner of the IPM. Hearing this, Lin Mo merely cast a cold glance at Manager Chui. Choosing silence, Manager Chui then turned to Xie Yuma, saying, Beautiful lady, do not be deceived by such individuals. I've encountered many like him, blustering without substance. It's clear he lacks wealth, merely pretending to be affluent. I can assure you with utmost certainty that this fellow is not the owner of the IPM building. After all, my uncle is a director at the property company and has met the actual owner. Just then, Manager Chui heard the sound of footsteps approaching from a distance. Lifting his head, he looked toward the source of the sound and was instantly bewildered upon seeing a throng of people approaching. He stammered, Chairman, what brings you here? Chapter 31, The Despair of the Chui Family. Manager Chui trembled involuntarily, observing the hurried approach of Chairman He Tianning along with a crowd of executive directors. His complexion turned an ashen hue. He Tianning, however, did not spare Manager Chui a glance, rushing directly to stand before Lin Mo with great urgency. Mr. Lin, what brings you here so unexpectedly? You didn't inform us in advance. Observing this scene, Manager Chui appeared somewhat bewildered. He hurriedly approached one of the executive directors and inquired, Uncle San, what is going on? Isn't this young man merely a greenhorn? Why does Mr. He feel the need to treat him with such reverence? Upon hearing this, Uncle San shot a glare at Manager Chui and retorted, Silence. I must warn you, the individual before us is the new owner of the IPM building. His annual rental income alone exceeds 10 billion. He is our company's largest client. If he is just a greenhorn, then what does that make me? With that statement, Manager Chui was left in a state of panic, staring at Lin Mo ahead of him, his body chilled as though plunged into an icy abyss. He realized that he was finished, utterly finished. This man before him was indeed the owner of the IPM building, and he had just mocked him moments ago. At this point, Manager Chui felt utterly disoriented. Meanwhile, Lin Mo let out a cold chuckle and, with a frosty demeanor, remarked, "Heh, had I not come, I truly would have been oblivious to how well you manage my commercial building. It seems I must seriously reconsider whether to renew the lease for this building with you." Lin Mo's icy words sent shivers down Huating's spine, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He quickly interjected, "Mr. Lin, please clarify. I am unaware of which imbecile has offended you." To this, Lin Mo responded with a mocking tone, "Heh, I have heard that there is a regulation at the IPM building. Delivery personnel and couriers are not permitted to enter, is that correct?" Upon hearing this, Huating was momentarily stunned, but then he swiftly turned to the slender director behind him, barking, "Director Chui, what is the meaning of this? You are responsible for the building's security. Explain yourself." As these words left his mouth, Chui Jianhui broke into a cold sweat and abruptly turned around, delivering a resounding slap. The sharp crack echoed as he gritted his teeth, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, cursing, "I'll beat you to a pulp, you incompetent fool. Who authorized you to set such rules?" As Chui Jianhui lashed out, Lin Mo merely chuckled coldly. Then, he slowly said, "Enough. There is no need to continue this charade of suffering." He turned to the delivery man beside him and asked, "My good fellow, how long has this rule against delivery personnel been in place?" The delivery man replied, "About 6 months." Lin Mo nodded, then coldly regarded the duo of Chui Jianhui and his uncle, stating, "This regulation has been in effect for no short time. It has been a full 6 months. I find it hard to believe that you, as his uncle, are unaware of it." Lin Mo then shot a steely gaze at Huating, declaring, "Mr. He, I do not wish to see these two again. Otherwise, I shall have to seriously reconsider the management of this building." As Lin Mo's words hung in the air, Huating quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, I understand. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, I will provide you with a satisfactory resolution." He bowed and turned to the others present, his expression turning icy. "Everyone, I believe Director Chui Jianhui is unfit to continue serving as our executive director. I propose we revoke his executive director status and expel him from the board. As for security manager Chui Jian, he should be dismissed from the company and never reemployed." With these words, Chui Jianhui's complexion shifted dramatically. He exclaimed loudly, "No, Mr. He, please, do not strip me of my executive director position. I beg you. Show me mercy." To this, Huating shook his head, responding with a cold smile. "It appears you still do not grasp who you have offended." Following that, Huating called out loudly, "Now, let us proceed to a vote." In an instant, the other executive directors raised their hands in unison. All more than 10 directors, without exception, supported the motion. After all, Chui Jianhui's actions had grossly transgressed their boundaries and jeopardized their interests. Expelling him from the board and revoking his executive director status was undoubtedly the least costly decision to placate Lin Mo. Witnessing the outcome, Chui Jianhui stumbled, his face pale as he collapsed to the floor, engulfed in despair. A profound sense of hopelessness flooded his heart at that moment. Meanwhile, Manager Chui appeared equally lost. Glancing at his uncle, Chui Jianhui, and muttered, "Uncle, what should we do now?" Hearing Manager Chui's words, Chui Jianhui's face darkened, his expression frigid. His eyes turned a fierce red as he suddenly slapped him hard. "How could I have such a treacherous nephew? If it weren't for your reckless actions, I would not have been removed from my position. I'll make you pay for this." In an instant, anguished cries echoed at the entrance of the mall. Chapter 32, Talent Scout. Are you interested in becoming a star? The two individuals here have indeed been unceremoniously ejected by the security personnel. Following their removal, Huating approached Lin Mo with a smile, stating, "Mr. Lin, I have successfully eradicated these toxic entities. Furthermore, I assure you that such absurd regulations will not be imposed again. Therefore, let us discuss the renewal of your contract with our property company." Huating's obsequious demeanor was evident as he addressed Lin Mo with a beaming smile. In response, Lin Mo calmly remarked, "The renewal is certainly possible. However, I must express my desire for incidents like today to never recur. Should they happen again, we shall terminate the contract without hesitation." Yes, Huating eagerly replied, his demeanor still jovial. "We shall not further inconvenience you, Mr. Lin. Enjoy your time in the mall, and do not hesitate to call upon us should you need anything." As Huating departed, Xie Ma, with a smile illuminating her face, remarked, "I never expected that you, brother, are the owner of this IPM building." Hearing her words, Lin Mo chuckled and replied, "Surprised, are you?" After a light laugh, he continued, "Would you like to join me for some fun at Happy Valley later?" Happy Valley. Xie Ma's eyes sparkled with excitement as she instinctively embraced Lin Mo's arm. Lin Mo felt a rush of cool air as he inhaled sharply. In her clear, bright eyes, a glimmer of anticipation emerged as she expressed, "I would love to experience those thrilling rides. I've always been too timid to go alone." Lin Mo smiled at her enthusiasm and glanced outside, saying, "It's just past 1 in the afternoon, and the sun is rather fierce. We should procure some sun protection." With that, Lin Mo led Xie Yuma through the mall, where they purchased 2 sun hats, some sunscreen, and 2 pairs of sunglasses. Though the items were few, Lin Mo still spent 6 to 7,000 yuan. Afterward, he drove directly to Happy Valley. Along the way, Lin Mo held the steering wheel with one hand while gently resting his other hand on Xie Yuma's fair thigh. She felt her cheeks flush but did not push his hand away. Before long, they arrived at Happy Valley. After applying sunscreen and purchasing 2 tickets, they ventured into the amusement park together. "Shall we start with the giant swing?" Lin Mo suggested with a light laugh as they approached the towering ride. "Yes, that sounds great," Xie Yuma replied, her anticipation palpable as she tugged Lin Mo's hand, hurrying toward the swing. Moments later, they found themselves seated on the giant swing. Holding Xie Yuma's hand, Lin Mo asked, "Are you feeling nervous?" Her face turned slightly red, and after a soft yes, she nodded. "If you feel scared, just scream," he encouraged. "Okay," she replied eagerly. Soon, the giant swing began to rotate, its speed increasing with each moment. Lin Mo noticed Xie Yuma's grip tightening on his hand, her breathing becoming shallower. Just then, the swing ascended to an almost vertical height before plunging down. Xie Yuma could no longer contain herself and screamed. A reaction echoed by many nearby girls. As the swing continued to sway, Lin Mo chuckled and gently pulled Xie Yuma closer to him. In that instant, her face flushed a deeper shade of red. Eventually, the ride concluded and slowed to a stop. As they disembarked, Xie Yuma's legs felt weak, her eyes dazed. "Look at you, your legs are trembling," Lin Mo said, shaking his head while helping to arrange her hair. Xie Yuma blinked, her eyes brimming with affection. They proceeded to enjoy several more rides, with Xie Yuma growing increasingly frightened at each turn, particularly during the drop tower ride. Her face went pale as she buried herself in Lin Mo's embrace, her screams nearly piercing his eardrums. Lin Mo couldn't help but feel that bringing her to Happy Valley had been a grave mistake. "Oh dear, you really are something," he sighed, shaking his head. "With such a timid disposition, why did you insist on coming to Happy Valley? How was I to know the attractions here would be so thrilling?" Xie Yuma pouted in response. Lin Mo, with a resigned expression, pointed to a nearby ice cream shop and said, "All right, let us take a break at that ice cream shop before we head back." "Okay," she nodded gently, following Lin Mo to the shop. After purchasing their frozen treats, Xie Yuma pulled out her phone to capture a few photos, arranging them into a 9-grid collage. Despite her fears, wrapped in the warmth of his embrace, she felt an undeniable sense of safety. After sending her photos and a caption to her social media, it was akin to an official announcement of their relationship. Moreover, Xie Yuma made sure to highlight her exquisite outfit, a complete ensemble from an international luxury brand, ready to boast to her circle of friends. Lin Mo merely smiled gently, understanding that this was simply part of Xie Yuma's character. He chose not to comment, recognizing that their outing had only deepened her reliance on him. In this moment, he finally understood that in this world, there were no true green tea bitches, just good sisters who genuinely cared for their brothers. At that moment, a well-dressed middle-aged man approached Xie Yuma, wearing a smile as he extended a business card towards her. Then he spoke up. "Hello, I am a talent scout from 91 Entertainment. May I ask, are you both interested in becoming stars?" Chapter 33, The Invitation from the Owner of Villa Number 2. Junyue felt incredibly fortunate. Originally, he had come to this amusement park, intending to enjoy a day out with his wife and child. However, he never expected to encounter 2 individuals who, in his eyes, possessed remarkably good looks. With just a modicum of training over a few months, they could easily emerge as polished idols. In contrast, Lin Mo wore an unusual expression. The idea of embarking on a career as a star? He would have to be utterly foolish to pursue such a path. Subsequently, Lin Mo glanced at Xie Yuma, smiling as he asked, "So, what do you think? Are you interested in debuting as a major star?" "Not at all." Xie Yuma promptly shook her head. After all, she was a student of the prestigious Magic Theater. Even if she truly aspired to become a star, she would not be so naive as to approach an obscure small company. Moreover, now that she had aligned herself with a wealthy benefactor like Lin Mo, her primary focus should undoubtedly be on serving her patron well. Debuting as a star? Huh. Observing Xie Yuma's reaction, Lin Mo merely chuckled and said, "Sir, as you can see, we have no interest in pursuing a career in stardom. You might as well look elsewhere." With that, Lin Mo took Xie Yuma's hand and began to walk away. Seeing this, Junyue grew anxious and quickly remarked, "Ladies, I urge you to reconsider. Although 91 Entertainment is a newly established company, we have substantial backing. We are currently preparing to launch several flagship programs, and given your qualifications, I can assure you, if you join our company, within a year, no, within 6 months, you could rise to the pinnacle of popularity. At that point, I can guarantee your annual income will not be less than 10 million. As these words fell, many nearby took notice, eager to see how the two would respond. However, Lin Mo and Xie Yumeng paid little heed to Jiang Siwei. At that moment, they had reached the parking lot. They retrieved their car keys and pressed the button lightly. Beep. Instantly, the lights of a Rolls-Royce Cullinan parked nearby flickered. Lin Mo and Xie Yumeng settled into the car, and with a push of the accelerator, the vehicle roared to life and swiftly sped away. Meanwhile, Jiang Siwei stood there, his business card falling to the ground, his face flushed. He felt that his earlier promises had become a mere joke. After all, how could someone so young afford an $8 million Rolls-Royce Cullinan? It was evident that they were from an exceptionally affluent background. Why would a super-rich heir toil away in the entertainment industry for fame and a 10 million annual salary? They simply had no need for it. The onlookers, witnessing the taillights of the Rolls-Royce, were utterly dumbfounded. Oh my, a Rolls-Royce Cullinan. No wonder they aren't interested in becoming stars. The cost of that one car alone is 8 million. Why would they exhaust themselves to become celebrities? Indeed, who would have thought that young man was actually a wealthy heir? For a moment, the crowd was left speechless. As for Lin Mo and Xie Yumeng, the two spent the afternoon hiking and playing video games. When evening arrived, Lin Mo turned to Xie Yumeng and suggested, "How about we stay out tonight?" Upon hearing this, Xie Yumeng's face flushed slightly, but she soon replied softly, "Perhaps in a few days? I have a play performance to attend soon. If we stay out tonight, I want to be able to participate." Lin Mo nodded in understanding. "All right, let us postpone it for a few days then. By the way, when is your performance? Be sure to let me know. I'll be there to cheer you on." "Okay." Xie Yumeng nodded vigorously and then playfully leaned in to kiss Lin Mo's cheek. In response, Lin Mo smiled, lifting her chin as he leaned in to meet her lips. Before long, the car was filled with the sweet sound of them enjoying lollipops together. After a solid half hour, Xie Yumeng sat there, her cheeks flushed, staring down, too shy to speak. Lin Mo simply chuckled, straightened his clothes, and drove her back to school. It seemed he would be alone tonight. He chuckled softly to himself and then drove home. On his way back, he casually stopped by a convenience store to purchase snacks and drinks. The refrigerator at home was utterly bare, and given that Lin Mo was alone, he had little enthusiasm for cooking. Returning home, he sighed in resignation, realizing it might be time to hire a housekeeper. The vast emptiness of the mansion weighed on him. He murmured to himself, aware that it was indeed necessary to address the cleanliness and upkeep of the place. "I'll find a housekeeper tomorrow." As he set his things down and prepared to cook instant noodles, the doorbell rang. Puzzled, Lin Mo opened the door to find Sun Fu, the housekeeper of Villa No. 2, standing outside. "Sun Fu," he exclaimed in surprise. With a smile, Sun Fu responded, "Mr. Lin, our young lady wishes to invite you to dinner." "Dinner?" Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "Very well, if that is the case, I shall graciously accept your invitation." After exchanging pleasantries, the two made their way to Villa No. 2. Inside, the servants were busy laying out the dishes, while upstairs, a girl in a floral dress stood gazing at Lin Mo as he entered. She was momentarily captivated. So handsome, she thought to herself as she watched Lin Mo from a distance. However, she quickly descended the stairs, her face adorned with a smile. "Mr. Lin, greetings." As they extended their hands, the two exchanged a gentle handshake. The girl continued, "I am the owner of Villa No. 2, Munanji." Lin Mo succinctly replied, and Munanji invited him to take a seat. Soon, the dinner commenced. After a simple meal and a lively exchange of conversations, Lin Mo set down his utensils, wiped his mouth, and calmly gazed at Munanji, saying, "I presume, Miss Mu, that your invitation for this dinner is not merely to meet me, is it?" Chapter 34, Strengthening Elixir. As Lin Mo's voice faded, Munanji also laid down her utensils and turned her attention to him. With a light chuckle, she replied, "Indeed. That is the case. The reason for inviting Mr. Lin here is that I have another matter to discuss with you." "Oh, what is it?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, curiosity flickering in his gaze as he looked at Munanji. "I hope to purchase some more of the second-generation Dongjiao from you," she explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo appeared somewhat taken aback. "Purchase more?" "Yes, indeed. A few days ago, didn't Mr. Sun buy some second-generation Dongjiao from you?" Lin Mo paused for a moment before nodding. "Yes, that is correct. Steward Sun indeed bought some from me not long ago." With an embarrassed smile, Munanji continued, "Recently, it was my grandfather's 70th birthday. I gifted him your second-generation Dongjiao. To my surprise, he was overjoyed and wishes to have more. Thus, I hope you might part with some additional tea for him." Lin Mo nodded in understanding and smiled. "I see. However, since your grandfather enjoys it so much, I shall gift you some. Consider it my present to celebrate his 70th birthday." Munanji was momentarily taken aback. "What? Is there an issue with this being a gift for my grandfather?" Hearing Lin Mo's words, she could only muster a resigned smile, saying, "Since you insist, I shall not decline. This indeed puts our Mu family at an advantage." Amidst their banter, Lin Mo presented a package of tea leaves, then turned to Mu Nanji and said, "By the way, Miss Mu." At this, Mu Nanji immediately interjected, "Oh, Mr. Lin, please, just call me Nanji." Lin Mo nodded. "Very well, Nanji, you may call me Lin Mo. I actually have a favor to ask of you. Please, go ahead." "Well, I have only recently arrived in Modu, and I am not very familiar with the area. Living alone in my villa, I find it difficult to manage cleaning and such tasks. Therefore, I hope you could assist me in finding a housekeeper or caretaker," Lin Mo confessed awkwardly. Indeed, he was quite unfamiliar with these matters. If he were to seek someone himself, the reliability of a caretaker would raise significant doubts. Instead, it would be much simpler to have Mu Nanji assist him in the search. Upon hearing Lin Mo's request, Mu Nanji and the others were momentarily stunned. The next moment, they chuckled and Mu Nanji spoke. I thought it was something serious. So, you merely wish to find a housekeeper, Lin Mo? Rest assured, I will have Uncle Fu arrange it for you by tomorrow. Thank you very much." After a pleasant exchange, Lin Mo returned to his room, while within Villa Number 2, Mu Nanji's gaze flickered thoughtfully. It seems Lin Mo's background is quite remarkable. "Uncle Fu, do you think we should involve him in the Donghai project?" Steward Sun pondered for a moment before replying. "The Donghai project is valued at over 3 billion. Mr. Lin appears to have a notable background. I believe it is feasible. However, dealing with the Mu Yuan group could prove challenging." Upon hearing this, Mu Nanji furrowed her brow. "Has the gift been delivered?" "I encountered Jiang Hai's wife, the chairman of Mu Yuan group, but she was completely unwilling to relent." For a moment, Mu Nanji fell silent, feeling a twinge of frustration within. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was comfortably settled on the sofa, engrossed in a drama, entirely oblivious to Mu Nanji's plans. As time ticked by, it soon reached midnight. Is it already midnight? Excitement flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. He promptly retrieved his phone. Strengthening elixir. Subsidy price, 233. Charm max card. Subsidy price, 199. Staring at these $2 trillion subsidized items, Lin Mo was momentarily perplexed. What on earth is this? With a hint of confusion, he ultimately pressed his finger on the screen, opting to purchase both items. Purchase successful. Items are being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 5 minutes. Please wait for your delivery. 5 minutes for delivery? Very well, I shall wait. Murmuring to himself, Lin Mo settled back onto the sofa, quiet and expectant. Approximately 5 minutes later, his phone chimed with another notification. The items you purchased have been delivered. Please check your inventory. Lin Mo blinked in surprise, then clicked into the inventory interface. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of both items resting within. Strengthening elixir. After consumption, it will significantly enhance the user's physique. Subsequent improvements depend on the user's own efforts. Charm max card. Upon use, the user's charm value will peak, allowing them to control whether to radiate charm. Gazing at these two items, Lin Mo found himself momentarily stunned on the sofa. "This is quite intriguing," he murmured. Subsequently, he used both items in turn. After consuming the strengthening elixir, an overwhelming wave of fatigue suddenly washed over Lin Mo's mind. Yawning deeply, he promptly succumbed to slumber. Uncertain how much time had passed, Lin Mo slowly opened his eyes. The sky outside was already bright, yet he found himself still reclining on the sofa. This sensation, having just awakened, instantly jolted him to full alertness. He felt within him a terrifying force brewing. Could this be the effect of the strengthening potion? Clenching his fist, Lin Mo sensed that this punch of his could rival the full force of a top-tier boxer. Let me test my current physical capabilities. With that thought, Lin Mo made his way to the gym downstairs. Chapter 35. I am eager to discover his limits. An hour later, within the gym downstairs, Lin Mo was still running on the treadmill, maintaining a steady pace. The treadmill was set to its highest incline, yet Lin Mo remained composed, his breathing steady and even. After several more minutes, he finally ceased running, his mind murmuring, "This is certainly not the peak of my physical potential." While on the treadmill, he had distinctly felt himself gradually tapping into the latent power of the strengthening potion. However, it seemed that merely continuing to run would not suffice to unearth further potential. Lin Mo pondered to himself. After all, during that hour, he had set the treadmill to its maximum setting and run for a full 60 minutes. And yet, he still felt as if he could easily continue. The equipment at home was insufficient. It appeared he would need to visit a gym to truly test himself. With resolve, Lin Mo took out his phone to search for options. To his surprise, he discovered a high-end fitness center not far from his home. Lijiao Fitness Center? Observing the name of the gym, Lin Mo initiated navigation. The gym was a mere 10-minute drive away. After taking a quick shower upstairs, he followed the directions and drove to the fitness center. This establishment was quite upscale largely adorned with natural wood, and the ambience was exceptionally elegant. The interior boasted a comprehensive array of fitness equipment, complemented by a swimming pool, massage pool, sauna, and steam room. Overall, it was less a gym and more a fitness club. As he approached the front desk, the attendant's face lit up with a smile, warmly greeting him. "Good day, sir. Are you here to work out?" "Yes," Lin Mo nodded, continuing. "However, I will need a personal trainer." His purpose for visiting the gym was twofold: to utilize the fitness equipment and to secure a personal trainer to maximize his potential. "Certainly, sir. Right this way, please." The attendant led Lin Mo into the gym. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Lin Mo?" Turning at the sound, Lin Mo saw Mu Nanji descending the stairs. At that moment, she wore her hair in a ponytail and was clad in a snug white athletic outfit. The attire accentuated her graceful figure, leaving no trace of excess flesh on her exposed abdomen. Her porcelain skin appeared almost fragile. "Nanji, what brings you here?" Lin Mo inquired, his voice resonating. Hearing Lin Mo's voice, Mu Nanji appeared momentarily flustered, her expression slightly dazed as her gaze lingered on his face, unable to look away, for reasons unknown. Upon seeing Lin Mo today, Mu Nanji felt an irresistible pull towards him. Moreover, she perceived that he looked even more handsome than the night before. Noticing her reaction, Lin Mo furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Nanji, is something the matter?" Prompted by his words, Mu Nanji quickly regained her composure. "Oh, it's nothing. Are you here to work out too?" "Yes, I'm here to get a gym membership," Lin Mo replied with a smile. "I see," she nodded, then turned to the attendant beside Lin Mo, saying, "You can head back now. I will take Mr. Lin in for a trial." The attendant nodded in agreement, "Certainly, Miss Mu," and quickly departed. "I can't believe I would run into you here," Mu Nanji remarked with a smile. "I searched for nearby gyms at home, and this was the only one close by." Shrugging nonchalantly, Lin Mo replied, "Since you're working out here, do you know of any personal trainers you could recommend?" After a moment of contemplation, Mu Nanji responded, "Actually, I have one personal training session available. Would you like to give it a try?" "That sounds good," he agreed. "You should go change first. The gym provides workout attire." Nodding, Lin Mo took a set of gym clothes and changed before following Mu Nanji into the gym. Soon, he met Mu Nanji's personal trainer. After she explained the situation, the trainer approached Lin Mo. "Mr. Lin, let us first assess your stamina." With that, the three of them moved to a piece of equipment. This was a flat bench press, primarily used for strength training, targeting the pectoral muscles and triceps. "Mr. Lin, lie back and simply push the barbell upward," the trainer instructed. Lin Mo nodded and reclined, and after the explanation, he began his workout. Thanks to the strengthening potion he had consumed, his physical abilities were remarkably formidable. Thus, he executed the movements with remarkable ease. Observing Lin Mo's effortless demeanor, the trainer expressed surprise. "Let me increase the weight." Even after the increase, Lin Mo continued to handle it effortlessly. "Add more," he said casually. Witnessing this, both the trainer and Mu Nanji exchanged incredulous glances. "More," he repeated, and after several increments, the barbell's weight had reached an astonishing level. Yet Lin Mo remained unfazed and relaxed. As they watched this spectacle, both the trainer and Mu Nanji were becoming increasingly unsettled. Meanwhile, others working out nearby had also taken notice of the unusual scene and gathered around. Upon witnessing the digits displayed on the barbell held by Lin Mo, an expression of astonishment washed over his face. It is noteworthy that at this moment, Lin Mo's bench press had already reached an impressive 100 kilograms. This figure can certainly be regarded as remarkably astonishing. Yet, judging by Lin Mo's demeanor, it was evident that he had not yet approached his limits. Just then, a young man, his physique brimming with muscle, approached the gathering. "What are you all congregating here for?" Upon hearing this voice, the crowd parted. "Coach Wu, you have arrived." Acknowledging the voices around him, the young man nodded. He was the premier personal trainer at their gym and a former champion of a world-class bodybuilding competition. Truly a gem of the Lijiao Fitness Center. At this moment, Mu Nanji's personal trainer dashed over, exclaiming, "Coach Wu, it's like this." He proceeded to recount the unfolding events. Listening intently, a flicker of interest appeared on Coach Wu's face. "Oh," he then turned his gaze toward Lin Mo, intrigue glimmering in his eyes. "How fascinating. I am eager to discover where his limits lie." Chapter 36. Breaking world records. Subsequently, the weight of the barbell began to escalate. 110 kilograms, 120 kilograms, 130 kilograms. The figures continued to soar. In a mere 3 minutes, Lin Mo's bench press weight had reached a staggering 180 kilograms. Observing this terrifying number, both Mu Nanji and her trainer were left utterly dumbfounded. The trainer, in particular, gulped audibly, turning to Mu Nanji. "Miss Mu, your friend's physical capacity is extraordinary, truly unparalleled." Mu Nanji was rendered speechless by the shock. She found herself murmuring in disbelief, her expression rife with astonishment. After all, Lin Mo's performance was nothing short of breathtaking. Meanwhile, the onlookers were voicing their astonishment. Is this guy a freak? His strength is utterly terrifying. 180 kilograms. Yet he doesn't seem to possess any remarkable muscles. Coach Wu, at that moment, could only shake his head in disbelief, exclaiming, this strength is indeed somewhat terrifying. 180 kilograms, and he appears to be handling it with such ease. Coach Wu, is something the matter? It's just 180 kilograms, isn't it? Indeed, Coach Wu. While it is impressive, isn't it a bit exaggerated to be astonished? Right, Coach Wu, you could manage 180 kilograms too, couldn't you? In response to these remarks, Coach Wu shook his head vigorously. He then spoke slowly. I can indeed manage 180 kilograms, but I would never do so with such effortless grace. His expression clearly indicates that he is far from reaching his limits. As these words fell, all eyes were drawn to Lin Mo's countenance. Indeed, Lin Mo looked remarkably at ease, as though he were lifting not 180 kilograms, but merely an 18-kilogram dumbbell. In that moment, many present were visibly moved. Coach Wu continued, go ahead and increase the weight, aim for 200. Upon hearing this, the trainer nodded and promptly notified Lin Mo, who was ready for the weight increase. The weight surged to 200, yet Lin Mo remained unfazed. The increments continued. After 2 more increases, Lin Mo's movements suddenly paused. Observing this, the onlookers were left in a state of confusion, especially the trainer, who gazed at Lin Mo and inquired, Mr. Lin, is everything all right? Others were also curious. As Lin Mo had previously seemed effortlessly in control, what could this sudden halt signify? Just as they pondered, Lin Mo spoke up. What is the current weight? 260 kilograms. Lin Mo mused for a moment before stating, it feels a bit light. Kindly add it to 300, will you? With this declaration, everyone around was taken aback. Is he speaking coherently? 260 kilograms is merely a bit light? He wishes to increase it to 300 kilograms? The expressions on their faces were one of utter disbelief. Coach Wu approached Lin Mo, saying, increase it to 300? Mr. Lin, are you certain? Keep in mind, you are currently lifting 260 kilograms. Go ahead. I wish to test my limits, Lin Mo replied calmly. After all, he felt entirely at ease, and if he couldn't experience any pressure, the effects of the strength-enhancing potion would not be activated. Very well, Mr. Lin, Coach Wu nodded, then began to increase the weight. Soon, the barbell reached 300 kilograms. Many were gulping nervously, yet Lin Mo remained composed. Lin Mo furrowed his brow, saying, add 15 kilograms. This statement sent shivers down the spines of those surrounding him. Even Coach Wu was slightly trembling. Cautiously, he increased the weight. Meanwhile, Mu Nanji, not particularly versed in bench pressing, was aware of the gravity of this weight but still turned to her trainer, asking, Coach, is this weight truly terrifying? The trainer glanced at Mu Nanji and replied, let me put it this way. The latest world record for unassisted bench press, as of 2019, stands at 337 kilograms. The records for the top 5 in the world hover around 325 kilograms. Thus, if Mr. Lin increases to 315 kilograms, he will be edging closer to a world record. Upon hearing this, Mu Nanji was left astounded. Her gaze towards Lin Mo became increasingly complex. After reaching 315 kilograms, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. He had a vague sense that this weight was nearing his limits, but there was still room for assent. Increase it. Coach Wu nodded, not daring to hesitate. The weight gradually climbed. 320 kilograms. 321 kilograms. Under the weight of 5 kilograms, the surrounding crowd exhibited a palpable excitement. Some even took out their smartphones. Capturing the moment on video, Wu Jia's breath quickened as the numbers climbed. 336 kilograms. 337 kilograms. 338 kilograms. As the weight reached 338 kilograms, an eruption of cheers filled the air. A new world record had been set. The record for the raw bench press had been shattered. In an instant, the gym was ablaze with fervor. Amidst this cacophony of celebration, even those in other workout areas were drawn in. After all, 338 kilograms in raw bench pressing is no trivial matter. While this figure may seem insignificant to the average person, for fitness enthusiasts, it represents a near-religious milestone. At that moment, despite his excitement, Wu Jia bellowed, silence. He could clearly see that 338 kilograms was not Lin Mo's limit. In the next moment, the weight continued to ascend until it reached 343 kilograms, at which point the increase halted. 343 kilograms. Although Lin Mo could still push further, he felt the strain. This was the utmost limit of his arm strength. Chapter 37. The soaring video. In that instant, the gym was alive with exhilaration among all the fitness aficionados. They understood that a new world record in raw bench pressing had emerged. 343 kilograms. This record represented an impressive increase of 6 kilograms over the previous one. Moreover, and most importantly, this remarkable feat had been achieved by a member of the Shanhua community. It is noteworthy that prior to this, no individual from Shanhua had ever bench pressed over 300 kilograms. Suddenly, the atmosphere erupted. Bro, from this day forth, you are my elder brother. From an initial weight of 180 kilograms, he had ascended to the staggering 343 kilograms. My goodness, bro, no, father, grandfather. In that moment, the expressions of everyone in the gym towards Lin Mo transformed. They all realized that this seemingly unassuming young man, lacking in overt musculature, harbored within him an unparalleled and terrifying strength. Lin Mo himself felt a surge of joy. To be honest, even he had not anticipated the extraordinary enhancement that the strength-enhancing potion had bestowed upon him. This singular enhancement had propelled him to break the world record in raw bench pressing. He couldn't help but wonder, if he continued to explore his potential, just how much stronger could he become? In the meantime, Wu Jia observed Lin Mo's expression with excitement, exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, congratulations on breaking the world record in raw bench pressing." Lin Mo merely smiled and replied, "Oh, it's nothing to speak of. Besides, I wasn't competing." With a casual wave of his hand, Lin Mo wore a faint smile. Hearing this, Wu Jia chuckled, but he understood that Lin Mo was merely being modest. Even if he were to compete in the IPF Bench Press Championship, Lin Mo would undoubtedly break the world record once again. Beside them, Mu Nanji approached with an air of mock melancholy, saying, "Lin Mo, with your physical prowess, why bother with fitness? You can bench press 343 kilograms. You hardly need to work out." To this, Lin Mo simply smiled softly and replied, "That advice is for the average person. I still find it necessary to continue training." Mu Nanji took his words as a jest and rolled her eyes, saying, "Who would believe that?" Lin Mo chuckled lightly and said, "I'll be training here from now on. Could you help me get a membership?" At this, Wu Jia quickly interjected, "No need for that. Since Mr. Lin intends to work out at our gym, it would be our utmost honor. Therefore, I shall take the liberty of presenting you with a black gold VIP card. From now on, all your expenses at our gym will be complimentary." Wu Jia, one of the shareholders of the Lijia Fitness Center, swiftly offered the card. Moreover, having witnessed Lin Mo break the world record, he recognized the potential for profit in this venture. "Thank you very much." Lin Mo quickly grasped Wu Jia's intentions. Smiling as he accepted the VIP card, he then began to explore other fitness activities. Before long, the afternoon slipped away, and by 5 o'clock, Lin Mo returned home after spending the day at the gym. Meanwhile, a video of his bench pressing session began to gain traction on Weibo. This video captured the very moment Lin Mo performed his record-breaking lift. In just a day, it garnered an astounding 300,000 likes and over 50,000 comments. The comment section was ablaze with reactions. "Wow, is this real? Someone lifted 343 kilograms. No way, a world record has been broken? This is the power of Shanhua. This guy is amazing. I remember the previous world record was 337 kilograms, right? Huh, this is absolutely fake. How could such a frail person possess such strength? Disgusting. If you're going to fabricate something, at least have some common sense. Our best record in Shanhua was 235 kilograms by Mao Qingyu, and internationally, only Europeans and Americans can reach 300 kilograms in bench pressing. Exactly. This level of fabrication is truly repulsive. Besides, look at the way he exerted himself. It's clearly incorrect. My goodness, are we just a bunch of sheep? Why can't someone from Shanhua manage to push 300 kilograms? At that moment, on the Weibo platform, the comments section was marked by an intense polarization. Many expressed skepticism regarding the authenticity of the video. The fervor surrounding this Weibo post has surged dramatically. From an initial ranking of 48, it has skyrocketed to the 6th position, officially breaking into the top 10. Concurrently, in Dongjiao province, a robust young man is diligently lifting weights. At that very moment, his phone begins to ring. After carefully placing the barbell down, he picks up his phone. "Junyue, have you seen the Weibo post?" Upon answering, an excited and anxious voice erupts from the other end. "I haven't seen it yet." "What is going on?" Mao Qingyu inquires. On the line is his friend, a fitness enthusiast named Yang. "You need to check it out. Someone posted a video claiming that a world record for unassisted bench pressing has been shattered." "What? Lao Yang, you can't be serious." Mao Qingyu's expression is one of utter astonishment. "I'm not joking. It's genuine." Yang's tone is earnest. "Really? Who accomplished this feat?" "A remarkable individual from Modu, who bench pressed an astounding 343 kilograms. How is that possible?" In an instant, Mao Qingyu rises to his feet, his face a canvas of shock and disbelief. As the Asian champion in bench pressing, he understands better than anyone the immense difficulty of achieving a weight exceeding 300 kilograms for an Asian competitor. You should hurry and check Weibo. That video is currently trending at number 4. Listening intently, Junyue hastily opens his Weibo app. The moment he does, a slew of notifications flood in. Ignoring those, he directly clicks on the trending list and begins to watch the video with utmost concentration. Chapter 38. An Unexpected Windfall. It's true. Judging by the execution, there is no indication of foul play whatsoever. Seated, Junyue appears momentarily dazed. Then, a wave of exhilaration washes over him. 343 kilograms. This is an entirely new record. Although this achievement did not occur during an IPF championship, it undeniably reflects the athlete's prowess. Without hesitation, he grabs his phone, opens Weibo, and types a message. Junyue, congratulations to Mr. Lin for setting a new world record. 343 kilograms is a point of pride for all of us from Shenhua. The moment the post is published, the comment section below erupts. The great Mao has appeared. Incredible. This is the esteemed Mao. Haha. Where are all the haters now? The ones who claimed he was faking it. Now that Mao has acknowledged the video, it's evident that the accomplishment is genuine. With Junyue's Weibo post, Lin Mo's video, already brimming with popularity, experiences an even more explosive surge. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remains blissfully unaware of it all. At this moment, he is at home, engrossed in a video game, eagerly awaiting the clock to strike 12. Just then, a WeChat notification pops up, unmistakably a message from Mu Nanji. Upon glancing at it, he reads, "You've gone viral." Staring at the message, Lin Mo is momentarily taken aback before replying, "I've gone viral? What is happening?" On Weibo's trending list, you're currently number 1. Lin Mo is utterly bewildered by Mu Nanji's words. He promptly opens Weibo, his face etched with confusion as he begins to investigate. Upon accessing Weibo, he is rendered speechless. The top trending topic is unmistakably his own. World record for unassisted bench press has been shattered. Good heavens, after breaking the world record, I also receive a spot on Weibo's trending list. Lin Mo gasps in astonishment, his expression reflecting a mix of disbelief and amusement. He chuckles softly, shaking his head gently as he peruses the messages on Weibo. His demeanor remains remarkably composed. Soon, the clock strikes 12. Closing Weibo, Lin Mo swiftly opens the 0.1 Subsidy App, refreshing the interface. Today's products are now visible on the app. Prestige check-in subsidy price, 188. Honest spray subsidy price, 999. Eyebrows raised, Lin Mo decisively makes the purchase. Purchase successful. Item is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please await receipt. Observing the notification on his phone, Lin Mo raises an eyebrow, murmuring to himself, 15 minutes? With a flicker of curiosity, he closes the app, reclines on the sofa, and prepares for an intense and thrilling game of Honor of Kings. 15 minutes pass swiftly. As the victory notification appears on his phone, Lin Mo's eyebrows lift slightly, a smile forming on his lips. Excellent. His spirits are buoyed. He then reopens the 0.1 Subsidy App, thinking that it should be time for his items to arrive. Muttering to himself, he accesses the app, and, sure enough, 2 items are displayed in his inventory. Prestige check-in sheet. Upon reaching a prestige level of 1 million, a random reward will be granted. The sheet will disappear after 3 rewards are claimed. Honest spray. When used on a specific target, the subject will tell the truth for the next 5 minutes. The spray will vanish after use. Gazing at these 2 items, Lin Mo cannot help but be taken aback. These peculiar items leave him in a state of bemusement. Subsequently, his finger hovers over the prestige check-in sheet. As he selects it, a pop-up appears. User's prestige has reached the required level. Would you like to claim the first phase reward? Prestige level achieved? At that moment, Lin Mo is perplexed. How did my prestige reach the required level? Scratching his head, he contemplates. Suddenly, a flicker of realization crosses his mind. He promptly opens Weibo and gazes at the trending topic, understanding dawning upon him. Indeed, his eyes gleam with intrigue. At this moment, Lin Mo's lips gently curled upwards. Unexpectedly, this trending Weibo post had directly bestowed upon him the first phase reward of the prestige card. Rubbing his hands together lightly, Lin Mo felt a flicker of anticipation for the reward associated with this prestige card. Claim. His finger pressed down, and a prompt once again materialized before him. First phase reward successfully claimed. Reward, Pagani Huayra Imola 1. As the system notification faded, Lin Mo felt a weight in his pocket. Subsequently, he produced a set of uniquely designed car keys. Holding the keys, Lin Mo was still somewhat perplexed about this vehicle. He promptly began browsing for information on his phone. The moment he glimpsed the details about the car, a gasp escaped his lips. The Pagani Huayra Imola. This vehicle was a globally limited edition, with only 5 units existing worldwide. In the European Union, Its price reached a staggering 5 million euros. Converted into Shenhua currency, that amounts to approximately 34 million. Such exorbitance could easily purchase 2 apartments in the heart of the bustling metropolis. Not to mention, this was one of only 5 super luxury cars in the world. Its value transcended mere monetary measurement. The thought of a 39 million supercar left Lin Mo utterly astonished. Who would have thought that a trip to the gym would yield nearly 40 million in return? With a light chuckle, he once again gazed at the prestige card on the app, his eyes narrowing slightly. The first phase reward was indeed astonishing. One could only wonder what the subsequent 2 phases might hold. In an instant, Lin Mo's excitement began to swell. His finger hovered once more over the screen. Chapter 39. Let's see if it's Prince Chiao. Requirements for claiming the second phase not yet met. Current progress. 1,835,000. The second phase requires a prestige value of 5 million. Lin Mo pondered deeply at this scene. How could he possibly reach the prestige value necessary for the second phase? Resting his chin in thought, his brow furrowed. He then inquired aloud, how exactly is this prestige value determined? As soon as the words left his mouth, a series of messages appeared on his phone screen. The determination of prestige value is based on an event formed by the user's actions, which is subsequently noticed by others, leading to effective feedback corresponding to the prestige value. Hearing this, Lin Mo's brow knitted further. Is that so? But what constitutes effective feedback? Others liking or commenting on the event. At this, Lin Mo understood, yet his heart sank slightly. After all, if the rules for determining the prestige value on this card were as such, reaching 5 million would be quite the ordeal. It appeared that he would need to devise a more direct method for acquiring the prestige value for the second phase. He mulled over this while restlessly sliding his finger across the screen. Just then, his gaze fell upon the Dongjiao app. Dongjiao Live. Lin Mo contemplated. Perhaps. After a brief flicker of thought, he tapped into the app and effortlessly entered the live stream of a female streamer he had been following. The streamer, known as Fayer, was currently engaged in an outdoor broadcast. Hello, dear viewers. Fayer is live outdoors right now. For the next hour, let's play a game together. I'm currently in the bustling metropolis, but I want to reveal my exact location. For the next hour, anyone who can find me will receive my WeChat ID. As her words concluded, the barrage of comments in Fayer's live stream surged. No way. Is that for real? I'm going to try to find you. I'm right here in the metropolis. Wow. Fayer is really upping the ante, giving out WeChat IDs. That's practically a gold mine. In an instant, many viewers situated in the metropolis prepared to hunt down Fayer. Lin Mo's brow arched slightly at the thought of hunting for a WeChat ID. This was getting interesting. However, as he observed the background of Fay's live stream, he felt a sense of familiarity. Upon closer inspection, Lin Mo couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, it wasn't he far at all. He realized that Fayer was broadcasting from a square not far behind his villa in Dongjiao. Should he go and see? After a moment's contemplation, Lin Mo decided that since it was so close, he might as well check it out. With that thought, he exited the villa. Given the short distance, he opted not to drive. A few minutes later, he arrived at the nearby square, watching the live stream while searching for her. After a brief search, Lin Mo's smile widened. Just under 100 meters ahead, a young girl was indeed live streaming. It was Fayer. At that moment, she was dressed in a white dress, her features illuminated by the streetlights, appearing remarkably exquisite. Not just another beauty filtered through an app. Lin Mo was astounded by her genuine looks. In this day and age, most streamers relied on beauty filters, but Fayer was stunning even without them, belonging to the top tier of attractiveness. Not to say she was 100 like her online persona, but at least 99. The remaining one could easily be attributed to lighting. Fayer, Lin Mo called out. The moment his voice resonated, Fayer, still in the midst of her live stream, froze momentarily. She then lifted her head, staring at Lin Mo, momentarily dumbfounded. Are you a viewer here to hunt me down? She glanced at the time on her phone. It has only been 10 minutes since she mentioned it. And yet, someone has already managed to snipe her? This revelation not only left Fayer in a state of bewilderment, but also left the viewers in the live stream equally perplexed. What kind of snipe is this? I had just deduced her possible location and was preparing to head over there. And now you tell me someone has actually sniped her? Ridiculous. This must be a setup, right? At that moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream surged across the screen. Many viewers were quick to voice their criticisms. Some even speculated that Lin Mo might be in on it. After all, the speed of it all was simply astonishing. Even Fayer appeared somewhat disconcerted, remarking, "Young man, isn't your speed a bit too fast?" "Oh, I happened to be nearby and thought the outdoor scene looked familiar, so I came to take a look." Lin Mo replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Fayer was taken aback, blinking in confusion. Nearby? She was acutely aware that the plaza she was currently in was situated in an affluent area. The vicinity was predominantly inhabited by wealthy merchants. Yet here was this viewer claiming to have been in the area prior. Before Feier could ponder further, Lin Mo's voice rang out again. Initially, he had assumed that Feier was a master of beauty filters, only to discover that her real-life appearance bore no difference from her online persona. The moment his words fell, the live stream erupted in laughter. Haha, this young man is quite amusing. Thinking Feier resembles a tank? Look, Feier's face has turned black with anger. I can't stop laughing. At that moment, Feier was tightly clenching her fists, her teeth gritted in frustration, her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Mo. You think you're so clever? You're the one who a joke. I am a bona fide beauty, you know? This sudden confrontation ignited a storm of emotions within her, causing her heart to race wildly. Chapter 40. 5 shots of fire, just to watch a morning exercise? With her teeth clenched, Feier glared at Lin Mo, feeling a surge of indignation. In her mind, one thought persisted. This young man was undeniably handsome, but alas, why was he not mute? After taking a deep breath, she managed to force a smile and said, since you found me, let's follow the earlier agreement. I'll add you on WeChat. All right, Lin Mo nodded, extending his phone. After scanning the QR code to add each other, Feier waved goodbye, saying, I'll be on my way now. I have a PK scheduled at 12:30. PK? With your monthly earnings barely reaching 1,000 yuan. Aren't you just asking for trouble? Lin Mo casually remarked. Upon hearing this, Feier's eyes widened in disbelief, nearly choking on her own words. The atmosphere in the live stream was filled with merriment. Haha, Feier is getting roasted. 666. Such a roast. Haha, does Feier not care about her pride? At that moment, Lin Mo casually opened an app on his phone, pondering to himself, if I create a stir in the live stream by showering gifts, would that count towards my reputation points? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, a dialog box appeared. Yes, seeing the affirmative response. An idea began to take shape in Lin Mo's mind. All right, I'll help you out this time. I'll make sure you come in first. Upon hearing this, Feier was momentarily stunned, and the live stream fell into silence. With a hint of confusion, Feier asked, young man, what is your Dongjiao account? Oh, just a freebie account. He replied. The corners of Feier's mouth twitched as she remarked, let us be realistic, young man, don't tease me. I have no illusions about coming in first. Just winning a round would be a blessing. It was evident that Feier did not take Lin Mo's words seriously. She waved her hand and departed. Lin Mo merely shrugged, offering no explanation, and leisurely made his way home. After taking a shower, he picked up his phone only to find that it was already 12:30 a.m. In the live stream, Feier had commenced the PK. Hello, miss, for the first round. It's us two competing, so please go easy on me, said a glamorous female streamer dressed in revealing attire on the other side of the screen. Adopting a pitiful expression. Hello, Sister Yuan, I've lost so many rounds in a row. I just hope you won't let me lose too disgracefully. Feier replied with a bittersweet smile. She had just glanced at the opposing streamer's data, realizing that she was utterly outmatched. The rivals' live stream boasted over 100 VIPs, while the top donor had already contributed over 10,000 this month. On her end, there were merely a handful of VIPs, and her top donor had barely given 100. The disparity was stark and disheartening. Then the PK commenced. Lin Mo watched as the opposing streamer began an energetic dance. Her revealing outfit and sultry moves were indeed captivating and hard to resist. Meanwhile, Feier simply sang, devoid of any flashy embellishments. The PK lasted for 10 minutes, and by the 7th minute, the score was overwhelmingly in favor of the other streamer. Yuan had received gifts totaling 800 yuan, whereas Feier had garnered barely 30. Winning seemed utterly implausible. Lin Mo rolled his eyes. Just as he prepared to spend some money, a Duke account named Adore Little Yuan entered the live stream. Thank you, miss, for your support. The message read, followed by a 100 yuan airplane gift. Shortly after, they returned to support Little Yuan with a 500 yuan rocket. Observing this, Lin Mo furrowed his brows. What kind of mockery was this? Feier's expression darkened as well, for it was evident. Such behavior is utterly humiliating. Inside the live broadcast room, numerous viewers were incensed. Is it a case of being able to do as one pleases simply because one possesses wealth? Observing the comments in the live stream, the user known as Little Yuan bluntly remarked, with money, one can indeed act as they wish. Unconvinced. If you have the capability, why not spend as well? This individual is rather ostentatious, isn't he? Previously, that bystander claimed he would elevate Feier to the top. Yet where is he now? Come on. Did you genuinely expect him to follow through? It's evidently just empty bravado. In the live room, many were visibly outraged. Meanwhile, Lin Mo was backstage, recharging his virtual currency, starting with a base of 100,000. Soon, the recharge was successful. 100,000 virtual currency credited. Subsequently, Lin Mo returned to the live stream. Immediately, he sent 5 rounds of super fire to Feier. With the 5 rounds of super fire sent, the PK concluded perfectly. Qin Feier emerged victorious. The live room immediately erupted in excitement. 5 rounds of super fire? Who is this big shot? To be so generous as to directly donate 10,000 yuan? Wow. 5 rounds of super fire, and this lavish benefactor's level is surprisingly low. He just entered and sent 5 rounds of super fire, flipping the tables. Has Feier encountered a hidden big shot? As for Qin Feier, she promptly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, Huating, for the 5 rounds of super fire. Qin Feier, gazing at the 5 rounds of super fire appearing on the screen, wore a look of astonishment. Yet soon after, she hurriedly began to thank him. She had initially believed she was destined to lose this round. But unexpectedly, a super big shot appeared out of nowhere, silently sending 5 rounds of super fire. On the other side of the live stream, everyone was in an uproar, especially the host, Yuan, who was now in a daze. She could hardly fathom that the final outcome would be so dramatic. Originally, the situation seemed overwhelmingly favorable for her. But who would have thought? In the last few seconds, a hidden wealthy patron suddenly emerged in the opposing live room and dropped 5 rounds of super fire, completely turning the tide. How could this be possible? Yuan stared at the prompt indicating her PK defeat, appearing utterly dazed. Yet, she quickly plastered on a smile and said, "Oh, I didn't expect that your sister's family has such a powerful figure. We were truly trounced by your big brother. I wonder if Huating could spare some medical expenses. I am in quite a bit of pain." Yuan, in her most delicate tone, began to act coy. For after all, medical expenses are real money. Why not ask? To this, Lin Mo responded directly, "I'm sorry. I do not have the habit of tossing coins to beggars." Upon hearing Lin Mo's response, Qin Feier couldn't help but laugh. Without any hint of subtlety, she immediately retorted, "Sister Yuan, our big brother says he does not have the habit of tossing coins to beggars." This statement left Yuan's face rigid and unpleasant, yet she could not express her grievances. At this moment, she had lost. Even if she felt wronged, she had to swallow it. In Qin Feier's live room, many viewers began to express their excitement. Awesome. Huating is incredible. Haha. No habit of tossing coins to beggars. Huating is a legend. I still can't believe it. Those last few seconds were a nail-biting rescue. Here to worship the legendary big shot, who sent 5 rounds of super fire. Just arrived and witnessed such a thrilling scene. I must get a card. Cannot simply enjoy for free. At this moment, the live room was not only filled with old viewers, but also many newcomers attracted by the 5 rounds of super fire. The host, Qin Feier, now smiled and said, "Hee, thank you, Huating, for this 5 rounds of super fire rescue. I am genuinely thrilled. I wonder if Huating has any requests for me?" After pondering for a moment, Lin Mo typed on the screen, "Nothing in particular. Can you dance? Does Huating want me to dance?" Qin Feier responded, a bit uncertain. "I'm not very skilled, but I can dance a bit." "Well, in that case, how about doing a set of calisthenics?" Lin Mo casually sent the message. Upon reading this, many viewers were left bewildered. What on earth? 5 rounds of super fire just to watch a set of calisthenics? Is this big shot whimsical? Is this how the big shots play now? 5 rounds of super fire just for a calisthenics performance? I am utterly baffled. Could this calisthenics be some kind of euphemism? Even Qin Feier, at this moment, was somewhat perplexed. She soon inquired, "Are you joking, big brother?" "No, just calisthenics," Lin Mo casually typed. "Go ahead." With that simple sentence, Qin Feier felt somewhat helpless. However, considering that Lin Mo had indeed sent 5 rounds of super fire, valued at 10,000 yuan, she felt compelled to fulfill this request. "Alright, since Huating wants to see it, then I will arrange the 8th set of calisthenics." As Qin Feier began her calisthenics, Lin Mo was completely oblivious. At this moment, he was focused on checking the data on the app. Not yet reached the requirements for the second phase reward. Current progress, 72 million out of 5 million. Looking at the data on the app, Lin Mo raised his eyebrows slightly. Winning the first round raised the progress by so much? It seems that sending this small streamer to the top should allow him to claim the second phase reward. Lin Mo couldn't help but murmur to himself. Meanwhile, in the live room, many viewers were swallowing hard. Now I understand why the wealthy big brother wanted to see the calisthenics. What a clever move. Typing to clear my name. I think I can handle this. I'm not burdened by worldly desires. Today, I shall return to the mundane world and vanquish demons. Even the Buddha can't stop me. I'm done for, not a drop left. In the live room, many viewers watched the live broadcast video featuring the 8th set of jumping exercises, the continuously rising and falling visuals. Constantly, she found herself swallowing saliva. Who could endure this? After a round of calisthenics, Qin Feier wiped the sweat from her brow and inquired, "Brother Huating, are you still there?" Because, after the calisthenics, the second round of PK was about to commence. However, following her call, Lin Mo offered no response whatsoever. Instantly, Qin Feier felt a surge of anxiety and urgently called out, "Is Brother Zhao absent?" She glanced at Lin Mo's account, which clearly remained in the VIP section. Yet her inquiries were met with silence. Could it be that he was offline? Just at the moment when Qin Feier's mind was racing with tension, Lin Mo returned to the Dongjiao app and remarked, "So soon? I just took a sip of water and haven't even had a chance to look." His words sent the entire live chat into a frenzy. Was this person for real? Incredible. The master is indeed a master. He called for calisthenics and then turned to drink water. Even Qin Feier was momentarily speechless by his remark. This was truly remarkable. With a stiff smile plastered on her face, she continued, "So, Brother Zhao, what are your thoughts on our second round?" Lin Mo calmly typed, "Let us proceed. Didn't I say I would help you secure first place tonight?" With those words, a brief silence enveloped the live stream. Even Qin Feier was taken aback by this statement. She immediately recalled the earlier encounter with the player who had targeted her. At that time, he had claimed to be nearby, which was why he arrived so swiftly. While at the plaza, she had given it little thought, assuming he was merely there to enjoy the game. But in reality, was he truly a wealthy benefactor? At this moment, Qin Feier was taken aback. Swallowing hard, she incredulously asked, "Brother Zhao, are you the young man who targeted me earlier?" "Yes, that would be me," Lin Mo succinctly confirmed. The comments section erupted. Had that player not been jesting? Wow, Qin Feier's luck was astonishing. Who would have guessed that the one who had targeted her was indeed a big shot? I was wrong. I apologize. I had previously mocked Brother Zhao, thinking he was just boasting. I kneel. Brother Zhao, you are incredible. In an instant, the live stream was filled with astonished viewers, many of whom felt a burning embarrassment on their faces. At that moment, an emperor from another live stream emerged, proclaiming, "I bow to you. This strategy is brilliant. First meet the streamer offline to verify, then shower gifts." Ah, why didn't I think of that? Meanwhile, another lurking emperor chimed in. "Well, since Brother Zhao has confirmed, I might as well send some gifts too." With that, the two emperors each sent a scorching gift. After all, one must show some courtesy, right? Witnessing this scene, Qin Feier expressed her gratitude to the two emperors. Her spirits lifted. On ordinary days, gifts priced so high as scorching were beyond her wildest dreams. Yet now, in such a short span of time, she had received 7 scorching gifts, not to mention a plethora of smaller gifts. And she was acutely aware of the source of all this, Lin Mo. If it hadn't been for him, she might have been ready to withdraw from the streaming world. Contemplating this, Qin Feier promptly opened her WeChat and found a way to message Lin Mo. "Thank you for the gifts and support, Brother Zhao. I didn't realize earlier that it was you. My apologies. I've been benefiting for so long. I ought to show some support, right?" Lin Mo smiled and replied, "All right, prepare well. Tonight, I'll help you secure first place." Reading Lin Mo's message, a newfound determination glimmered in Qin Feier's eyes as she sent an address. Magic City, Shenzhen Jiyuan Building 7. Upon receiving this message, Lin Mo chuckled, a playful glint sparking in his eyes. After all, they were both adults. How could he not grasp the implications of Qin Feier's message? Nor could he fail to understand her intention behind sending her location. However, what did it matter? After all, he too harbored similar intentions. What one invests, one receives in kind. This was merely a matter of equitable exchange. Since he had promised to elevate her to the top spot, wouldn't it be reasonable for her to contribute something in return? Rest assured, tonight that first place is yours. No one can take it from you. Lin Mo's words solidified Qin Feier's resolve. Soon, the second PK commenced. The screen divided in two. Opposite her was still a young lady. "Hello, Sister Feier. I'm Xiaojiao, a streamer from the Lanyu Guild. It's a pleasure to connect with you." As she spoke, Xiaojiao covered her mouth, seemingly astonished. "Wow, sister. Your top supporter is quite impressive. A newcomer's account has made it to the top 10 weekly rankings?" "Hello, Xiaojiao. Our big brother just made his contributions," Qin Feier replied. Instantly, Xiaojiao's eyes lit up. "Wow, your big brother is amazing. I'm Xiaojiao, Brother Zhao. If you have time in the future, feel free to join me in my live stream." Hearing this, Qin Feier felt a tinge of annoyance, though concern also lingered in her heart. Just then, Lin Mo's message appeared. "Let us discuss later. Let us dive into the PK now. 5 scorching gifts to warm up the scene," he typed. With those words, Qin Feier exhaled in relief and began the PK. The moment she clicked to start, Lin Mo unhesitatingly unleashed 5 scorching gifts. Let us warm up the scene with 5 scorching gifts. As for the opponent, whether they will respond or not, a seemingly casual remark that left everyone astounded. Warm up the scene with 5 scorching gifts? Surely you jest. This is more like setting the stage ablaze. 5 scorching gifts. 10,000 yuan. Which streamer's supporter warms up the scene like this? In that instant, the crowd erupted. Incredible. 5 scorching gifts to warm the scene. This is how a wealthy benefactor operates. I can't believe it. This kind of maneuver is something to learn from. Who would dare to spend 10,000 yuan just to warm up a scene? The audacity of such a big shot is simply unrivaled. At that moment, everyone was left in awe. Meanwhile, the big shot in the opposing live stream, who was preparing to send gifts, abruptly twitched his mouth in disbelief. Following that, he began to privately message, Xiaojio, it would be wise to concede this round. We cannot compete against the opposing team. Let us await the resurrection round. This gentleman has indeed prepared over a dozen superfire shots. If we were to encounter some standard opponents, that would be acceptable. However, with over a dozen superfire shots, that is undeniably sufficient. But alas, the adversary before us is anything but ordinary. They commenced with 5 superfire shots raining down. Who would dare to contend with that? Even those with abundant resources would struggle to keep up. Thus, within the confines of Xiaojio's streaming room, the gentleman promptly acknowledged defeat. Xiaojio, too, was filled with a sense of helplessness. Yet, what could be done? She could only muster a smile and say, all right, soon. The second round of the PK concluded. Due to those 5 superfire shots, the victory was achieved with overwhelming dominance. The simplicity of the win left Lin Mo feeling quite unamused. However, Qin Feier was brimming with excitement. Lin Mo, on the other hand, paid little heed to it. Meanwhile, the online audience began to stir, eagerly anticipating a repeat of Qin Feier's broadcast calisthenics. To this, Qin Feier inquired, what does our esteemed brother wish to see next? Lin Mo casually replied, how about enjoying a lollipop? Upon hearing this, the audience was momentarily puzzled, unsure of why Lin Mo would suggest that Qin Feier eat a lollipop. However, as soon as she complied, the entire room erupted in excitement. Ah, so that is what it meant? The wealthy gentleman is truly on another level. 666. Is this the meaning behind eating a lollipop? I am in awe. At that moment, Lin Mo had arrived at his underground garage. Gazing at the magnificent Pagani Huayra Imola before him, his brow arched slightly. The matte silver-gray body paired with the towering rear wing exuded an unmistakable sense of futurism. The 4 movable aerodynamic flaps at the front and rear, the splitter, side skirts, rear fins, and the colossal rear diffuser all served to diminish the vehicle's aerodynamic drag. A masterpiece indeed. Lin Mo mused inwardly. After a brief navigation, a faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth. The location of Building 7 in Shinchinjiyuan was not far from where he was, given that it was the dead of night. Driving over would take no more than 7 or 8 minutes at most. Perfect timing. Now was the break during the live PK, providing him ample opportunity to make the journey. With that thought, Lin Mo hopped into his car. As the supercar's ferocious roar reverberated, the vehicle surged forward in an instant. Meanwhile, in the streaming room, having finished her lollipop, Qin Feier took a sip of water and remarked, all right, the lollipop has been devoured. What else does our esteemed brother wish to see? Just then, her phone suddenly chimed. Upon checking, she discovered it was a message from Lin Mo. What is your unit number in Building 7? Staring at the message, Qin Feier appeared momentarily stunned. Instinctively, she replied, 1803. Building 7. Just after sending her response, another message from Lin Mo arrived. I'm getting ready to open the door. At this moment, Qin Feier snapped back to reality. Her heart began to race. She was a bit flustered. She had not anticipated Lin Mo would arrive at this juncture. Initially, she thought he would wait until after her broadcast had concluded. However, she was taken aback to find he was coming while she was still live. Thus, she hurriedly said, everyone, please wait a moment. I need to use the restroom and grab some water. After speaking, she swiftly grabbed her cup and exited the streaming area. Upon reaching the door, she took a deep breath and opened it. Once again they met. A faint smile adorned Lin Mo's face. As she stood at the threshold, Qin Feier felt her heart race. Her cheeks flushed slightly. Oh dear brother, she whispered, feeling somewhat anxious. After all, their previous relationship had merely been that of a streamer and a viewer. But now, things were different. Lin Mo was her benefactor. I'm not that old. You can just call me Lin Mo. At this moment, Qin Feier was unsure how to navigate this situation. Her mind was still somewhat in a daze, and she instinctively nodded. Lin Mo casually entered the room and closed the door behind him. He surveyed the modest rental unit, and a playful smile graced his lips as he leaned against the wall, stating, having helped you through 2 rounds, shouldn't you show some gratitude? Upon hearing this, and with Lin Mo so close, Qin Feier's gaze became hazy. Her breath quickened, and in a swift motion, she pressed her lips against Lin Mo's. Although the action was fleeting, akin to a dragonfly skimming the surface of water, Lin Mo's lips curled into a smile as he released Qin Feier. After all, the night was still young, and he had all the time in the world. All right, if you don't return soon, your viewers will grow curious. MHM. Qin Feier quickly composed herself and dashed back to the streaming room, resuming her broadcast in front of the camera. Meanwhile, Lin Mo casually settled onto the sofa across from her, watching the live stream with a soft smile. He then continued with the PK. Before long, in the third and fourth rounds, Lin Mo expended around 10 super fire shots, successfully navigating through the rounds with ease. After 4 rounds of PK, Lin Mo's reputation points reached an impressive 489 million. Observing how close he was to the coveted 5 million mark, his eyes gleamed with excitement. Once he secured victory in the final round, he would officially attain that milestone. Lin Mo's heart murmured with anticipation, elated by the prospect. And at that moment, the final match had arrived. Chapter 43, Dimensional Suppression. As the final match connected, a young girl clad in ancient-style hanfu appeared on the screen. Hello, Miss Fayer. I am Lulu, a streamer from the Yi Qing Cheng Guild. The newcomer, who had surged into the finals, had caught her attention earlier. Although she had not taken it to heart, a degree of caution was warranted. Hence, Lulu initiated the greeting. Qin Fayer, smiling, responded, Hello, Miss Lulu. During the PK, please go easy on me. Haha, Fayer, you jest. However, I must implore you all to exercise a modicum of restraint. At that very moment, a King account from the opposing live stream entered the room. Immediately, a message was dispatched. I apologize, but in this round, I must insist on your concession. Today, I intend to lead Lulu to victory. Following this proclamation, a rocket was sent as a tip, the intent of provocation unmistakable. Lin Mo, seated there, felt a chill creeping into his eyes upon witnessing this. He then declared, Is that so? You intend to protect Lulu? I'm afraid that today, I am set on safeguarding Fayer. He promptly returned with a rocket of his own, silently accessing the recharge interface. After all, this was the finals. Without adequate preparation, there was a genuine risk of a mishap. After a brief contemplation, Lin Mo effortlessly recharged 600,000. Surely, that sum would suffice to elevate Fayer to the throne of champions. After all, this was not a grand PK event. The VIP section for Lulu merely boasted around 500 attendees. The top contributor had only spent about 100,000. Meanwhile, in Lulu's live stream, numerous viewers began to take note of Lin Mo's words and erupted into mockery. Haha, a rookie account dares to shout? You're killing me with laughter. I suggest you take a look at our top contributors' stats. They've spent over 100,000. How could someone like you even think of challenging us? Exactly. A rookie account has the audacity to show up? Better scram. They jeered. That rocket was probably your living expenses for 4 or 5 days. In an instant, the chat in Lulu's stream was flooded with derisive comments. Yet, Lin Mo remained unperturbed, a hint of disdain flickering in his heart as he shook his head. Choosing to disregard the taunts and calmly replied, Shall we begin? With Lin Mo's message sent, both sides instantly commenced the PK. As the battle began, over a dozen super gifts flooded Lulu's stream, overwhelming the screen. The PK bar was rapidly skewed in their favor. In contrast, Fayer's side was barely able to muster a few scattered gifts, with only an occasional aircraft appearing, utterly impotent in resistance. Observing the unfolding situation, the voices in Lulu's stream grew ever more arrogant. Haha, where's that rookie account? Keep it coming. Exactly. You think you can protect Fayer and win? Look in the mirror. Amidst the barrage of disparaging comments, a sudden message appeared on the top of all live streams. Congratulations to Huating for activating Super Emperor in the Fayer is not a rabbit live stream. Click to enter the live room. A hush fell over both Lulu's and Fayer's streams. Activating an Emperor. It is worth noting that the initial activation of an Emperor on Dongjiao costs a staggering 180,000, even with a 120,000 rebate. That still amounts to a cash outlay of 60,000. Before the astonished crowd could fully process this news, several more messages cascaded through. Congratulations to Huating for renewing Super Emperor in the Fayer is not a rabbit live stream. This announcement repeated 4 times. In that moment, the Dongjiao platform erupted into chaos. Countless viewers rushed into Fayer's live stream. After all, renewing an Emperor, though less costly than activation, still required 120,000 for a month. Although there was a rebate of 120,000, that amount could not be withdrawn. Not to mention that Lin Mo had already activated once before. This meant that within a mere minute, Lin Mo had already spent 660,000. At this moment, Dongjiao was in a frenzy. As for Lulu's stream, 5 consecutive activations of the Emperor. This was outrageous. What a farce. A rookie account ascending to Emperor status. Lulu, caught in the storm, felt utterly bewildered. Truthfully, she had believed this round was a sure win. Even if the opposing side had a wealthy backer, what could it matter? That wealthy individual had merely spent a few tens of thousands. Meanwhile, her own top contributors had shelled out several tens of thousands. The disparity in contributions was not something a single wealthy patron could counteract. Yet, who could have anticipated that the rival's benefactor would immediately activate the Emperor 5 times? In one fell swoop, they had spent 660,000. Continue? What is there to continue? In this wave, Lulu was utterly defeated. On the other side, Lin Mo effortlessly spent all the vouchers gifted by Dongjiao and then entered Lulu's live stream to inquire, "Shall we continue?" Those two simple words radiated an overwhelming dominance. Everyone in Lulu's stream saw this message, their faces etched with humiliation. The host, Lulu, wore an expression of bitterness. Meanwhile, Lulu's top contributor sent her a private message, "Lulu, let this round go. Conserve your strength for the next time." There was no choice. Despite having wealth, this top contributor could not afford to spend hundreds of thousands without a second thought. Moreover, they were merely a king-level contributor who had only renewed once. In contrast, the opposing side had activated the Emperor 5 times. This was not a comparison of equals. One could afford to activate with a mere gritting of teeth, while the other was a tycoon who treated money as inconsequential. This was a clear and decisive blow. Lulu understood this situation all too well, forcing a wry smile as she conceded, "This time, we admit defeat." Chapter 44, The Second Stage Rewards, Acquired. With Lulu's concession, the atmosphere in the live stream reached a fever pitch. Invincible. 666. Huating's operation in this round deserves to be called the strongest. In an astonishing display of prowess, the Emperor was summoned 5 times consecutively. Such an audacious feat is unparalleled. Many flocked to witness this spectacle, as the quintuple summoning of the Emperor is nothing short of breathtaking. The live streaming room buzzed with excitement, drawing in numerous viewers, captivated by the sheer audacity of the moment. The continuous barrage of 5 Emperor summons left the audience in awe, and a multitude of fans rushed to join the stream. Amidst the fervor, Qin Feier found herself momentarily dazed. Did I truly win? Her emotions were a whirlwind of complexity. Have I effortlessly triumphed? Becoming first, claiming the championship? In that instant, excitement coursed through her veins. Previously, the notion of securing the top spot was a distant dream, yet here she stood, having achieved it. She was acutely aware that her victory was largely thanks to Lin Mo. If she continued to heed his guidance and win his favor, then securing the top position in a PK competition or even the annual fan festival seemed well within her grasp. The opportunity lay before her, awaiting her action tonight. Determined, Qin Feier addressed the camera, announcing, "All right, today's live stream concludes here. Remember to rest early. I shall take my leave now." Lin Mo echoed her sentiments in the chat, urging her to take care. Naturally, the audience had nothing left to say. Subsequently, the live stream abruptly ended, and Lin Mo exited the platform, concluding the session. Turning to Qin Feier, Lin Mo smiled and inquired, "How does it feel to be first?" Without hesitation, she nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "It's marvelous." To which Lin Mo responded with a light chuckle, "If you continue to obey me and keep me satisfied, I assure you, you will always be first." His words ignited a spark in Qin Feier's eyes, and she fervently nodded, "Yes, I will listen." Observing her enthusiasm, Lin Mo's smile widened. "All right, go take a shower." A blush crept across Qin Feier's cheeks as she grabbed a set of pajamas and headed to the bathroom. Meanwhile, Lin Mo paid little mind to her departure, instead opening the app for the Trillion-Dollar Subsidy to check his rewards. As his finger tapped the screen, notifications flooded in. Second phase reward, successfully claimed. Reward 1, 10 shares of Dongjiao Network Technology Company. Reward 2, triple cashback card for spending. Shares will be credited within 12 hours. Cashback card has been received. With each successive alert, Lin Mo's expression shifted to one of astonishment. 2 rewards? The realization hit him. One reward was 10 shares in Dongjiao Network Technology Company. This company is among the top tier in the country, with a staggering valuation of 238.8 billion. 10% of that amounts to a fortune of 23.8 billion. Converting it into Shenhua currency, that translates to an astonishing 16.1 billion. Lin Mo swallowed hard, unable to fathom that the second phase reward would bestow upon him such a monumental gift. Who could have imagined that spending 700,000 would yield shares worth over 10 billion? If the second phase was already this remarkable, what could the third phase possibly hold? Curiosity piqued, he continued examining the second reward. Triple cashback card, upon use, allows for a 3-fold cashback on expenditures, with a limit of 1 million. Gazing at the card, Lin Mo felt somewhat indifferent. Had it not been for the substantial shares reward, this cashback card would have seemed impressive. However, in light of the previous reward, it appeared rather mundane. After all, spending 1 million would only net him 3 million in return, merely a profit of 2 million. Yet, 2 million is still a delightful gain. At that moment, Qin Feier emerged from the bathroom, clad in a loose-fitting white nightgown, droplets of water glistening on her damp hair. "Would you like something to drink?" she asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Lin Mo chuckled lightly in response, "Just bring me whatever you like." An hour later, seated on the couch, Lin Mo sipped his beer while Qin Fei remained in the bathroom. She surveyed the cramped, dimly lit room, her brow furrowing in discomfort. The space was undeniably small, making movement quite inconvenient. Soon after, she stepped out of the bathroom, having worked up a lovely sheen of perspiration. Observing Lin Mo, her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. "You certainly wore me out," Lin Mo remarked playfully, a smirk gracing his lips. Qin Fei, recalling their earlier encounter, let out a soft hum of discontent. Wrapping herself in a towel, she sprinted to the bed and flopped down, her face ablaze. "You've ruined my nightgown." Lin Mo merely chuckled. "When it's time to sleep, who needs nightwear?" With that, he lay down beside her, glancing around the room. "But really, your place is quite cramped." Taken aback by his comment, Qin Fei felt a pang of unease. Her gaze dimmed as she explained, "I rented this place because it was close to my workplace. After I left my job, I didn't bother to move and have just kept it ever since." Chapter 45. The Astonishment of Qin Fei. Lin Mo, intrigued by her revelation, couldn't help but feel a sense of curiosity. Subsequently, the conversation shifted to inquiries. Given the circumstances, Lin Mo couldn't help but wonder why she had chosen to resign in order to pursue a career as a streamer. After all, the competition in the streaming industry is notoriously fierce. If she had a stable job, what could possibly compel her to leave it behind for this uncertain path? As Lin Mo voiced his thoughts, Qin Fei's expression turned somewhat bittersweet. With a sigh, she shook her head and confessed, "To be honest, it wasn't really my choice to resign. Rather, I was dismissed." This revelation piqued Lin Mo's interest. Dismissed? As he probed further, Qin Fei let out another sigh and recounted her experience of being fired. In brief, while working, she discovered that the company's financial director was embezzling funds. When she intended to report this to the company's owner, she inadvertently uncovered some unspeakable secrets between the owner and the financial director, leading to her dismissal. Consequently, her rightful salary and compensation were perpetually delayed, and she found herself blacklisted within the industry. Left with no choice, she turned to streaming to make ends meet. However, she soon realized that the streaming industry was fraught with challenges. During her 2 months of unemployment, had it not been for her contract with the platform guaranteeing a minimum salary of 600, she would have surely faced starvation. Even so, she had initially planned to leave the bustling metropolis and return home, but fate had other plans, leading her to cross paths with Lin Mo. "This situation is quite unfortunate," Lin Mo remarked, shaking his head in empathy. Unsure of what else to say, he proposed, "How about you move into one of my vacant properties tomorrow? Living in such a cramped place must be uncomfortable." He explained that, while most of his rental units in Junyue Huating were already leased out, he still had a few larger ones that were proving difficult to rent. Since they were hard to lease, he figured it would be better to let Qin Fei stay in one of them. After all, a spacious residence would facilitate evening activities and provide a harmonious environment for future gatherings. Adequate housing was essential for effective time management. Qin Fei was taken aback by his offer, her eyes lighting up with excitement as she asked, "Really?" "Of course," Lin Mo replied with a smile. Overcome with gratitude, Qin Fei leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the cheek, eliciting a gentle smile from Lin Mo. The two continued their conversation, sharing laughter and camaraderie throughout the night. The following day, at 12:30 p.m., Lin Mo and Qin Fei finally awoke. Lin Mo's physique had been enhanced by strength-boosting potions, elevating his physical capabilities to their peak, while Qin Fei, being merely human, was still recovering from exhaustion. Observing her fatigue, Lin Mo suggested, "Perhaps we should postpone the move until tomorrow?" Qin Fei immediately shook her head, exclaiming, "No worries. I'm fine." "All right then. You should get up," Lin Mo responded, dialing his friend Zhou Wankai to explain the situation before proceeding with his morning routine. Shortly after, they left together. "Let us get in the car," Lin Mo said, pulling out the key to his Pagani and pressing the button, causing the headlights to flash. The gull-wing doors opened automatically, revealing a sleek silver-gray supercar. Qin Fei's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight. She eagerly took her seat in the passenger side, her heart racing with excitement as she admired the luxurious leather interior and ambient lighting. "Wow, brother, this car must have been quite expensive," she exclaimed. Lin Mo casually replied, "It's all right, just over 39 million, not quite 40 million. His nonchalant tone left Qin Fei stunned, as if he were discussing a mere 3,900 rather than 39 million. She felt a bit awkward sitting in the car, hesitant to move. "Let us grab some lunch first." "It's already 12:30, Lin Mo suggested. "After lunch, I'll take you shopping for clothes, and then we can move." Qin Fei nodded enthusiastically, "Sounds good." Then, with a playful glint in her eye, she added, "How about I do a live stream?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment before agreeing. "Sure, once we get there, you can go live." He had observed the previous night that to attain the rewards for Stage 3, he needed a staggering 8 million reputation points. Currently, He had 5 million. So earning an additional 3 million seemed entirely feasible. As the supercar sped down the road, they soon arrived at the underground parking lot of IPM. After parking, Qin Fei began her live stream. Her previous broadcast had garnered her over 50,000 followers, and as she went live, thousands of fans flooded into the stream. With a beaming smile, she addressed her audience. Hello everyone. Today, I'm here to show you a glimpse of the world. Her statement elicited playful banter from her viewers. Wow, after just one night, our streamer seems to have gotten quite full of herself. One commented. With Huating backing her, she's really feeling bold. Unfazed, Qin Fei maintained her composure, her smile unwavering as she said, Alright, let me show you Huating's supercar. With that, she adjusted the camera to capture the sleek vehicle. As the car came into view, the live stream erupted with excitement. Chapter 46. The acquisition is complete. The reactions of the Shark live stream shareholders. Inside the car, Lin Mo remained blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in the live stream room. At that moment, he was engaged in a phone conversation. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Mo? A cautious voice, belonging to a middle-aged man, resonated from the other end of the line. Yes, this is he. May I ask who you are? Lin Mo replied, his curiosity piqued by the unfamiliar call. Good day, Mr. Lin. I am Junyue, the CEO of Dongjiao Live. Junyue, upon hearing Lin Mo's words, became increasingly anxious. Just moments ago, he had received startling news. Someone had acquired 10 of their total shares from the market, thereby becoming a significant shareholder of Dongjiao Live. As the CEO and founder, he himself held a mere 14.8 of the shares. The sudden emergence of Lin Mo, who quietly acquired such a substantial stake, rendered him utterly bewildered. This acquisition not only positioned Lin Mo as the second-largest individual shareholder, but also granted him the power to demand inquiries, investigations, and even the dissolution of the company. Following this revelation, an emergency shareholders meeting was convened, leading to the decision to reach out to Lin Mo and gauge his intentions. Upon hearing Junyue's words, Lin Mo immediately understood the purpose of the call. With a smile, he responded, Mr. Chun, it is a pleasure to finally speak with you. Is there something specific that prompted your call today? Despite surmising Junyue's intent, Lin Mo feigned ignorance. Mr. Lin, it has come to our attention that you acquired 10 of our company's shares in the stock market. Is this something you recall? 10 of the shares? Lin Mo pretended to ponder for a moment before responding. Oh, yes, indeed, that did occur. Is there a problem? Feigning contemplation, Lin Mo inquired with an air of calmness. Well, Mr. Lin, your acquisition of 10 of the shares suggests that you intend to. As Junyue's words trailed off, Lin Mo chuckled. It's nothing serious. I merely purchased a few shares for fun. Additionally, I have a lady friend who streams for you. To ensure her protection, I casually acquired some shares to hold. A profound silence ensued. Following Lin Mo's statement, everyone present was left utterly dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Lin Mo, maintaining his composure, asked, So, is there anything else? And no, that's all, Junyue stammered, swallowing hard. Very well, I shall hang up now. Please remember to transfer the dividends to my account, Lin Mo concluded before ending the call. In the boardroom of Dongjiao, the shareholders sat in stunned silence, listening to the beeping sound of Junyue's phone. What had they just heard? The acquisition of 10 of the shares was merely for amusement? And to safeguard his woman from potential bullying during a live stream? This was utterly preposterous. After all, this was 10 of Dongjiao's shares, valued at an astonishing 16.1 billion. As the gravity of the situation settled in, the shareholders found themselves at a loss for words. The atmosphere in the boardroom was so still that one could hear a pin drop. Finally, breaking the silence, Chairman Junyue addressed the group. Well, everyone, I trust you heard Mr. Lin's remarks. Do any of you have thoughts regarding his statements? At this, a junior shareholder could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, That rationale is utterly ludicrous. Is he joking? Meanwhile, a senior shareholder seated nearer to the front tapped the table and suggested, While Mr. Lin's words may not be entirely truthful, the mention of his woman warrants our attention. We currently possess no concrete information about him. Therefore, we must locate the woman he referenced and offer her our support to demonstrate our goodwill towards Mr. Lin, avoiding any potential conflict. Whoever can acquire 10 of shares so quietly is undoubtedly no ordinary individual, and we cannot afford to make an enemy of him. As his words hung in the air, a heavy silence enveloped the room. Junyue nodded in agreement. Old Zhang is correct. We must quickly ascertain the identity of the woman involved. Meeting adjourned. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, a wave of excitement surged. Wow, incredible. This supercar is absolutely stunning. Is that a Pagani? It must be the Pagani Huayra. But I've seen one before. The young master from Zhao Village in Modu has one. Yet, I've never seen this particular Huayra before. Indeed, I just searched. And the rear right mesh of the Pagani Huayra should have the letters Huayra, but this car doesn't seem to have them. Could it possibly be a counterfeit? This question caused a momentary hush in the live stream room. Panic-stricken, Qin Fei quickly interjected, "Please don't say such things. The price of this car owned by brother Zhao is 39 million. How could it possibly be a fake?" With Qin Fei's words, the chat momentarily quieted before erupting into an even more fervent discussion. The Pagani Huayra is priced at 25 million, with the most expensive at 29 million. A 39 million Pagani Huayra? Fei, you must have been misled. Stunned, Qin Fei found herself at a loss, her mind racing in confusion. Was Lin Mo's Pagani Huayra truly a counterfeit? The chaos in her thoughts was overwhelming. At that very moment in the parking lot, a symphony of supercar engines erupted into the air. Leading the procession of high-performance vehicles was none other than a Pagani Huayra. Chapter 47, Zhao Village. In the presence of this vehicle, my Pagani is but a mere younger sibling. With the arrival of the Pagani Huayra, Qin Fei also turned her camera, capturing the magnificent automobile within her lens. As the vehicle came into view, a chorus of gasps filled the live stream. Another Pagani. This particular Pagani bore the license plate of the illustrious young Master Zhao from the Magic City. Young Master Zhao? Is that the Zhao Village we speak of? Who would have imagined the streamer would encounter Zhao Village here? Wait a moment, today young Master Zhao is also driving a Pagani, huh? This promises to be quite the spectacle, real versus fake Pagani. In an instant, the live stream was abuzz with excitement. Meanwhile, Zhao Village's Pagani had successfully parked. Trailing behind it were two additional supercars, which also came to a halt. Zhao Village and Wu Yong then alighted from their vehicles, accompanied by a young man adorned with a large gold chain. The trio, having exited their cars, exchanged jovial banter as they made their way towards the nearby elevator. At this juncture, Wu Yong's gaze unexpectedly fell upon Lin Mo's Pagani Imola. His interest piqued. He exclaimed, "Bro, look, there's another Pagani over there." Hearing this, Zhao Village turned and spotted the parked Pagani. The moment his eyes fell upon its gleaming exterior, a tremor of excitement coursed through him. This car. In the next instant, Zhao Village hastened towards it. Observing this scene, Wu Yong appeared somewhat bewildered. Meanwhile, numerous viewers in the live stream began to cheer. Wow, this is getting interesting. Looks like young Master Zhao has noticed that high imitation vehicle. TSK, this is getting good. I never would have guessed that the top streamer, who can easily spend tens of thousands in a single night, would be driving a counterfeit. In an instant, a wave of astonishment washed over the live stream. As for Qin Fei, she felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of what to say. All she could do was point the camera at Zhao Village. As Zhao Village approached the rear of Lin Mo's Pagani, his excitement was palpable. His hand gently caressed the tail wing and the body of the car, his breath heavy with anticipation. After surveying the surroundings, he turned to Qin Fei with palpable eagerness. "Miss, may I ask who the owner of this car is? Could you introduce me?" The moment those words left his lips, Qin Fei was taken aback. The viewers in the live stream were equally stunned. This situation seemed rather peculiar. Shouldn't Zhao Village be expressing anger? Why, instead, did he appear so exhilarated? As if he had stumbled upon a priceless treasure? Everyone was momentarily dumbfounded. After all, this was not the script they had anticipated. At that moment, Wu Yong approached with curiosity, asking, "Bro, what is going on? Isn't this car quite similar to your Pagani Huayra? Why are you so excited?" Upon hearing Wu Yong's words, Zhao Village's excitement escalated. He responded with fervor, "Don't compare my garbage car to this divine machine. My ordinary Huayra is not worthy even to carry the shoes of this vehicle." Once he uttered this, everyone present was left speechless. Qin Fei and all the viewers in the live stream were momentarily dumbfounded. What is this? Not worthy of carrying shoes? Surely this is a jest. Wu Yong, too, was at a loss, gazing at the parked Pagani and stammering, "Bro, are you joking? Do you really think it's comparable?" Zhao Village shook his head vehemently, pointing at Lin Mo's Pagani Huayra Imola, declaring, "This car is the Pagani Huayra Imola. Only 5 of these ultimate supercars exist in the world. This vehicle represents the pinnacle of the Huayra series. When released in the EU, it commanded a price of 5 million euros. My Huayra is merely the standard version. Placed beside this Imola, it's but a younger sibling." His words sent a ripple of astonishment through the crowd. The live stream was met with an unprecedented silence. After a few seconds, a tidal wave of exclamations erupted. "Neil, who claimed the previous car was a counterfeit. They better come out and apologize. I admit my mistake. I was wrong to call it a fake. I just checked. Indeed, the Pagani Huayra has a new model called the Imola that was released in 2020. At that moment, the live stream was filled with uproar. The faces of those who had previously claimed Lin Mo's car was a counterfeit were now flushed with embarrassment. Qin Fei stood there, utterly stunned, her gaze flitting nervously over the Emola's sleek form. As for Wu Yong, his eyes sparkled with realization as he murmured, "Wow, this car is actually an Emola? I can't believe someone in the country has managed to acquire it. I just wonder, to whom does this Emola belong?" With these thoughts in mind, Zhao Village felt a surge of anticipation. Just then, the gull-wing doors of the Emola began to rise. As they unfolded, Zhao Village and Wu Yong turned their attention toward the entrance. Under their watchful gaze, Lin Mo emerged from the vehicle. The instant Lin Mo made his appearance, the two were left speechless. Zhao Village's eyes widened in disbelief, staring at Lin Mo in astonishment, exclaiming, "Mo go? Huh?" Lin Mo paused momentarily, then caught sight of Zhao Village and Wu Yong. With Zhao Village's addressal, the viewers in the live stream were once again struck with shock. What is happening? Young Master Zhao is addressing the big shot as bro? This is quite terrifying. I recall that young Master Zhao is among the elite second-generation wealthy in the Magic City. As the elder brother was addressed as such by young Master Zhao, his identity became a matter of astonishment for all the viewers. At this moment, Qin Feier was equally taken aback. Chapter 48. If you fancy something, feel free to take it. At this juncture, Wu Yong approached, exclaiming, "I never imagined this car belonged to Brother Mo. I was wondering whose rare and exquisite luxury vehicle it could be. To my astonishment, it is indeed yours, Brother Mo." Wu Yong chuckled, glancing at Qin Feier nearby, and remarked, "Brother Mo, your speed of change is quite impressive." In response to this, Lin Mo merely smiled and addressed the two. "What brings you here?" Hastily, Zhao Xiyuan replied, "Oh, we came to this supermarket to buy a few items. Later, we plan to race a couple of laps at the Magic City racetrack." As he spoke, Zhao Xiyuan's gaze drifted to the Pagani Huayra parked nearby, his eyes reflecting a mixture of envy and desire. "Brother Mo, would you care to join us for a couple of laps?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "No, today is rather busy for me. You all enjoy yourselves. We can race together next time." Upon hearing this, Zhao Xiyuan exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Feier, his expression revealing his understanding. He then said, "All right, I shall not intrude on your time any longer, Brother Mo. Enjoy yourselves." After uttering these words, Zhao Xiyuan and Wu Yong departed the parking lot with another wealthy air. Lin Mo turned his attention to the bewildered Qin Feier and said, "All right, let us head inside." "Okay," she replied, smiling as Lin Mo took her hand, leading her into the mall. Upon entering, a plethora of high-end brands dazzled Qin Feier, leaving her momentarily overwhelmed. Lin Mo casually suggested, "Let us first purchase 2 outfits. Otherwise, with what you're currently wearing, I fear you won't even be allowed into the restaurant later." As these words fell, Qin Feier appeared slightly embarrassed. While they strolled through the mall, Lin Mo's phone suddenly rang. Checking the caller ID, he saw it was a call from Sun Fu. "I'll take this call. You can browse inside Hermes for a bit. If you fancy something, simply take it. I'll handle the payment later." After relaying this to Qin Feier, Lin Mo stepped aside to answer the call in a nearby fire escape. Meanwhile, in the live stream, numerous viewers began to flood the chat with comments. "Wow, that was incredibly bold. Just take whatever you want and settle the bill later? Are we truly going to Hermes? Is this for real? It feels like a roadside stall selling clothes for $20. However, the esteemed Hua Zhao truly seemed to have the credibility to make such a statement, eliciting laughter. The already vibrant live stream became even more animated. As for Qin Feier, she walked towards the Hermes store. At the entrance, a newly appointed sales associate noticed her, dressed in affordable attire and holding a gimbal. He promptly intercepted her, adopting a serious demeanor. "I'm sorry, miss, but we do not permit live streaming inside the Hermes store. Kindly put away your phone." In that moment, Qin Feier felt a wave of awkwardness, unsure of how to proceed. She glanced at her phone. Observing the live stream had reached an impressive 200,000 viewers. Would it be wise to shut down the stream just to enter? That would indeed be foolish. Wow, the live stream has hit a snag. Haha, the host has been stopped at the store. In all honesty, this was to be expected, given that Hermes is a premier luxury brand, and prohibiting live streaming is quite reasonable. Now, the viewers were left wondering how the host would navigate this predicament. Amidst this lively atmosphere, Qin Feier hesitated, deciding to wait for Lin Mo to finish his call before making a move. On the other end, Lin Mo connected with Sun Fu. "Is there something you need, steward's son?" he inquired with a smile. "Mr. Lin, we have successfully found the housekeeper and nanny you requested through our young lady. I have sent their details to you via WeChat," Sun Fu responded. Hearing this, a glimmer of delight crossed Lin Mo's face. He quickly replied, "Ah, so that's what it was. Thank you so much for your assistance, steward's son. Please extend my gratitude to Nanji as well." In response, Sun Fu chuckled lightly. "Mr. Lin, you are too kind. It is our honor to assist you. Well, I won't take up any more of your time. Goodbye." Lin Mo concluded, disconnecting the call. He then opened his WeChat, where Sun Fu had sent him 5 documents. After receiving them, Lin Mo opened the files. One of the resumes belonged to a 30-year-old woman named Huang Yuan, who had been working in the housekeeping profession. Her educational background included a bachelor's degree in management. This housekeeper would be responsible for managing and assigning tasks to the nannies, as well as assisting Lin Mo with various interpersonal matters. After reviewing the resume, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. The other 4 documents included 3 nannies and a gardener. As his villa spanned over 700 square meters and included both front and back gardens, necessitating a gardener. The 3 nannies were essential for daily upkeep. Otherwise, the workload would be overwhelming. Pleased with the resumes, Lin Mo nodded approvingly and proceeded to reach out to the candidates using the contact information provided by Sun Fu. Let them come to work tomorrow and sign the contract, was the directive given. Subsequently, they made their way towards the Hermes store. Upon arriving at the entrance, Lin Mo found himself puzzled, gazing at Qin Feier who stood outside. Why are you lingering out here instead of going in? Chapter 49. Is it truly the case that wealth allows one to act as they please? As Lin Mo's words echoed, Qin Feier, standing nearby, appeared somewhat embarrassed as she replied, I was stopped by someone. The store doesn't permit live streaming with phones inside. Listening to Qin Feier's explanation, Lin Mo was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to fathom that she had been barred from entry for such a trivial matter. With a resigned shake of his head, he suggested, how about this? Follow me, and I shall take you inside. After saying this, Lin Mo took Qin Feier's hand and walked towards the Hermes store. The staff member at the entrance furrowed his brow upon seeing Lin Mo approaching and remarked, what brings you here again? I thought I mentioned that our store. However, before he could finish his sentence, a tall, elegantly dressed female manager noticed Lin Mo and his hand-holding companion, and her expression shifted dramatically. She hurriedly approached, pulling the staff member aside, and with a bright smile, she bowed, saying, Mr. Lin, are you bringing your friend to shop for clothes? Lin Mo nodded in affirmation. Yes, ensure she is dressed beautifully. Upon hearing this, the female manager promptly responded, certainly. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, we will make sure your friend looks stunning. After this declaration, the manager turned her gaze to Qin Feier, her eyes glimmering with envy. She then respectfully added, Madam, I apologize for the rudeness of our intern earlier. I hope you can forgive us. Following this, she directed her attention to the bewildered staff member behind her, instructing, you should quickly apologize to this lady. Startled by her words, the staff member sprang into action. Bowing to Qin Feier and apologizing profusely, I sincerely apologize for any offense caused. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feier was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Noticing the silence from both Qin Feier and Lin Mo, the female manager bit her lip and suggested, Mr. Lin, to express our regret, I would like to offer you both a 20% discount on your purchases today, and I will also gift this lady a newly arrived handbag. Lin Mo was taken aback by the manager's unexpected decision, while Qin Feier's mouth fell open in astonishment at the dramatic shift in treatment, an absolute turnaround. All of this was, of course, due to Lin Mo's presence. In that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within Qin Feier's heart. At this juncture, Lin Mo turned to Qin Feier and inquired, what do you think? Qin Feier was momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded, that sounds great. Hearing her response, Lin Mo looked back at the female manager and said, well, let it be so. With Lin Mo's agreement, the manager finally exhaled in relief, then smiled at Qin Feier, saying, please, this way, madam. After this exchange, Lin Mo and Qin Feier entered the store. In the live stream, the viewers were left dumbfounded by the unfolding events. This is incredible. I can't believe it. I was shocked when the host was initially barred from entry. But now that the big shot is here, they are all smiles and rolling out the red carpet, giving a 20% discount and a new handbag. The viewers were thoroughly awed, realizing the sheer power of wealth. In that instant, they were completely bowled over. Lin Mo, smiling, glanced at Qin Feier and said, take a look around. If you see something you like, just grab it. I'll help you with the live stream. With that, Lin Mo took hold of the gimbal and began to stroll through the store. Even while meandering, a sales associate trailed behind him, enthusiastically discussing the designs of the garments on display. As she elaborated, many female viewers found themselves enchanted by the offerings, but upon glancing at the prices, they hastily typed their farewells in the chat. Meanwhile, at the entrance, the female manager finally breathed a sigh of relief, while the confused staff member looked at her and asked, Manager, aren't we supposed to prohibit live streaming in the store? The manager's expression grew complicated as she shook her head and replied, you're correct. According to our rules, it is indeed forbidden. However, rules are made by people and must be adapted when necessary. Do you know who Mr. Lin is? The staff member shook his head. The entire IAP building we are in now belongs to Mr. Lin. Those simple words left the staff member utterly dumbfounded. The IAP building, a multi-billion-dollar establishment, was owned by the very young man he had just seen. The staff member's emotions were a whirlwind of confusion and fear. Had he not been stopped by the manager, he might have offended someone of such immense stature. The thought of potentially jeopardizing his future in the bustling metropolis sent chills down his spine. Meanwhile, Lin Mo returned to Qin Feier just as she emerged from the fitting room, wearing a cream-colored dress that accentuated her tall figure beautifully. The elegance of Qin Feier was instantly accentuated. Indeed, a flicker of astonishment passed through Lin Mo's eyes. It is no wonder that others proclaim that those with striking beauty look stunning in anything they wear. Such is evidently the case. Moreover, Qin Feier's physique is commendable. At this moment, she indeed resembles a living mannequin. Chapter 50, The Exorbitant Menu. Inside the live stream room, many viewers gasped in disbelief. This outfit is simply perfect for Feier. So beautiful. In an instant, countless comments flooded the screen. Meanwhile, the female store manager chimed in. This dress suits the young lady remarkably well. This particular dress is a new seasonal highlight from our Hermes collection, currently priced at 23,000 yuan. Upon her words, the barrage of comments in the mobile phones fell silent. After a brief pause, a flurry of comments erupted on the screen. What? A dress costs 23,000? That price is a bit terrifying. 23,000 for a single dress equates to 5 months of my salary. I'm on my knees. Qin Feier, standing there, was momentarily taken aback. After a moment of hesitation, she remarked, perhaps it would be best to forget it. Hearing this, Lin Mo smiled, snapped his fingers, and turned to the store manager, saying, wrap it up. With that, the manager nodded eagerly, certainly, Mr. Lin. Meanwhile, Qin Feier appeared somewhat anxious and said this. Lin Mo chuckled and reassured her, it's merely 20,000 yuan, hardly a significant sum. This simple statement left everyone in the live stream utterly speechless. How could one casually dismiss a 20,000 yuan dress? Let's continue browsing, he suggested, and the two resumed their shopping within the store. Before long, Lin Mo had assisted Qin Feier in selecting several other garments and accessories. Ultimately, they purchased 3 dresses, 2 pairs of high heels, 3 silk scarves, and various adornments. Mr. Lin, the total comes to 183,000 yuan. Lin Mo, upon hearing the amount, did not even glance at the detailed list. Instead, he simply pulled out his phone and utilized his 3-fold cashback card. After completing the transaction, Qin Feier looked over the receipt. The viewers in the live stream also caught sight of the detailed list. What? Those high heels cost 38,000. That half-length skirt is 19,000. Goodness. A silk scarf costs 5,000. And that bracelet is no trifling matter either, at 33,000. At that moment, the viewers were utterly astounded. Some even took screenshots of the receipt and shared it widely. With the sharing of the receipt, the live stream's popularity skyrocketed, soon surpassing 4 million viewers. At this moment, Qin Feier was left in a daze. She was utterly stunned, her expression vacant. Once upon a time, she had fantasized about earning money to shop in such stores for clothes and jewelry. Yet even in her dreams, she had only envisioned purchasing items worth several thousand. The notion of lavishly spending over 100,000 in a single day was unfathomable to her. Yet now, it was truly happening. What's wrong? Lin Mo inquired. Noticing her bewilderment. Did I buy too much? Qin Feier asked anxiously. Too much? Not at all. If I don't dress you up nicely, I fear you won't even be able to enter the restaurant later. Upon hearing this, Qin Feier felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. In the live stream, many viewers erupted into laughter. Haha, afraid you won't be allowed into the restaurant later. That is so true. Haha. As for Lin Mo, he contemplated the items before him. His cashback card was still active. Having spent 183,000, he still had 820,000 in cashback available. The card's validity was for 24 hours, he mused. Glancing at the countdown on his phone, he began to ponder how best to utilize the remaining 820,000. Forget it, let us have lunch first. We can think about that afterward. Shaking his head, Lin Mo put away his phone and said to Qin Feier, shall we go for lunch? Yes. They returned their shopping bags to the car and then walked outside the mall. Under Lin Mo's guidance, they arrived at a restaurant named Latelier located behind the IPM building. Observing the restaurant, Lin Mo calmly remarked, this establishment boasts 2 Michelin stars and specializes in creative French cuisine. Upon hearing this, many viewers in the live stream developed a keen interest. After all, a 2 Michelin star restaurant is indeed quite alluring to many. As the two entered the restaurant, its red decor delivered a striking visual impact. Welcome to Latelier. Do you have a reservation? The hostess inquired. No, Lin Mo replied, shaking his head. Very well. Please choose your seating. The server presented a tablet displaying the seating layout and corresponding prices. Upon seeing the tablet, The viewers in the live stream were taken aback. You have to pay for seats? Are you kidding me? The price for a table in the hall is 1,888 per person. That's outrageous. And the bar seats? Those require a reservation and cost 5,888 each. In that moment, many viewers were left utterly speechless. Lin Mo, however, paid no mind to their reactions. He casually selected a table set back from the restaurant's interior. Following the server's guidance, he took a seat and opened the menu placed on the table. As the menu unfolded, Qin Feier glanced at the prices and was immediately taken aback. Not only her. Everyone in the live stream room was equally astonished by the contents displayed. Is there an error in this menu? A salad priced at 998? Does this watermelon juice have gold in it, costing 298? I am utterly bewildered. A bowl of thick soup priced at 648? Goodness. A steak for 2,800. At this moment, everyone was left completely dumbfounded. After all, such exorbitant prices would surely be excessive, even if prepared by a Michelin-starred chef, wouldn't they? Chapter 51, A Candid Spray. Shortly thereafter, Lin Mo and his companion began to place their orders. With Lin Mo's series of selections, Qin Feier felt increasingly anxious. 2 servings of pasta, bread, 2 steaks, thick soup, and 2 beverages. Though not an extensive order, the total expenditure surprisingly amounted to 12,000, adding a 10 service charge. The total for this meal reached an astounding 13,200 yuan, and this was without any wine. If they had ordered wine, it could easily have escalated the cost by several thousand more. This revelation left many viewers in the live stream utterly speechless. Soon, the dishes began to arrive. Qin Feier opted to cease the live stream temporarily. After ending the broadcast, she let out a sigh of relief, patting her chest as she declared, "I need a break. Holding the camera all morning has nearly exhausted me." Lin Mo merely smiled, opening his mobile app to check his reputation score. Gazing at the data, he was taken aback. In less than an hour of streaming, his reputation had skyrocketed by over 1 million. With less than 2 million remaining to reach the 8 million required for the third phase reward, it seemed that by the end of the afternoon, he would indeed obtain this reward. As he mused, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Lin Mo's eyes. Meanwhile, Qin Feier was preparing to eat, her spirits evidently high. Observing this, a faint smile graced Lin Mo's lips. However, their good mood was soon shattered. At that moment, a rather piercing voice rang out from behind them. "Oh, is that Manager Qin? It seems that the Magic City is indeed quite small." Lin Mo frowned and turned to see a tall woman clad in a white formal dress, carrying an LV bag, standing behind them. Her arm was linked with a pudgy man in his 50s, who was slightly balding. Qin Feier's expression soured upon recognizing the newcomer. It was Jiang Wan, the former financial director of her previous company. Not only had this financial director embezzled funds, but she also had an ambiguous relationship with the company's owner. After dismissing Qin Feier, she had even orchestrated a professional blacklist against her. This thought only intensified Qin Feier's fury. Beside Jiang Wan stood the old man, clearly the chairman of her former company, Zhang Hai of Mu Yuan Group. Jiang Wan cast a disdainful glance at Lin Mo and sneered. "Heh, looks like Manager Qin has found herself a second-generation rich kid. Even wearing the latest Hermes, I see." Hearing this, Qin Feier smirked disdainfully and retorted, "Unlike some people, I don't resort to clinging to older men. And after doing so, I certainly wouldn't embezzle company funds." Her words struck a nerve, causing Jiang Wan to glare furiously at Qin Feier. "You," Zhang Hai chimed in coldly, "Miss Qin, I advise you to choose your words wisely. Every statement you make here must be substantiated by evidence. Our Mu Yuan Group is a significant entity. If you speak recklessly without proof, you will face the consequences." In truth, Jiang Hai felt a twinge of anxiety. He discreetly withdrew his hand from Jiang Wan's. Knowing their relationship was far from acceptable, the thought of this secret being exposed sent chills down his spine. Yet he continued to threaten, "Miss Qin, if you persist in making baseless accusations, we will have no choice but to involve our legal department." Upon hearing this, Qin Feier gritted her teeth in frustration. At that moment, Lin Mo stood up and approached Zhang Hai, stating, "So, Zhang Hai, we need to have a word privately." Zhang Hai was momentarily taken aback by this demand. Just as he was about to respond, Lin Mo had already grasped his hand, exerting an immense force that dragged him away from the spot. The pressure on his wrist was excruciating, causing him to wince in pain. Meanwhile, Qin Feier and Jiang Wan were oblivious to the subtleties of the situation. To them, it appeared as though Zhang Hai and Lin Mo had simply left together. Jiang Wan smirked, remarking, "Heh, it seems the person you've latched onto isn't all that impressive after all." Upon encountering Chairman Jiang, he must behave himself. Qin Feier remained silent, her brow furrowed in concern. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss, though she couldn't quite pinpoint what it was. At that moment, Lin Mo had dragged Jiang Hai into the restroom, carelessly tossing him against the wall. Lin Mo then swiftly shut and locked the restroom door. Zhang Hai, now trapped, felt a surge of panic but quickly regained his composure, threatening, "Kid, I warn you, we live in a society governed by law. If you dare to act recklessly, you want to escape the consequences. Do you know who I am? I am Jiang of Mu Yuan Group." Before Zhang Hai could finish his sentence, Lin Mo delivered a forceful punch to Zhang Hai's abdomen, causing him to gasp in pain. A voice desperately yearned to escape, yet it was silenced by Lin Mo's hand firmly clasping his mouth, utterly powerless to make a sound. How tedious! With a casual flick of his wrist, he released his grip, discarding it carelessly into the corner. Lin Mo retrieved his mobile phone, opened an application, and produced a say-it-all spray. "Let us give this a try." Raising an eyebrow, he shook the canister and directed it straight at Zhang Hai. Upon completion of the spray, the canister vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai's eyes grew increasingly vacant as he sat before Lin Mo, resembling a mere puppet. Lin Mo activated the camera on his phone, recording the unfolding scene. Then he spoke. "Now, I will pose the questions, and you shall provide the answers." Chapter 52. Zhang Hai in a humble state. 5 minutes later, Lin Mo regarded Zhang Hai with a perplexed expression. One must admit, Zhang Hai is quite the talent. Not only does he have one lover, Zhang Mo, but he astonishingly has 3 others. The most crucial revelation is that Zhang Mo is pregnant. At this moment, she is already 2 months along. Zhang Hai, at 55 years of age, has been childless due to his wife's inability to conceive. Upon learning of Zhang Mo's pregnancy, he has been entirely compliant with her requests, simply to ensure that she bears him this child. Even upon discovering that she has been embezzling company funds, he chose to overlook it. He is acutely aware that this matter must remain hidden from his wife. After all, the growth of his company owes much to the support of his wife's family. If his wife were to uncover this, Zhang Hai could guarantee that not only would he lose his company, but he would also be utterly ruined. "Oh, Zhang boss, you truly are formidable. Maintaining a facade of stability at home while parading your affairs outside, one cannot help but marvel." As these thoughts echoed, the effects of the say-it-all spray began to wane, and Zhang Hai snapped back to reality. What had he just divulged? In an instant, his pupils dilated. His face etched with despair. Cold sweat poured down his back like a torrential wave. He turned to Lin Mo, a grimace on his face, and uttered, "What are you, human or demon?" Lin Mo offered no reply, merely clicking his tongue twice, toying with his phone, and stated, "Zhang boss, I presume you would not wish for this video to fall into your wife's hands." With that, Zhang Hai fixed his gaze on Lin Mo and spoke in a low tone. "What do you want? Money or something else? This video must not reach his wife." Lin Mo simply chuckled, shaking his head. "Money? Do I appear to be in want of it?" A slight smirk graced his lips, infused with a hint of playful malice. At this, Zhang Hai's complexion darkened further. "My demands are quite simple. From this day forth, I do not wish to see Zhang Mo in Magic City again." "Is that all?" "Precisely," Lin Mo replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. He then casually grasped the faucet and twisted it with force. Crack! The faucet was wrenched off. Water gushed forth, and Lin Mo tossed the now crumpled faucet onto the ground, declaring, "Consider this a warning. Do not entertain any misguided thoughts, otherwise you shall bear the consequences." With that, he turned off the valve and departed. In the aftermath, Zhang Hai stood there, his trousers completely soaked, trembling as he gazed at the mangled faucet before him. He watched Lin Mo's retreating figure, his eyes filled with dread. In the restaurant, Zhang Mo sat nearby, exuding an air of arrogance as she derided Qin Feier with biting remarks. Her face was a mask of smugness. Qin Feier, however, remained silent, exercising restraint, choosing to ignore Zhang Mo's taunts. Just then, Lin Mo returned to the dining table, taking his seat next to Zhang Mo, his brow furrowing in discontent. "Move aside." Zhang Mo, unfazed, glanced at Lin Mo and retorted, "Oh, you're back? What are you posturing about? Let me tell you both, if you manage to amuse me today, perhaps when Chairman Zhang returns, I might just let you off the hook. Otherwise, you certainly won't enjoy the outcome." With that, she displayed her haughty demeanor. Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, and just as he was about to speak, Zhang Mo's expression suddenly brightened. In a few swift steps, she approached Zhang Hai, exclaiming, "Chairman Zhang, why are you back so late, and drenched to boot?" She failed to notice Zhang Hai, head bowed, his eyes filled with palpable fear. Continuing, she chattered on, "Rest assured, Chairman Zhang, I've taken care of this little wench." Before she could utter another word, a sharp slap resounded. Zhang Hai had struck her with force. The scene left Qin Feier astonished, rendered completely speechless. Zhang Mo's face swelled with the impact. Several teeth were knocked out. She stood there, dumbfounded and at a loss for words. "Silence!" Zhang Hai bellowed, his heart seething with anger. It was all because of this woman. She flaunted herself outside, completely unaware of the trouble she was courting. Now, she had offended someone she should not have, jeopardizing everything. Even if he was not ruined, the leverage against him was far too significant. In that moment, Jiang Hai felt a surge of resentment. Yet, knowing she was pregnant, he felt powerless. Quickly, Jiang Hai approached Lin Mo and Qin Feier, stating, "Miss Qin, I must apologize for my previous actions. I hope you can forgive me. I will ensure that the compensation you are owed is sent promptly." With his words, Qin Feier was left utterly astounded. What on earth was happening? How is it that Jiang Hai has so suddenly undergone such a profound shift in attitude? Moreover, he is apologizing right before my eyes. Jiang Hai is well aware of his standing. During his tenure at the 0.1 Yuan group, he was perpetually sought after by others. When has he ever been seen so deferential? This sudden transformation in Jiang Hai's character seemingly occurred after his departure with Lin Mo. What transpired during that time apart? Qin Feier found herself perplexed. She then turned her gaze toward Lin Mo, who was casually slicing a steak, as if entirely detached from the unfolding drama, exuding an air of nonchalance. Meanwhile, the approaching manager of the establishment, upon witnessing this scene, was rendered speechless. He recognized Jiang Hai. Aware of his stature as the head of one of the most prestigious conglomerates in Modu, a figure whose mere stamp of a foot could send ripples through the business world. Yet, here he was, exhibiting such humility before these two youths. At that moment, the manager was utterly bewildered, grappling with existential doubts. Chapter 53, Mr. Lin. Do you find my handling of this matter acceptable? In this moment, the manager stood silently to the side, his gaze flickering toward Lin Mo, lost in thought. He then beckoned a nearby waiter, issuing a few hurried instructions before the waiter quickly departed. At the dining table, Jiang Hai shot a venomous glare at Jiang Mo, subsequently bellowing, "You wretched creature. Hurry and apologize to Miss Qin." At this juncture, Jiang Mo was already dazed. The force of his shout made her tremble, and she approached Qin Feier, biting her lip as she uttered, "Miss Qin, I am truly sorry. I hope you can forgive me." In response, Qin Feier merely shook her head, stating, "I have but one request. I do not wish to see you in my life again." Upon hearing this, Jiang Hai immediately declared with utmost conviction, "Rest assured, Miss Qin, I shall arrange a flight tonight to send her away." This pronouncement left Jiang Mo as pale as a ghost, collapsing to the ground in despair. The implication was abundantly clear. Her future at Shanhua was irrevocably shattered. She clutched Jiang Hai's pant leg, pleading, "No, Jiang Hai, you cannot do this. I am pregnant." Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Hai's expression darkened. "Silence. You shameless woman." At this moment, Jiang Hai was filled with rage, wishing he could strangle Jiang Mo. How could he have been so blind as to be entangled with someone so inept? Did she not realize the gravity of the situation? Now, she dares to use her unborn child as leverage against him? With that thought, he forcefully extricated his leg from her grasp and, after silencing her with a fierce shout, cautiously turned to Lin Mo, nervously inquiring, "Mr. Lin, do you deem my approach appropriate?" Lin Mo nodded, affirming, "Indeed, Chairman Jiang is a remarkable individual." Even he had not anticipated Jiang Hai would go to such lengths. His original intent had merely been to have Jiang Mo leave Modu. Yet Jiang Hai was prepared to send her directly to the European Union. Seeing this, Jiang Hai sighed in relief and hastily made his exit. Before departing, he exchanged a few words with the manager, leaving the latter even more astonished. As for Lin Mo, the gravity of the situation began to sink in. With Jiang Hai gone, the restaurant fell into silence once more. Lin Mo perceptibly sensed the atmosphere had shifted. Although the establishment was not crowded, the previous commotion had drawn curious glances from a few patrons. Their eyes were filled with intrigue as they regarded Lin Mo, pondering his identity. After all, the chairman of the 0.1 Yuan group held considerable weight in Modu, and this seemingly unremarkable youth had commanded such deference. How could the onlookers not be captivated by his persona? Across from Lin Mo, Qin Feier gazed at him, lost in thought, and asked, "Mr. Lin, what exactly transpired between you and Jiang Hai?" In response, Lin Mo merely smiled, saying, "Nothing much, just a friendly exchange in the restroom. He has decided to mend his ways and apologize to us." Qin Feier, of course, did not believe his words. After all, a few exchanged words could not lead to such a dramatic turnaround in character. Surely, something significant had occurred in that restroom, and Lin Mo must have seized upon some leverage that rendered Jiang Hai cautious. Choosing not to press further, Qin Feier merely pouted and resumed her meal. Yet, less than a minute later, her phone suddenly buzzed with a notification. Curiously, she picked it up, and upon seeing the message, her mouth fell open in disbelief, her expression turning dazed. "What's wrong? Jiang Hai has transferred 3 million to me." Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, quickly realizing that Jiang Hai was genuinely afraid of him. This 3 million was clearly an attempt to curry favor. He chuckled softly, saying, "It seems Jiang Hai acts swiftly." Qin Feier, unaware of the underlying implications, hesitated, saying, "But I was just fired from the company. Isn't $3 million too much for a transfer?" "Just $3 million," Lin Mo replied lightly. "It's hardly an exorbitant sum. Since Zhonghai has transferred it to you, you might as well accept it. If you refuse, Zhonghai will continue to harass you," Lin Mo stated calmly. Fully aware that while it appeared Zhonghai was sending the money to Qin Feier today, the true target was himself. Should Qin Feier decline to accept it, Zhonghai would undoubtedly worry that he was the one preventing her from doing so, leading to an endless cycle of trouble. After all, it was only natural. With such a significant leverage held in his hands, Zhonghai was bound to be anxious. Qin Feier hesitated for a moment, but ultimately nodded and replied, "Very well then." Just then, the store manager approached once more, followed by a young waiter carrying a silver tray draped in red cloth. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for interrupting your meal," the store manager said, bowing slightly with an air of respect. Lin Mo set down his knife and fork, his curiosity piqued as he regarded the manager. The manager clapped his hands, prompting the young waiter to present the tray. As the red cloth was lifted, a wooden wine box and a black card were revealed. Chapter 54, The $2 million Champagne. At this sight, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "What is this?" The manager, smiling, responded, "Mr. Lin, this card is our establishment's black card. With it, you can enjoy a permanent 80% discount and the highest level of service at any latelier worldwide without the need for reservations." He reverently handed the black card to Lin Mo, who nodded and accepted it with gratitude. "Thank you." Nearby patrons collectively inhaled sharply, their astonishment palpable as they beheld the black card presented by the manager. The latelier black card. This was the highest tier of membership at latelier restaurants. Globally, the number of clients possessing such a card was fewer than 100, and now, this seemingly unremarkable young man had received one. How could they not be astonished? Meanwhile, the waiter lifted the wooden wine box and slid open the lid, allowing the manager to extract a bottle of wine. It was a pure black bottle, devoid of any labels or embellishments, strikingly simple and unadorned. The moment the bottle was revealed, many patrons were drawn to its allure, and a few expressed surprise upon seeing it. "What kind of wine is this? I've never seen a black bottle before," several tables of customers remarked, their curiosity piqued. At this moment, the manager spoke again. "Mr. Lin, this bottle of wine is a gift from Mr. Jiang. Please allow me to introduce it." He placed the bottle on the table and continued, "This wine is called Silent Ship 1907, a rare white snow champagne, with fewer than 2,000 bottles remaining on the market. Its last auction price reached $1.88 million. Given the time elapsed since that auction, its current market value is likely over $2 million. At these words, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the room. Qin Feier stared at the unassuming black champagne bottle, her expression one of shock. A single bottle of wine worth $2 million. Suddenly, she felt as though her $3 million was rather insufficient. Nearby patrons regarded Lin Mo with increasing solemnity. Who exactly was this young man? Not only did he command the respect of Zhonghai, the chairman of a top-tier conglomerate, but he was also presented with a bottle of the coveted black champagne, Silent Ship 1907. As Lin Mo chuckled softly, he couldn't help but shake his head at Zhonghai's cunning ways. At that moment, he recalled the earlier incident when Zhonghai had slapped him without consideration for the fact that Qin Feier was pregnant. With a playful smile, he toyed with the black card and finally said, "All right, please pack it up and leave it here." "Understood, Mr. Lin." After the wine was rewrapped and placed back on the table, the manager excused himself. As Lin Mo and Qin Feier finished their meal and prepared to leave, the other diners could no longer contain themselves. Many approached to offer their business cards. Lin Mo found himself somewhat exasperated but had no choice but to accept. Knowing many present held significant status, after exchanging pleasantries, they returned to their car. Once they had arranged their belongings, Qin Feier sighed with relief and remarked, "I can't believe that bottle of wine costs over $2 million. Lin Mo chuckled lightly and shook his head, saying, "Regardless of its exorbitant price, it remains merely a bottle of wine. Its true value lies in the story behind it." Story? Qin Feier's curiosity was piqued. Indeed, this champagne was produced in 1907, intended for transport to Tsarist Russia, but it was sunk by a German vessel in the Gulf of Finland. It lay at the bottom of the sea for 90 years before being salvaged in 1997 and subsequently auctioned. So, in truth, it is merely an old bottle of champagne. Lin Mo shrugged, seemingly indifferent. Qin Feier, however, was taken aback and gazed at the bottle with awe. "Wow, I had no idea it had such a backstory. It truly is remarkable that we can taste it now." Lin Mo simply smiled, not overly concerned. "By the way, accompany me to buy a couple of watches." Qin Feier was momentarily taken aback. "Buying a watch? Are you getting it for another little girl?" Lin Mo did not attempt to conceal his intentions, responding casually, "Yes, for my younger sister. She has a theater performance coming up, and this watch will serve as her congratulatory gift. The decision to purchase the watch was not made lightly. He had a cashback amount of 820,000 left to expend such a sum in a single afternoon. There was no doubt that buying a watch was the most expedient option. Coincidentally, he could purchase one for Xie Yuma as a gift for her performance, while the other would be for Qin Feier. After all, it was only fair to share the blessings, wasn't it? Hearing Lin Mo's words, Qin Feier felt a mix of emotions. However, she was somewhat surprised by his candor. Simultaneously, she was well prepared for such a scenario. After all, she had long known that Lin Mo could never have just one woman in his life. All right, can I go live later? Upon hearing this, Lin Mo pondered for a moment. He was now less than 2 million prestige points away from the third phase reward. He nodded and replied, no problem. Go ahead and live stream. After that, Lin Mo set the navigation, and both fastened their seatbelts before he pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward, heading straight for the Patek Philippe boutique. Chapter 55. Live streaming the purchase of Patek Philippe as they chatted along the way. It wasn't long before they arrived at the Patek Philippe source mansion. Patek Philippe, the leader in the watch industry, stands as the pinnacle among the world's top 10 luxury watch brands. Upon their arrival, the vehicle entered the premises of the Patek Philippe source mansion. Initially, parking was prohibited, but upon seeing Lin Mo's car, a Pagani Huayra Imola, the no parking rule became inconsequential. After all, anyone who could afford such a luxury vehicle undoubtedly belonged to the elite clientele. Inside the car, Lin Mo tidied up before saying, let us start the live stream. Qin Feier nodded and opened her phone to commence the broadcast. As the live stream began, a throng of eager fans flooded into the chat room. Meanwhile, the Dongjiao official team had also located Qin Feier's live stream and confirmed that it was indeed the channel of Lin Mo's woman. Consequently, they arranged various promotional spots and resources. With this surge of exposure, Qin Feier's live stream gained significant traction. Watching this unfold, Qin Feier was taken aback. Her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, I'm on the homepage recommendation. Oh, Lin Mo responded, momentarily stunned, but then quickly grasped the situation and smiled, saying, that was fast. Hearing this, Qin Feier looked at him with curiosity. All right, let us get out of the car. With that, Lin Mo exited the vehicle, and Qin Feier suppressed her lingering questions before opening the door and addressing the live stream audience. Hello, everyone. The host is currently at the Patek Philippe source mansion in Magic City. Soon, we will be live streaming the purchase of a Patek Philippe watch. As she stepped out of the supercar, the boutique's elegant structure entered the live stream's frame, causing a wave of excitement among the viewers. Wait, are we really live streaming a Patek Philippe watch purchase? Wow, a Patek Philippe? ISNT that watch at least 100,000. I'm bowing down. Is this the Patek Philippe source mansion? Incredible. At that moment, two impeccably dressed sales associates approached the car. As they observed Lin Mo and Qin Feier disembarking, they promptly welcomed them. Sir, madam, welcome to the Patek Philippe source mansion. Yes, I would like to select a few watches, Lin Mo stated with a smile. At his words, many viewers in the live stream were left utterly speechless. Wait, did I hear that correctly? A few? My goodness. Did the big shot just say a few? That must be worth at least a few 100,000. I can't even afford a Patek Philippe watch if I starve myself for a whole year. But now, this big shot plans to buy several? This is what it means to be a big shot. The female sales associate's smile widened at this remark. Meanwhile, for Qin Feier, the live streaming was of little concern. After all, Lin Mo's statement, coupled with that multi-million supercar, indicated that their expenditure today would undoubtedly exceed 1 million. To turn away a customer with such purchasing power during a live stream would be sheer folly. She cheerfully inquired, all right, sir. Would you like to look at men's or women's watches? Let us start with the men's collection, Lin Mo replied, intending to purchase a watch for himself. Although he already owned a Roger Dubuis timepiece, a man could hardly settle for just one watch, could he? The Roger Dubuis was youthful and suited for daily wear. But for more formal occasions, it felt somewhat inappropriate. Thus, Lin Mo planned to acquire a Patek Philippe for himself as well. Certainly, sir. Please follow me, the associate said as they entered the Patek Philippe store. Inside, there were other customers present, but upon Lin Mo's arrival, he was taken aback. A middle-aged man was selecting watches, and, upon seeing Lin Mo, expressed surprise. Mr. Lin, manager's son? Lin Mo replied, astonished to encounter Sun Fu here. Huh, what a coincidence. I never expected to run into you here, Mr. Lin. He then turned to his companion, Manager Qian. This is the Mr. Lin I mentioned. With that, Qian Yongkong, the store manager, was suddenly illuminated with excitement. He had come to attend to Sun Fu, but had just heard Sun Fu mention Lin Mo. Learning that Lin Mo had purchased the East Suburb 1, the 600 million yuan building. Thus, he was keen to forge a connection with Lin Mo. To his astonishment, Lin Mo had actually arrived at their Patek Philippe source mansion. Qian Yongkong's eyes sparkled with excitement. He hurriedly approached Lin Mo, warmly exclaiming, "Mr. Lin, greetings. I am Qian Yongkong, the manager of Patek Philippe's Yuan D store." The sales staff present were taken aback, their eyes nearly bulging out in astonishment. How could their usually composed manager display such fervor? It was well known that he regularly catered to the high-profile elite of Shanghai, yet they had never witnessed him so animated. As their curiosity piqued, Qian Yongkong smiled and inquired, "Mr. Lin, are you considering purchasing a watch for yourself?" Lin Mo replied, "Yes, I would like one for myself." Hearing this, the manager's face broke into a broad smile as he exclaimed, "Ah, what a coincidence. Mr. Lin, we have just received a remarkable timepiece yesterday. I assure you that once you see it, you will be utterly captivated." With that, he led Lin Mo to the center of the store, where an independent display case secured with high-strength bulletproof glass stood prominently. "Mr. Lin, the exquisite watch that has just arrived is the Patek Philippe Grand Complications 52701 R001. Chapter 56, Phase 3 Task Accomplished. Upon hearing this, Lin Mo's gaze fell upon the watch on display. The 18K rose gold bracelet perfectly complemented the pure black dial, subtle yet luxurious. Under the illumination of the showcase's lights, the rose gold case shimmered brilliantly. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream caught their first glimpse of the watch, gasping in awe. Their faces reflected a mix of admiration and astonishment. Was this truly the pinnacle of horology? Incredible. It was no wonder that Patek Philippe was renowned. This piece was nothing short of a masterpiece. The watch was simply astonishing. At that moment, Qian Yongkong addressed Lin Mo with the utmost reverence. "Mr. Lin, this 52701 R001 watch is currently our store's crowning jewel. It features an 18K rose gold bracelet and a dial layout that not only preserves the classic design of the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar chronograph, but also incorporates a day-night indicator and a leap year cycle display. One could say that the appreciation potential of this timepiece is exceedingly significant." Lin Mo listened with calm composure, nodding slightly before responding, "Not bad." With a smile, Qian Yongkong continued, "If you like, Mr. Lin, you may try it on." After saying this, he produced a key and carefully opened the bulletproof glass case, delicately retrieving the watch from its pedestal. Observing Qian Yongkong's actions, one of the sales staff frowned and whispered, "Manager, isn't this against the rules? This watch should only be available for purchase by Diamond VIPs, right? After all, it is considered the treasure of our store." The implication was clear. Unless one was a Diamond VIP member, they had no right to buy such a coveted piece. Just then, another sales associate shook his head and remarked, "Did you see that sports car outside? The one with the sleek design?" The first male sales staff, puzzled, replied, "Yes. So what? Sports cars are not uncommon in Shanghai. We can't just sell a watch reserved for Diamond VIPs because someone drives a flashy car." At this, the second sales associate couldn't help but chuckle. "Huh? If it were an ordinary sports car, you would be correct. But the car he drove is a Pagani Huayra Imola, of which only 5 exist worldwide. Its price is a staggering 39 million. What?" The first male sales associate's expression shifted to one of shock as he glanced at Lin Mo, who appeared unfazed. The second associate continued, "Furthermore, I overheard that Mr. Lin resides in Villa No. 1 at Dongjiao No. 1. Suddenly, the first associate's face paled. "The Villa No. 1 in Dongjiao? The one valued at 600 million? Yes, that very one." As the words left his lips, the male associate's breath hitched in disbelief. "So, does it even matter whether he is a Diamond member? Even if he isn't, what of it? If he purchases this watch, won't he become a Diamond member regardless? Rules are typically set for the common folk. For the wealthy, rules have always been irrelevant." Once Lin Mo donned the watch, his aura as a business elite instantly became apparent. Glancing at his wrist in the mirror, he nodded in satisfaction and declared, "Very nice. I'll take it." He then casually inquired, "What is the current price of this timepiece?" To this, Qian Yongkong, maintaining his respectful demeanor, replied, "The current price of this watch is 1.65 million. "Very well, let us proceed with the payment," Lin Mo stated, pulling out his bank card without a moment's hesitation and swiping it to complete the purchase. Witnessing this unfold, the nearby sales staff were left speechless. He made the transaction without the slightest doubt. This was a complete upheaval of their perceptions. As for Qin Feier, she was utterly dumbfounded. While she was aware of Lin Mo's wealth, this was simply outrageous. He effortlessly produced 1.65 million to buy a watch, as if he were spending a mere 165. Simultaneously, the live stream erupted with excitement. Some affluent viewers began sending gifts and flooding the chat with comments. "I'm on my knees. This is incredible. I can't help but admire such a display of wealth." The 1.65 million Patek Philippe watch was purchased without a moment's hesitation, and his nonchalance left everyone in awe. "I'm stunned. Compared to the likes of Mr. Lin, my wealth seems trivial." As the well-off showered gifts, The excitement in Qin Feier's live stream soared to new heights. Gradually, the viewership soared to an astonishing 6 million. Witnessing this spectacle, Qin Feier could not conceal her delight. After all, this was the first time she had experienced such a phenomenon in the absence of Lin Mo's gift-giving. The live stream's popularity had reached 6 million and was continuously climbing. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained unfazed by the unfolding events. Having signed the contract, he calmly stated, "By the way, let us get a lady's watch for gifting purposes." He intended to purchase one for Xie Yuma as a celebration for her theatrical performance. Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Qian Yongkong smiled and replied, "If it's a lady's watch you're looking for, I would recommend this model, the Complex Functionality Timepiece Series 4947G001, which is quite popular in our store." Qian Yongkong led Lin Mo to the counter, where he showcased a sky blue watch adorned with an 18K white gold case, embellished with circles of diamonds. The entire timepiece exuded an air of elegance. Observing the watch, Lin Mo nodded in approval and declared, "I'll take it, please wrap it up." Afterward, he turned to Qin Feier and inquired, "Why don't you choose one as well?" Chapter 57, Shares Worth Billions. Qin Feier's astonishment was palpable. Lin Mo looked at her with a smile, emphasizing the need for fairness. At that moment, Qin Feier was momentarily taken aback by his words, subsequently shaking her head and responding, "That wouldn't be appropriate, would it?" Hearing this, she quickly added, "It's fine, go ahead and buy it. Just pick whichever you like." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively and said nonchalantly, "No worries, just choose what you fancy." Encouraged by his words, Qin Feier's mind began to race. She glanced at the watch adorning Lin Mo's wrist, then surveyed the surrounding displays. After a brief hesitation, she pointed out, "How about this one?" Lin Mo followed her finger to a rose gold Nautilus sports model. A casual glance could easily mislead one to perceive this Nautilus as a couple's watch alongside the one Lin Mo was currently wearing. "Are you certain about this model?" Lin Mo asked as Qian Yongkong retrieved the Nautilus. Qin Feier tried it on her wrist, nodded, and said, "Yes, I think it looks wonderful. All right then, let us settle the bill." Lin Mo swiped his card once more. At that moment, Qian Yongkong nodded and stated, "Very well, Mr. Lin. The 4947G001 watch is priced at 370,000, while the Nautilus is 250,000, totaling 620,000. As these words echoed in the live stream, many viewers were left astounded. Wow, 620,000. No wonder he asked the big shot from Dongjiao. A 620,000 watch, just like that. Some viewers reflected, in comparison to the big shot from Dongjiao, my 10,000 yuan green water ghost seems trivial. A wave of envy swept through the live stream as viewers expressed admiration. At that moment, numerous netizens made an intriguing observation. Wait, look at the watch on the host's wrist. It's almost indistinguishable from the one worn by the big shot from Dongjiao. If viewed from afar, the differences are minimal. They quickly realized the subtlety behind this choice. After purchasing the two watches, Lin Mo took note of the live stream's heat, which had now escalated to 8 million. Observing this surge, Lin Mo mused to himself, with 8 million in viewership, it seems my third task should be accomplished, right? With that thought in mind, he asked Qian Yongkong for the restroom's location before heading there. Once inside, he opened his phone and began to check. At that moment, the threefold cashback card was ready for settlement. After completing the transaction, 3 million swiftly arrived in his account. However, Lin Mo was indifferent to this 3 million. What truly captured his interest was the reward for the third phase. His finger pressed down, and the notification appeared. Third phase reward successfully claimed. Rewards: 1. Cash reward of 50 million Shenhua coins. 2. Skill: Master Culinary Skills. 3. 10 shares of Tianhe Group. As the 3 rewards materialized before him, Lin Mo couldn't help but inhale sharply, his expression reflecting a mix of astonishment and disbelief. The first 2 rewards didn't surprise him much, but it was the third reward that left him in awe. 10% shares of Tianhe Group. Tianhe Group was no small enterprise. Previously, Lin Mo had acquired shares in Dongjiao Technology, which could be considered a substantial company. However, in comparison to Tianhe Group, Dongjiao Technology was but a mere sibling. Tianhe Group stood as one of the top super conglomerates in the country, with ventures spanning real estate, film, tourism, and finance. It dominated the real estate and tourism industries. Although 10% may seem modest, it represented a stake worth billions. This realization struck Lin Mo as a monumental fortune. In this moment, he felt an exhilarating rush. With a mere few million spent, he had earned back hundreds of billions. While the annual dividends might not reach hundreds of billions, they would certainly equate to tens of billions. What a lucrative turn of events. Overwhelmed with excitement, Lin Mo took a deep breath, striving to compose himself. A smile crept onto his lips as he adjusted his attire and hairstyle. Upon leaving the restroom, He exchanged a knowing glance with Qin Feier, signaling her to conclude the live stream. With the viewership nearing 9 million, she made the audacious decision to end the broadcast, marking one of the most exhilarating moments of her career. Yet, being Lin Mo's directive, she hesitated not for a moment and complied without question. Soon after, she engaged in some friendly banter with Qian Yongkong and Sun Fu before departing from the Patek Philippe store. All right, next up, it's time to help you move, Lin Mo declared, pressing the accelerator as he sped towards Junyue Huating. Upon arriving at the nearby Lianjia store, he was ready for the next step. Manager Zhou, who is quite fond of his home, hurriedly approached Lin Mo. With a smile gracing his face, he greeted, Mr. Lin, you have arrived. Following this, Manager Zhou proceeded to report on the work. Mr. Lin, the rental rate for your building of 120 apartments has reached an impressive 90. Currently, I have compiled a list of 3 vacant units for you. They are located at 1703 on the 17th floor, which is slightly smaller as it contains 2 units per floor. The other 2 are spacious flats, 3101 and 3002, both measuring 240 square meters. Notably, 3101 includes a small storage room on the 2nd floor. Listening to Manager Zhou's words, Qin Feier was momentarily taken aback. What did this mean? A whole building? 3 vacant apartments? At that moment, she gazed at Lin Mo, her expression one of disbelief. She opened her mouth, her throat feeling dry, and finally stammered, Do you own an entire building here at Junyue Huating? Lin Mo calmly nodded and replied, Indeed, is there a problem? And no. Qin Feier quickly shook her head. But internally, she began calculating the cost of that entire building. Meanwhile, Lin Mo smiled and said, Let us proceed. Please give me the key to 3101. Chapter 58. The butler arrives. Masterful driving skills. After settling Qin Feier, Lin Mo drove away. After several days of rigorous work, he needed some time to rest. Upon returning to his villa at Dongjiao No. 1, he took out the bottle of wine Zhang Hai had gifted him and placed it in the wine cellar. He then turned and entered the adjacent gym. Before long, the night passed. The next morning, Lin Mo was awakened by a phone call from the security office at the entrance of the villa community. Hello, he said with a yawn after answering the call, sounding somewhat lethargic. Mr. Lin, I apologize for waking you at this hour. I am calling to inform you that a lady named Huang Yuan is at the entrance. She claims to be your new butler, and I am contacting you to confirm this. Huang Yuan? Lin Mo paused for a moment before quickly recollecting himself and nodding. Yes, that is correct. Please ensure that your property management records her arrival. There will also be some housekeepers and a gardener coming later. You can confirm their arrival with Huang Yuan. Understood, Mr. Lin. After the confirmation, the property management allowed Huang Yuan entry. When she arrived, Lin Mo met her. Huang Yuan had a slender figure and appeared youthful and radiant. Curiously, Lin Mo inquired, I see that you are only 30 years old and a graduate of Renmin University. Why, after graduating, did you not pursue a position in a large corporation within the administrative sector? Instead, you chose to enter the butler profession and have remained in it for so many years? Upon hearing Lin Mo's question, Huang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but then smiled wryly and shook her head. To be honest, Mr. Lin, I initially worked in administrative management. However, due to some family circumstances, I had to transition to the butler profession. After all, this field offers a considerably higher annual salary compared to administrative roles. Nodding in understanding, Lin Mo continued, I see. So, your expected annual salary is 1 million, correct? Yes, she confirmed. Lin Mo, maintaining his composure, replied, Very well. If there are no issues, I will rely on you for the tasks ahead. With that, Huang Yuan officially began her duties. As for Lin Mo, he returned to his study and started checking the app for any new items listed for sale. Upon opening it, he discovered a product labeled Skill, Masterful Driving. Cost, 188. Looking at the item in the marketplace, Lin Mo felt a sense of frustration. A skill? At that moment, he was at a loss for words. Finally, he sighed, thinking, well, having it is better than not having it at all, and with a sense of resignation, he purchased the skill. Purchase successful. Item is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 40 minutes. Please wait for the receipt. Not overly concerned about the delivery time, Lin Mo opened his laptop and prepared a household expense card. Transferring 1 million into it, he casually browsed Bilibili while waiting. After 40 minutes, the masterful driving skill was delivered almost instantaneously. Lin Mo felt a surge of information flooding into his mind. It took him a good 5 or 6 minutes to fully digest the influx of knowledge. Letting out a breath, he felt an inexplicable urge to take his car out and test this newfound driving ability. Just then, there was a knock on the study door, followed by Huang Yuan's voice. Boss, breakfast is ready. All right, I'm coming, Lin Mo replied as he stepped out and descended the stairs. In the lobby on the first floor, he noticed several housekeepers and a gardener. Good morning, boss. The housekeepers greeted him with bows. Lin Mo nodded in acknowledgement and said, "All right, everyone, please sit down and join me for breakfast." One of the housekeepers smiled and replied, "No need, boss. We've already eaten before coming." Seeing this, Lin Mo said nothing further and took a seat. He then pulled out a bank card and said, "By the way, 0.1 Yuan. This card contains 1 million for household activities. Please take it for now, and if the funds run low, feel free to let me know, and I will transfer more." 0.1 Yuan was momentarily taken aback by Lin Mo's words. 1 million? She hadn't anticipated such a generous allowance from him. Did he not fear that she might abscond with the funds? Yet, she soon regained her composure. She resides in the luxurious Villa No. 1 at Dongjiao No. 1. What is there to fear about absconding with funds? With this thought in mind, she nodded and said, "Very well." Immediately after, 0.1 Yuan inquired, "By the way, boss, what do you think about purchasing a grocery vehicle for the household?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment before replying, "How about this? From the 1 million. You may take 500,000 to acquire a grocery vehicle." Upon hearing this, 0.1 Yuan was taken aback. 500,000 for a grocery vehicle? Wasn't that a tad extravagant? She had initially thought that spending 20 to 30,000 would suffice. Yet, to her astonishment, her employer was offering a staggering sum of 500,000 for such a purchase. After swallowing hard, 0.1 Yuan couldn't help but wonder just how extravagant her boss truly was. Meanwhile, the group of maids nearby were equally astonished. They had worked in the households of many affluent families, yet they had never encountered anyone as lavish as Lin Mo. A grocery vehicle costing 500,000 was indeed quite terrifying. Before long, Lin Mo finished his breakfast. After giving 0.1 Yuan some instructions, he entered the garage and took a seat in the Pagani. The moment he settled into the driver's seat, his unparalleled driving skills kicked in, transforming his aura entirely. With the roar of the engine, Lin Mo quickly assessed the power of the vehicle. In an instant, the car surged forward. Chapter 59, The Irate Mu Nanji. The vehicle sped out swiftly. With his godlike driving skills activated, Lin Mo felt a peak of mastery over the Pagani Huayra. Coupled with his body having undergone enhancement through a strengthening potion, he was executing these skills to perfection. Although he was merely driving on a regular road, Lin Mo's speed was astonishingly rapid. After about 30 minutes, he grew weary of the thrill. At this point, he found himself in the business district, across the street from a building belonging to the Mu Corporation. "I'll grab a drink," he thought, glancing at a bubble tea shop nearby. Lin Mo exited the vehicle and entered the establishment to purchase some milk tea. At that moment, in the executive office on the top floor of the Mu Corporation, Mu Nanji sat across from Zhang Hai, who was casually sipping tea. However, it was this nonchalant demeanor that made Mu Nanji grit her teeth in frustration. The two had been negotiating a partnership since 8:30 that morning, yet nearly 2 hours later, no agreement had been reached. Zhang Hai remained completely unyielding, causing Mu Nanji immense discomfort and mounting anxiety. The EC project was valued at over 3 billion. However, securing this project necessitated acquiring a piece of land currently held by the Mu Yuan Group. With this in mind, Mu Nanji directly addressed Zhang Hai, Director Jiang. "What are your thoughts on the land issue concerning your company in the EC?" Upon hearing her words, Zhang Hai chuckled, maintaining his leisurely demeanor. He calmly replied, "Regarding this piece of land, we need not rush. As the time approaches noon, how about we have lunch and discuss it further?" At this, Mu Nanji was nearly driven to the brink of fury. "Lunch? What nonsense!" She slammed her hand on the table, her irritation boiling over as she exclaimed, "Director Jiang, do not overstep your bounds. Our two companies have been negotiating this land for nearly 3 months. Throughout this time, the Mu Corporation has displayed every possible sincerity. Yet, the Mu Yuan Group has consistently failed to demonstrate adequate commitment." Observing Mu Nanji's vexation, Zhang Hai simply smiled serenely. He then calmly stated, "President Mu, is there any need to rush? We at the Mu Yuan Group have already deliberated this matter in our board meeting. We have also drafted corresponding contracts for the cooperation plan." With that, Zhang Hai gestured to his secretary, instructing, "Please bring me the contract." The secretary retrieved the document and presented it to Zhang Hai, who said, "Please review it, President Mu." Taken aback by the situation, Mu Nanji accepted the contract and began to peruse its contents. With each line she read, her anger simmered more intensely. Finally, she slammed the contract down in irritation, declaring, "Director Jiang, this contract is quite excessive. You are asking for 13 billion for the EC land, demanding full payment up front. Your asking price is a staggering 30% above the current market rate." Mu Nanji's frustration was palpable, her expression darkening. After all, the profit from the EC project was only around 3 billion. Zhang Hai's inflated land price could potentially diminish her profits by several billion. Yet the most critical aspect was that this deal had to be negotiated. If the East Sea project succeeded, despite the modest profit of 3 billion, the subsequent revenue could far exceed that amount. Meanwhile, Zhang Hai maintained his nonchalant expression, responding, "President Mu, why the urgency? This 30% markup pales in comparison to the profits your business could yield." He lightly tapped the table, a subtle smile gracing his lips. At that moment, Mu Nanji realized the game being played. She understood that Zhang Hai was likely aware of the EC project and thus felt entirely in control of the situation. From the very beginning, he had been deliberately stringing her along. With this realization, Mu Nanji's expression darkened further. However, the river and sea there merely smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Mu, please take your time to consider this matter. After all, our Mu Yuan group has ample time. Once you have made your decision, we can proceed to sign the contract. There is no rush. Nonetheless, I must remind you, Mr. Mu, that should we sign the contract again, the premium may no longer remain at 30. After all, the piece of land I hold has recently garnered considerable attention." With that, Zhang Hai rose to leave. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. "Mr. Zhang, please wait." Just as Zhang Hai was about to push open the office door, he heard Mu Nanji's voice from behind. "Huh, hooked." A smirk curled at the corners of Zhang Hai's mouth, his expression brimming with disdain. Indeed, Mu Nanji is a formidable woman within the business circles of the Magic City. It is merely unfortunate that she is too young and easily anxious. A little over 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Mu Corporation, Zhang Hai appeared as if basking in a gentle spring breeze. He smiled and said, "Haha, collaborating with you, Mr. Mu, has been a most delightful experience. I hope our future cooperation will continue to be as pleasant as today." Opposite him, Mu Nanji's face turned ashen. Gritting her teeth, she replied, "Hee. Certainly, Mr. Jiang. I shall not continue to see you off." As her words fell, Zhang Hai prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a somewhat surprised voice suddenly rang out from the side. Nanji, what are you doing here?" Upon hearing this voice, Mu Nanji turned her head to look back. There she saw Lin Mo standing there, cradling a cup of milk tea, her expression one of astonishment. Lin Mo? Meanwhile, upon seeing Lin Mo, Zhang Hai's complexion turned as pale as death. He then trembled and stammered, "Mr. Lin?" Chapter 60. The stunned Mu Nanji at this moment. Zhang Hai was trembling all over, his legs quaking uncontrollably. He had never anticipated encountering the formidable Lin Mo here. Zhang Hai, what are you doing here?" Lin Mo also noticed Zhang Hai. Her expression filled with curiosity. Zhang Hai, on the other hand, wore a forced smile as he replied, "I came here to discuss some matters and did not expect to run into you." Bowing slightly, Zhang Hai's face was a mask of smiles. In contrast, Mu Nanji was utterly shocked. Zhang Hai actually knew Lin Mo. Moreover, he was treating Lin Mo with such deference. Instantly, Mu Nanji's curiosity piqued as she looked at Lin Mo and asked, "Lin Mo, do you know Mr. Jiang?" Hearing this, Lin Mo calmly responded, "Indeed, we have met once. So I suppose one could say we are acquainted." Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhang Hai let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he was genuinely afraid that Lin Mo might reveal his secrets. Meanwhile, Mu Nanji's brow furrowed in confusion. A mere acquaintance? How could that be? With Zhang Hai's obsequious demeanor, it was impossible that they were merely acquaintances. At this moment, Zhang Hai suddenly realized something. "Mr. Lin, are you also acquainted with Ms. Mu?" If he remembered correctly, Mu Nanji had directly called Lin Mo by name just now. Lin Mo casually replied, "Our relationship is that of neighbors, and we get along quite well." With this single statement, Zhang Hai's face turned as white as a sheet. Neighbors? Getting along well? Addressing each other by their first names? At that moment, Zhang Hai felt his legs go weak. Just a moment ago, during the contract signing, he had been flaunting his authority. Yet now he was informed that Mu Nanji and Lin Mo shared a close relationship. Zhang Hai's mind raced with possibilities. If later on, Mu Nanji were to speak ill of him to Lin Mo, leading Lin Mo to form a negative impression of him. As this thought crossed his mind, Zhang Hai's complexion gradually paled. Observing this scene, Mu Nanji furrowed her brows, perplexed by Zhang Hai's behavior. "Mr. Jiang, are you feeling unwell?" Just as Mu Nanji finished her inquiry, Zhang Hai took a deep breath, turned to her with a broad smile on his face, and then said, "Haha, Mr. Mu, I've reconsidered. Perhaps we should annul the contract we just signed and draft a new one." At that moment, Mu Nanji was taken aback and then asked, "Mr. Jiang, what do you mean?" "Please do not misunderstand, Ms. Mu. I believe the previous contract was somewhat unreasonable. I think we should lower the signed price by 50%. That would be much more reasonable. Furthermore, regarding payment, there is no need to rush. We can settle it in installments over a year." As he spoke, Zhang Hai pulled out the previously signed contract and tore it to shreds, tossing the remnants into the nearby trash bin. A sycophantic smile then spread across his face as he respectfully addressed Mu Nanji. "Additionally, I may have been somewhat offensive in my words earlier in the office. I hope you will not take it to heart." Seeing Zhang Hai's demeanor, Mu Nanji was astonished. Just moments ago, He had been demanding an exorbitant price. Yet now he was suddenly changing his tune. He was proposing to slash the sign price by 50%, which was 20% below market value. Moreover, he was even agreeing to her installment payment plan. At this point, the secretary was also anxious, hastily interjecting, "Mr. Jiang." This, before the secretary could finish. Jiang Hai coldly replied, "What's wrong? Do I not have the right to amend a contract? Mr. Jiang, it's just that if you proceed this way, the board may." Hearing this, Jiang Hai let out a cold snort and said, "If the board is dissatisfied, let them come to me. I am the chairman of Mu Yuan Group." Jiang Hai declared coldly. Although the contract was being reduced by 20% from the market price, he was still making a profit, just a smaller one. And while he knew that his actions would indeed upset the board of directors, he felt it was a risk worth taking. However, this group of board members has offended someone, and that is that. But if they were to offend Lin Mo, it would spell disaster. They could very well lose their lives. Upon contemplating this, Jiang Hai dared not delay any longer. He promptly exclaimed, "President Mu, we must hurry and re-sign the contract immediately." Jiang Hai began to urge, "I will have someone draft the new contract right away." Without hesitation, Mu Nanji started making calls. At this moment, she comprehended the drastic change in Jiang Hai's demeanor, which was undoubtedly linked to Lin Mo. Although she was baffled as to why Jiang Hai became so respectful after meeting Lin Mo, she chose not to dwell on it. When the contract arrived, she said, "Director Jiang, please have a look at this new contract. If there are no issues, shall we proceed with the signing?" "No need to look. Just sign it directly," Jiang Hai replied, and without even glancing at it, he leaned over the car and swiftly inscribed his name. He casually retrieved the company seal from the secretary's bag and affixed it to the document. Director Zhang's secretary was utterly stunned. What the hell? Not even glancing at the contract? What on earth has gotten into the chairman? Signing a contract with such nonchalance? Moreover, this signature would result in a loss of several hundred million in profits. Even Mu Nanji, present at the scene, was left speechless. It was simply surreal. After signing and sealing the document, the entire matter was conclusively settled. Observing this scene, Jiang Hai breathed a sigh of relief, then cautiously addressed Lin Mo, "Mr. Lin, if you have no further instructions, I shall take my leave and not disturb you and President Mo." Witnessing Jiang Hai's demeanor, Mu Nanji was utterly bewildered. Chapter 61, Mu Nanji's Invitation. At this moment, Mu Nanji was completely taken aback. Gazing at Jiang Hai before her, her expression was one of utter confusion. Is this truly the Jiang Hai she knew? Why was his attitude so subservient? Furthermore, did he really need to seek Lin Mo's permission to leave? In that instant, Mu Nanji's expression was exceedingly peculiar. As for Lin Mo, he casually remarked, "That's fine. I have no further tasks for you." Jiang Hai bowed respectfully and departed. Mu Nanji, with an odd expression, turned to Lin Mo and said softly, "You must have more than just a casual acquaintance with him, right?" Hearing this, Lin Mo merely smiled indifferently and replied, "I suppose it could be considered an acquaintance." Mu Nanji did not dwell on the matter further and instead suggested, "Why don't you come upstairs for a bit?" Lin Mo nodded, "All right." The two ascended the stairs and soon arrived at Mu Nanji's office. The spacious office was remarkably empty. On the east wall hung a painting titled "Purple Chi Coming from the East." Seated on the sofa, Lin Mo adopted a relaxed posture, holding a cup of Dahong Pao tea, and remarked with a light chuckle, "Your office is quite impressive." "You flatter me," Mu Nanji replied with a gentle smile, her voice tinged with gratitude. "I must thank you, Lin Mo. Had I not encountered you today, I fear I would have incurred losses amounting to several hundred million. Moreover, in the long term, the benefits I gained this time are even greater. Thus, I owe you a favor." With sincerity, Mu Nanji expressed her gratitude. "You overstate it. I merely rendered a small service," Lin Mo replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. Upon hearing his words, Mu Nanji could only manage a wry smile. To Lin Mo, it may have been a trifling matter, but for them, it was anything but trivial. At that moment, Mu Nanji suddenly asked, "By the way, are you free tomorrow?" Lin Mo raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you planning to ask me out?" Upon hearing this, Mu Nanji's cheeks flushed crimson. She stammered, What are you talking about?" Her voice had grown much softer, her face flushed, and she seemed unsure where to place her hands, appearing quite flustered. However, she soon took a deep breath and continued, "Did I not mention that my grandfather wishes to meet you? I wanted to see if you were free tomorrow. He is hosting a banquet at the Jinlu Grand Hotel, and I would like to invite you to join us." "I see," Lin Mo pondered, then replied, "Very well. I shall attend tomorrow." After uttering these words, Lin Mo turned to leave. Watching him depart, Mu Nanji took a deep breath, her heart murmuring, "Lin Mo." As for Lin Mo, after leaving Mu Nanji, he got into his car and headed straight for the gym. He spent the afternoon immersed in his workout, only returning home at 4 o'clock. Upon his return, Lin Mo was greeted by a delightful sight. The villa courtyard had been meticulously cleaned, the lawn neatly trimmed, and the greenery expertly pruned, creating a most pleasant atmosphere. In the garage, a new BMW 5 Series was parked. Observing this, Lin Mo chuckled. Huang Yuan certainly works quickly. With a smile, he pushed open the garage door and entered the villa. As soon as Lin Mo stepped inside, the housekeeper Huang Yuan approached with a smile, saying, "Boss, welcome home. Please change your shoes." As Lin Mo began to change, Huang Yuan proceeded to report on her tasks. "Boss, as per your instructions, I spent 39.27 million yuan to purchase a BMW 5 Series for household errands, and I also had the villa thoroughly cleaned today." Listening to her, Lin Mo nodded in satisfaction. Well done. Thank you for your hard work today. Boss, would you like to take a bath first or have dinner?" "Let's have dinner," Lin Mo replied casually. "All right, boss. You may take a rest now. In 10 minutes, we shall commence dinner." Upon hearing this, Lin Mo settled onto the sofa, a wave of sentiment washing over him. How delightful it is to return home after hiring a steward. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he casually browsed through a show. Time slipped by gradually, and soon it was nearly midnight, at 11:50 p.m. At this moment, Lin Mo lay in bed, eagerly anticipating the refresh of the app. 10 minutes passed, and Lin Mo pulled down on his screen. The homepage of the app refreshed successfully. 1955 limited edition Maotai Spirits, subsidized price, 99 yuan. Jinlu Grand Hotel, 30 shares, subsidized price, 88 yuan. Staring at these two items, Lin Mo was momentarily taken aback, then murmured to himself, "Jinlu Grand Hotel?" I recall Mu Nanji mentioning that the banquet would be held at this very hotel. A subtle smile graced Lin Mo's lips. How intriguing. After whispering this to himself, he turned his attention to the other item. 1955 limited edition Maotai? A Maotai spirit, perhaps? If I take this out tomorrow as a gift, it surely wouldn't lose its value, would it? Although I am attending a banquet tomorrow, I must meet Mu Nanji's grandfather, so I cannot arrive empty-handed. Regardless, it is essential to bring a present. With the appearance of this 1955 Maotai, it seems fitting to take it along. With that thought, Lin Mo proceeded to purchase both items. Purchase successful. Items are being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 8 hours. Please await your receipt. 8 hours. Lin Mo was taken aback by the delivery time, and curiosity bubbled within him. He wondered how these items would be delivered to him by morning if it indeed took 8 hours. Chapter 62. Jinlu Grand Hotel. The next day, at 8:30 a.m., Lin Mo was awakened by Huang Yuan. After a refreshing wash and changing his clothes, he made his way to the dining room for breakfast. Sipping on milk that cost less than 5 yuan and eating a 1 yuan egg, Lin Mo sat at the table, engrossed in his phone, while internally muttering, "I truly cannot fathom how some individuals believe that a daily food expense of 650 yuan is insufficient, given a mere egg and milk." At that moment, Huang Yuan spoke to Lin Mo. "Boss, half an hour ago, 2 packages arrived for you. I have signed for them and placed them in the study." "All right, I understand." Lin Mo nodded calmly, though a hint of surprise flickered in his heart. He had anticipated that the items would arrive by courier. Initially, he had been curious about how the products he purchased would reach him today, yet Huang Yuan had already received them through courier service. Without further hesitation, Lin Mo quickly finished his breakfast and made his way to the study on the second floor. Inside, a large cardboard box lay on the floor, while a document envelope rested on the nearby desk. Ignoring the box on the floor, Lin Mo opened the document envelope, revealing the share certificate for 30 shares of Jinlu Grand Hotel on the desk. Gazing at the 30 shares, Lin Mo nodded indifferently, his expression composed. Jinlu Grand Hotel is, after all, a 5-star establishment. These shares should be worth several million. Satisfied, Lin Mo casually tossed the share certificate onto the desk, not giving it another thought. Next came the 30 bottles of liquor. Lin Mo examined the cardboard box, retrieved a nail clipper from the side, and sliced through the tape sealing the box. As the tape was cut, 30 neatly arranged bottles of Maotai revealed themselves within. He pulled out 2 bottles. These were vintage Maotai from the 1950s, distinct from the modern varieties. The 1950s Maotai came in purple clay bottles with cork stoppers. The clay bottles were still in pristine condition. Though the labels were slightly tattered and yellowed, the red star and wheat sheaf in the top left corner remained vividly clear. Had Lin Mo not known the origins of this liquor, he might have mistaken these 2 1955 limited edition Maotai for modern fakes. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Mo pondered briefly before fetching a tote bag, carefully placing the 2 bottles inside. He then settled down in the study, idly playing with his phone. Soon, it was 10:30 a.m. At this time, Mu Nanji sent him a message, indicating that she was ready and asked him to drive over, as her driver was on leave. Reading Mu Nanji's message, Lin Mo raised an eyebrow, then took the document and went downstairs. "Huang, could you come here for a moment?" he called. Huang Yuan approached, her demeanor respectful. "Boss, how may I assist you?" You can drive, right? Huang Yuan nodded. Yes, boss. Excellent. Please drive me and Miss Mu Nanji across to Jinlu Grand Hotel. Additionally, once we arrive at the hotel, take my share certificate and visit the general manager's office to complete the transfer procedures. At Lin Mo's words, Huang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but then nodded. Understood, boss. All right, you can drive my Rolls-Royce Cullinan. Grabbing the keys placed nearby, she responded, certainly, boss. After receiving the car keys and share certificate, Huang Yuan headed to the garage, while Lin Mo changed into a suitably elegant outfit before finally stepping out. By the roadside, the Cullinan awaited. After placing the Maotai in the trunk, he knocked on Mu Nanji's door. Once inside the car, the three of them set off towards the hotel. At the entrance of the hotel, Lin Mo carried the liquor and headed towards the banquet hall alongside Mu Nanji. Today's banquet is predominantly attended by acquaintances, particularly partners associated with our Mu group. In truth, however, everyone perceives this gathering as my grandfather's second birthday celebration. After all, the previous birthday celebration for my grandfather was a private family affair, with no guests invited. Absorbing this sentiment, Lin Mo nodded in understanding. Soon, they arrived at a spacious private room. Mu Nanji remarked, please, go in first. I will call my grandfather. All right, Lin Mo replied, and with that, he pushed the door open and entered. Inside the restaurant, a circle of guests had already taken their seats and turned their attention toward Lin Mo as he stepped in. Meanwhile, in the general manager's office, General Manager Zhao Qian paced restlessly. He had just received a call from the chairman, informing him that 30 of the hotel's shares had been acquired by a young man named Lin Mo. Strangely, he possessed no information about this Lin Mo, nor any insights into his character. Who was this new major shareholder capable of silently acquiring such a significant stake in the hotel? As Zhao Qian pondered these questions, the office phone rang. Hello? He answered, his tone betraying a hint of impatience. On the other end, his assistant spoke. Zhao, there is a lady claiming to be Mr. Lin Mo's housekeeper outside, requesting to see you. No, Zhao Qian said, his irritation palpable. However, before he could finish his sentence, he swallowed the rest of his words. Who did you say? Mr. Lin S? Zhao Qian's heart raced, and his expression turned pale. He recalled that the new major shareholder was indeed named Lin Mo. Could it be that the visitor was the housekeeper of the new major shareholder? Taking a deep breath, Zhao Qian instructed, quick, please invite her in at once. She is a distinguished guest. We must not show any negligence. He hung up the phone, but a sense of unease washed over him, prompting him to rush outside. 3 minutes later, in the general manager's office, Zhao Qian examined the shareholder's certificate before him. Indeed, it has been confirmed. This is undoubtedly the equity certificate of our Jinlu Grand Hotel. Addressing Huang Yuan, who stood nearby, Zhao Qian respectfully inquired, Housekeeper Huang, may I ask if Mr. Lin has any specific instructions for today? Huang Yuan, calmly sipping her tea, replied, my employer is downstairs attending a banquet. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qian's excitement surged. He quickly asked, Housekeeper Huang, could you tell me which private room Mr. Lin is in? Meanwhile, in the Jinfu Mantang private room, the guests regarded Lin Mo with a mix of curiosity and bewilderment. Who was this young man? The elite circles of Modu were relatively small, and everyone generally knew one another. Yet, none of the attendees recognized Lin Mo. Was he perhaps a young master from a prominent family who had recently returned to the country? Lin Mo chose to ignore these scrutinizing gazes and casually seated himself at an empty spot, placing his bag beside him. At that moment, the door to the private room swung open once more, and a young man clad in a suit hurriedly entered, apologizing. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm late due to traffic. Upon noticing Lin Mo, his expression shifted as he furrowed his brows. Lin Mo? Lin Mo, taken aback, recognized the speaker as his university classmate, Li Dongwei. Their relationship during university had been rather strained, primarily due to Lin Mo's decent looks and commendable academic performance, which attracted the attention of many girls. Conversely, Li Dongwei was known as a wealthy second-generation heir with a rather reckless demeanor. Once, a girl Li Dongwei had a crush on rejected him and instead confessed to Lin Mo, naturally creating a rift between them. After graduation, their paths had diverged significantly, making this unexpected encounter all the more surprising. Li Dongwei, scrutinizing Lin Mo, noticed that he was seated in what should have been his own spot, which only deepened his displeasure. Lin Mo, what are you doing here? This is not a place for someone like you. Hearing this, a corpulent executive glanced at Li Dongwei and asked, Young Master Li, do you know this person? With a chuckle, Li Dongwei replied, Of course. He.S., just a college classmate of mine. His parents run a grocery store in a small county. The surrounding guests were momentarily taken aback, and their expressions shifted to one of disdain. They had initially thought Lin Mo was a scion of a prominent family recently returned to Modu. It turned out he was merely the son of a rural grocery store owner. Suddenly, Their gazes were filled with contempt and derision. At that moment, Li Dongwei stood tall before Lin Mo, eyeing his attire with a sneer. Haha, that outfit must have cost a pretty penny to rent. I don't care how you managed to get in here, but this is certainly not a place for you to stir trouble. Get out of here at once. Lin Mo merely glanced at Li Dongwei, then shook his head, saying, even after all this time, you still have the same childish demeanor. It's truly astonishing. His words dripped with sarcasm. You. Li Dongwei's temper flared. Then, facing Lin Mo, he reprimanded furiously. I will give you 3 seconds to leave this place immediately. Otherwise, do you believe I will call security right away to have you thrown out? To this, Lin Mo merely shook his head, a cold smile lurking in his heart. Meanwhile, Li Dongwei was seething with anger. Humph. It seems you truly are one to refuse a toast and insist on a penalty drink. If that's the case, I shall have security throw you out. With a disdainful snort, Li Dongwei prepared to summon security. However, at that moment, an irate voice echoed from behind. Li Dongwei. Upon hearing the call, Li Dongwei turned to see Mu Nanji standing there, and a smile immediately graced his face. Nanji, you arrived just in time. I noticed a penniless boy sneaking into our grandfather's banquet, and I was just about to throw him out. Upon hearing this, Mu Nanji's brows furrowed in anger. She had initially intended to accompany her grandfather down, but suddenly recalled that Lin Mo and the others present were strangers to her. To avoid any potential conflict, she had descended alone. Yet, to her dismay, she was met with such a scene upon her arrival. She then exclaimed sharply, a penniless boy? Li Dongwei, have you lost your mind? Lin Mo is my esteemed guest. Grandfather approved of his presence. How dare you attempt to expel him? What do you mean by this? Li Dongwei. With her words, Li Dongwei was left utterly bewildered. He stared incredulously at Lin Mo, his expression one of shock. He was actually invited by Mu Nanji? And the old man had consented? What a ridiculous joke. Li Dongwei was at a loss, finding the situation utterly unfathomable. Mu Nanji shot a cold glance at Li Dongwei before swiftly making her way to Lin Mo's side. I sincerely apologize for not introducing you earlier. It's no trouble. Lin Mo replied with a dismissive wave. By the way, I informed my grandfather of your arrival. As Mu Nanji spoke, she took her place at the head of the table and continued, my grandfather said you should sit beside him, in this very spot. With her words, everyone present widened their eyes, their faces painted with astonishment and disbelief. At that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Mo, seated beside the old patriarch? On what grounds? It was important to note that this banquet was hosted by the old man himself, who was the star of the event and held the highest status. And such a venerable elder would allow this impoverished youth to sit next to him? What was the reasoning behind this? In that instant, the collective sentiment in the room toward Lin Mo was one of discontent. However, given that it was the old man's decision, they could only suppress their dissatisfaction. Even Li Dongwei, who had always been a bit irrational, could only glower at Lin Mo with a look of disbelief. Meanwhile, Lin Mo remained composed, his demeanor indifferent. After Lin Mo settled into his seat, approximately 5 or 6 minutes later, the door to the private room was pushed open. An elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, his complexion rosy, walked in. This man was none other than Mu Nanji's grandfather, the head of the Mu family, Mu Jiangwo. As Mu Jiangwo entered, everyone rose in unison, greeting him with, Grandfather. Elder Mu. Hearing their words, Mu Jiangwo simply smiled and waved his hand, saying, Haha. Sit down, everyone, no need for such formalities. With his words, the guests gradually resumed their seats. Mu Jiangwo then approached Lin Mo with a cheerful demeanor. After sitting down, he appraised Lin Mo and said, I presume you are the young friend that Nanji mentioned, Lin Mo? Indeed, it is I, Lin Mo replied, a smile gracing his face. Upon hearing this, Mu Jiangwo nodded, his eyes reflecting a hint of appreciation and satisfaction. Excellent, excellent. After this exchange, a middle-aged man, somewhat portly and adorned with a gold chain roughly the thickness of a thumb, spoke up with a grin. Elder Mu, I could not attend your birthday celebration last time, so please accept this humble gift from me. Upon finishing his words, the middle-aged man produced a box from behind him. Carefully opening it, he revealed a peach of longevity, carved from mutton-fat white jade, which he then presented to Mu Jiangwo. As Mu Jiangwo examined the longevity peach, he played with it for a moment before chuckling. Ah, you are thoughtful. It is my duty. At that moment, others began to present their gifts as well. With each offering, the table behind Mu Jiangwo accumulated a collection of longevity presents. Concurrently, Li Dongwei also stood up, retrieving a wooden box from his pocket. Opening the box, he revealed a bottle of exquisite red wine. Having heard that Elder Mu enjoys fine wine, I took the liberty of procuring a bottle of 1990 Chateau Cantemerle from the EU. I hope you will not find it lacking. As the 1990 wine made its appearance, many faces in the room reflected astonishment. A 1990 Chateau Cantemerle? The Li family had certainly spared no expense this time. Indeed, The 1990 vintage had once fetched a price of 3.4 million per bottle at auction. Mu Jiangwo, too, was somewhat taken aback. He accepted the bottle, cradling it in his hands as he examined it closely, continuously praising, "Indeed, this is the 1990 Chateau Cantemerle. You have truly put in the effort, Dongjiao. I shall gladly accept this bottle." Watching Mu Jiangwo's reaction, the nearby wealthy businessmen cast glances at Li Dongjiao. The atmosphere was filled with a flurry of flattery. Who would have imagined that Dongjiao could procure such exquisite wine? The moment Dongjiao unveiled this bottle, it immediately overshadowed all our gifts. A subtle smile graced Li Dongjiao's lips, and his heart brimmed with excitement. It appeared that the 3 million had not been spent in vain. Simultaneously, Li Dongjiao cast a sidelong glance at Lin Mo, his mouth curling into a sardonic grin as he murmured to himself, "Humph. So what if Mu Nanji has taken a liking to him? He is merely a pretty boy. Let me show you how to make a fool of yourself." With this thought, Li Dongjiao cheerfully declared, "Haha, gentlemen, you are too kind. It is merely our duty as the younger generation. Besides, it's just a bottle of wine. It hardly counts for much. However, I must say, everyone is here to pay respects to the old master, so it would be rather unusual for anyone to arrive empty-handed. Wouldn't you agree?" As soon as these words left his lips, all eyes converged upon Lin Mo, who sat at the head of the table. Observing this, Mu Nanji furrowed her brow slightly, her heart sinking. At this moment, she realized that Lin Mo and Li Dongjiao were at odds. Though she had previously seen Lin Mo enter with a black paper bag, she had paid little attention to the nature of his gift, and since she had only informed Lin Mo yesterday about the occasion, she doubted it would be anything particularly impressive. If his offering proved to be rather mediocre, Li Dongjiao would undoubtedly seize the opportunity to ridicule him. In that instant, Mu Nanji's spirits plummeted. This could pose a problem. Meanwhile, Lin Mo maintained a calm smile and responded, "I arrived in a bit of a rush and only brought a modest gift. I hope old Master Mu won't take offense." Mu Jiangwo chuckled heartily. "No offense taken. Just your presence, young Lin, is the best gift for this old man." At that moment, Lin Mo retrieved 2 bottles of Maotai from the black paper bag. He hadn't prepared anything extravagant, merely bringing along these 2 bottles of white liquor. As the Maotai was revealed, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. The 2 bottles appeared to possess some age, yet the majority had never encountered a Maotai in a purple clay bottle before. Mu Jiangwo, upon examining the 2 bottles, felt a jolt of astonishment. He then held them in his hands, scrutinizing them carefully. Li Dongjiao, observing the bottles, wore an expression of mockery and disdain. "Huh, did you just bring 2 worthless old bottles? Who do you think you are belittling? And purple clay bottles? I've never even seen one before. Surely, these must be worth no more than 5 yuan each, right?" His tone dripped with derision. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of anger crossed Mu Jiangwo's face. "Silence." With a thunderous shout, he added, "This is a 1955 Junyue brand Maotai, valued at 2.8 million. The sudden outburst startled Li Dongjiao, who quickly turned to Mu Jiangwo, who wore an expression of indignation. A slightly older middle-aged man, observing the purple clay Maotai, suddenly appeared enlightened. "Purple clay bottle, cork. This is clearly a vintage bottle from the 1950s. His heart raced, and he glanced at Li Dongjiao with disapproval. "Humph. Youngster, if you don't understand, refrain from speaking carelessly. Do you think this young man brought a 5 yuan bottle? If you could acquire it for that price, I would buy as many as you can find." Upon hearing this, Li Dongjiao's face flushed crimson. The other executives, though unfamiliar with the 1955 vintage Maotai, began to grasp the gravity of the situation. One of them inquired, "Old Master Mu, Director Qian, could it be that this Maotai has some significance?" At this, Director Qian's expression grew animated. "This bottle of Maotai is no ordinary vintage. It is of considerable pedigree. Maotai in a purple clay bottle does exist, but only from the 1950s. The revelation left the room in stunned silence. "What? A 1950s Maotai? I have indeed heard of it, but never seen one in person. I recall a 1958 Maotai auctioned at the Goethe auction house a decade ago, fetching a staggering 1.12 million. Its condition was inferior to this bottle." Gasps of disbelief filled the air as all eyes turned toward the Maotai in Mu Jiangwo's hands, their expressions transformed. Meanwhile, Mu Jiangwo remained composed and cast a glance at the middle-aged man, saying, "You are correct, Director Qian, but not entirely so." His words left everyone in a state of confusion, including Director Qian, who was bewildered. "Not entirely correct? What does that mean?" As the crowd remained puzzled, Mu Jiangwo continued. "This bottle of Maotai hails from 1955 and is of the Junyue brand." With these simple words, the audience was left in a state of bewilderment, struggling to comprehend the significance. Upon hearing the name, Director Qian's demeanor shifted dramatically. His eyes widened in shock, and his breath quickened. "The Junyue brand? This is a Junyue Maotai. Director Qian's reaction was so animated that he could hardly contain himself. The others around him stared in astonishment, prompting them to ask, "Director Qian, what is the matter? What is significant about the Jinluan brand Mao Tai?" Taking a deep breath, Director Qian attempted to regain his composure and explained, "The Mao Tai brands we are familiar with today include the Wuxing brand and Feitian brand. However, in the 1950s, the Wuxing brand was for domestic sales, while the Jinluan brand was for export. The quantity of Jinluan Mao Tai produced for export was relatively scarce, and in the eyes of collectors, its value far exceeds that of the Wuxing brand. I recall a bottle of the 1957 Kuaichao Mao Tai that fetched an astonishing 2.53 million. Yet this 1955 vintage, in terms of condition, surpasses that previous bottle by far. I estimate that its auction price will undoubtedly exceed 2.8 million. Upon uttering this statement, a collective gasp echoed throughout the room. A single bottle of Mao Tai valued at 2.8 million. Such a price is nothing short of astronomical. As for any doubts regarding Mr. Qian's assertion, naturally, none dared to question it. After all, Mr. Qian hails from a family that runs an auction house. While they may not specialize in fine wines, his valuations are certainly credible. At that moment, Lin Mo found himself in a state of bewilderment. He gazed at the 1955 Kuaichao Mao Tai, cradled in Mu Jiangwo's hands as if it were a precious treasure, his expression one of incredulity. Was this beverage truly worth such a fortune? Meanwhile, he had 28 bottles of it displayed in his own study. Lin Mo's demeanor was decidedly peculiar. Mu Jiangwo, on the other hand, was utterly enamored with the bottle. He then cast a cold glance at Li Dongwei, stating, "Young man, this world is far more expansive than you can fathom. Just this bottle of wine is far more precious than your so-called 1990 Chateau Margaux." With that, he casually placed the 1990 Margaux on the table, turning it toward Li Dongwei. With a derisive snort, he added, "Take your Margaux and leave. I have no interest in this." At his words, those gathered around Li Dongwei instinctively recoiled, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune, desperate to distance themselves. Li Dongwei's complexion turned ashen, utterly depleted. It was over, completely finished. Regret flooded his mind. Why had he dared to mock Lin Mo? Had he remained silent, he would not have found himself in such a dire predicament. He hastily implored, "Lin Mo, brother Mo, I was wrong. I truly regret it. I beg you, for the sake of our school friendship, please intercede with Elder Mu on my behalf." To this, Lin Mo responded with indifference, merely glancing at him before saying, "I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Elder Mu's decisions are beyond the influence of someone as insignificant as myself." With those simple words, Li Dongwei was plunged into despair. Meanwhile, Elder Mu let out a cold huff. "Why are you still here? Get out." Hearing this, Li Dongwei could only leave with a dazed expression, utterly crestfallen. As he departed, the atmosphere in the private room grew palpably strange. Meanwhile, Mu Jiangwo smiled and remarked, "Young friend Lin, your gift is truly extravagant. 2 bottles of the 1955 Kuaichao Mao Tai. How can an old man like me accept such generosity?" Chapter 66. He is the second largest shareholder in our hotel. Listening to Mu Jiangwo's words, Lin Mo merely smiled before shaking his head. "This wine is not particularly valuable. I was in a rush today and simply grabbed 2 bottles from home as a gift. I was even worried that Elder Mu might not appreciate them. Since you like them, I hope you will accept." Lin Mo spoke cheerfully, but his words left those around him utterly dumbfounded. A Mao Tai priced at 2.8 million each, and he claims it is not of great value? Moreover, what does he mean by simply grabbing 2 bottles as gifts? Does he have more of these 1955 Kuaichao Mao Tai at home? As this thought crossed their minds, Lin Mo's voice rang out again. "I actually have quite a stash at home, plenty that I can't even finish." He said this nonchalantly, and upon hearing it, the crowd collectively gasped. He truly has several bottles at home? In an instant, many were left stunned, at a loss for words. After all, such premium Kuaichao Mao Tai is rarely seen. Yet here was Lin Mo, claiming to possess an abundance of it. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door of the private room. Everyone turned their gaze toward the entrance. As the door swung open, Zhao Qian, the general manager of the Golden Lush Hotel, entered, followed by 2 female attendants in qipao, each carrying a tray. Manager Zhao? What brings you here?" The guests were momentarily taken aback by Zhao Qian's arrival. With a slight smile, Zhao Qian replied, "I learned that our esteemed shareholder, Mr. Lin, is dining with Elder Mu, so I came to present a gift from our hotel." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Qian Dong, seated at the table, interjected, "Mr. Lin? Manager Zhao, are you referring to Mr. Lin?" Zhao Qian nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Mr. Lin Mo is our hotel's second largest shareholder." After stating this, Zhao Qian approached Lin Mo, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Lin, I apologize for not welcoming you sooner." "Not at all." Lin Mo waved his hand dismissively. "I came only as a guest today and did not inform you in advance." Hearing Lin Mo's words, Zhao Qian wiped the sweat from his brow and continued, Mr. Lin, Elder Mu, I have instructed the kitchen to prepare a royal dish, 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix, along with a bottle of flying mitai. After speaking, he clapped his hands, and the attendants placed the flying mitai and the royal dish on the table. I shall not intrude any further. Please enjoy. With that, Zhao Qian turned and exited. As he left, the guests were left in shock, gazing at Lin Mo. Lin Mo was indeed the second largest shareholder of the Golden Lush Hotel. In an instant, everyone was rendered speechless. The Golden Lush Hotel is a renowned establishment throughout the city. Although its annual net profit is approximately 100 million, it is the hotel's extensive network of connections that is truly formidable. In the bustling metropolis of the Magic City, various commercial banquets are predominantly hosted at the prestigious Junyue Grand Hotel. The intricate web of connections that is formed behind the scenes is undeniably vast. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Mo is revealed to be the second largest shareholder of the Junyue Grand Hotel. In that moment, the gazes of all present towards Lin Mo shifted, tinged with curiosity and speculation about his true identity. After all, the social circle in the Magic City is relatively small. Yet, this remarkable individual had previously managed to remain under their radar, which struck them as rather peculiar. Meanwhile, Mu Nanji, who was also present, found herself momentarily stupefied. Her expression as she gazed at Lin Mo began to reflect a certain strangeness. She had never anticipated that Lin Mo would hold such a significant stake in the Junyue Grand Hotel. This revelation was indeed beyond her expectations. Lin Mo, for his part, felt a hint of helplessness. Initially, he had no intention of disclosing this facet of his identity, yet circumstances had conspired to unveil it. Feeling the weight of the crowd's scrutiny, Lin Mo absent-mindedly rubbed his nose before reaching for a bottle of wine. After uncorking it, he poured a full glass for the Elder Mu and remarked, Everyone, let us not linger in surprise. Enjoy the dishes and the drinks. The dish 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix will lose its flavor if it cools down. With this statement, the atmosphere at the dining table regained its vivacity. As the wine flowed and the dishes dwindled, remnants of the meal were all that remained. Elder Mu, observing Lin Mo, inquired, Young friend Lin, have you just returned to the Magic City? Lin Mo smiled and replied, Not quite. I was merely an ordinary student before. It is only recently that I have taken on these responsibilities. Thus, there are many aspects I may not comprehend fully, and I hope the esteemed elders can be forgiving. Lin Mo spoke sincerely, for indeed, he had only recently begun to engage with these matters, relying heavily on an app backed by trillions in subsidies to obtain such resources. However, his words resonated differently in the ears of those present. Their perception of Lin Mo grew increasingly solemn. They surmised that the familial power behind him must be formidable and awe-inspiring. Previously, Lin Mo had been relatively unknown, a mere product of his family's rigorous training. Now, the family's restrictions had been lifted, and the time for him to gradually receive resources had come. The Junyue Grand Hotel served as a means for him to forge vital connections, a point that made many present regard him with newfound respect. After all, to gain experience and establish a network through a five-star hotel boasting annual profits in the hundreds of millions was no trivial matter. Just how formidable was the family power backing Lin Mo? It was undoubtedly the mark of an extraordinarily powerful lineage. As for Elder Mu and Mu Nanji, who were privy to some of Lin Mo's background, they were equally taken aback. Gazing at Lin Mo, they felt an increasing sense of mystery enveloping him. Half an hour later, at the entrance of the hotel, the crowd gathered to bid farewell to one another. Before long, only Lin Mo and the two members of the Mu family remained. Nearby, Zhao Qian and several hotel executives stood at a distance, hesitant to approach. At that moment, Huang Yuan approached Lin Mo, bowing respectfully. Boss, she addressed him, her demeanor exuding deference. Lin Mo casually nodded and said, All right, let us head out. He then turned to Elder Mu and Nanji, asking, Shall we depart together? Upon hearing Lin Mo's words, Elder Mu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. Let us go together. He then gestured to the servants behind him, instructing, You may return now. The servants complied without further comment, gathering their belongings before leaving. Just then, Huang Yuan arrived with the car. As they entered the vehicle, the executives behind them bowed in unison, exclaiming, Mr. Lin, safe travels. Elder Mu, safe travels. The grand show of respect was overwhelming, startling even some other patrons who had just finished their meals and were preparing to leave. This was what one might call a display of grandeur. Lin Mo simply smiled at the spectacle, shaking his head in mild resignation. As the vehicle set off towards Dongjiao No. 1, inside the villa, Lin Mo, Elder Mu, and Mu Nanji settled onto the sofa. After sipping his tea, Elder Mu smiled and remarked, The second-generation Da Hongpo truly has an unparalleled flavor. Lin Mo chuckled softly and replied, If you enjoy it, Elder Mu, Feel free to come by any time for more. Elder Mu was taken aback by Lin Mo's offer. He had not expected such a rare treat to be available in Lin Mo's possession. Though he greatly desired to accept, he merely chuckled lightly and said, "Oh, that one tea be necessary." After enjoying another sip of tea, Elder Mu gradually broached the subject. "Young friend Lin, are you aware of the Donghai project in the Magic City?" Lin Mo's expression shifted slightly, intrigue sparking within him. "The Donghai project?" He echoed. "Yes, the Donghai project." Elder Mu affirmed. Before continuing, "Our Mu family group is planning to construct a resort near Donghai. If this project comes to fruition, the estimated profit would be around 3 billion. A resort? Lin Mo's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Elder Mu, are you sharing this project with me because you intend to involve me in it?" Elder Mu smiled slightly at Lin Mo's question, maintaining his composure as he sipped his tea in silence. After weighing his options internally, Lin Mo inquired, "If I were to join your project, what would be required of me?" As Lin Mo's words fell, Elder Mu, who was present, merely shook his head nonchalantly before speaking up. "Mr. Lin, there is no need for you to invest anything. You simply need to lend your name to our project. Once the project is completed, we will grant you a 10% share of the profits." This declaration left both Lin Mo and Mu Nanji momentarily stunned, their hearts filled with confusion. No investment required? Just a name? And a 10% share of the profits after the project's conclusion? It felt almost like being handed money. In an instant, Lin Mo's eyes narrowed slightly, as he found Elder Mu's words rather perplexing and puzzling. Noticing the bewilderment in Lin Mo's gaze, Elder Mu chuckled lightly and said, "Ha, Mr. Lin, there is no need for concern. I do not require any contribution from you. The main reason for this offer is that our Nanji faced difficulties in the past, and you graciously assisted her. This significantly enhanced the project's profitability. Therefore, my actions now are merely to repay your kindness." Upon hearing this explanation, Lin Mo felt it unnecessary to press further. He could only nod and respond, "If that is the case, then I shall not refuse." With his words, a smile appeared on Elder Mu's face as he remarked, "Haha, a straightforward friend. In that case, will you be attending the project banquet tomorrow evening?" Lin Mo pondered for a moment. Since he had no particular engagements, he might as well go and familiarize himself. After this thought, he nodded and replied, "If that is the case, then I shall attend. I shall have Nanji come to pick you up tomorrow," Elder Mu said, finishing his tea in one gulp. "With that, I shall not impose further." With that, Elder Mu and Mu Nanji turned and departed, while Lin Mo escorted them out of the villa before heading to the underground gym for a workout. Inside Villa Number 2, Mu Nanji appeared quite perplexed and inquired, "Grandfather, why did you not ask Lin Mo to invest some funds?" Calmly seated, Elder Mu replied, "You wish to know why I did not request Lin Mo to contribute financially?" Mu Nanji nodded. In response, Elder Mu simply smiled gently and shook his head. "You are still too young. Lin Mo's background is undoubtedly far more formidable than we can imagine. Our Mu family is an outsider in this city, and our foundation is not particularly strong. The East Sea project promises immense benefits, and many are coveting it. Our Mu group cannot easily absorb it alone. Therefore, we must align ourselves with a significant figure at this juncture. Only then will those who covet the project think twice about their actions. Moreover, I suspect Lin Mo is a scion undergoing trials from a prominent family. If we cultivate a good relationship with him now, once he returns to his family and remembers our goodwill, the benefits we could reap would far exceed a mere few billion." Chapter 68. The 25 Shares of Tiangi Group. Astonishing Wang Tsongtsong. As for Lin Mo, while he was somewhat unclear about Elder Mu's intentions, he had surmised a fair amount. However, he did not dwell on these matters too much. After all, regardless of what the other party was scheming, his own cards were laid out clearly, and he had no fear of any ulterior motives. After running on the treadmill for about half an hour, Lin Mo transitioned into the swimming pool. Previously, the pool had rarely been cleaned, but since the arrival of a housekeeper, it now received fresh water daily. Time passed gradually, and soon it was midnight. On Lin Mo's phone app, new products had been listed. Upon refreshing the page, he was taken aback, his expression growing peculiar. Yet again, it was shares from Tiangi Group. And this time, it was a 15 stake? Lin Mo's expression turned strange. He recalled that he had previously obtained a 10 share through the reputation check-in. Now, he had stumbled upon a 15 stake in the app. This was quite unexpected. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Mo pressed the button. Purchase successful. Item is being delivered. Estimated delivery time, 15 minutes. Please wait for receipt. 15 minutes? Lin Mo was somewhat surprised, but soon understood. After all, this 15 stake from Tiangi Group cost him a total of 188 yuan. A 15-minute delivery was indeed reasonable. Then I shall wait, Lin Mo thought to himself, and simultaneously opened Dongjiao to watch Qin Feier's live stream. 15 minutes quickly passed. At this moment, on the bedside table next to Lin Mo's bed, an envelope lay waiting. Picking it up and opening it, He found the documents inside. To his astonishment, it was indeed the equity certificate for the 15 stake in Tianyi Group. A smile crept onto Lin Mo's face. Meanwhile, in the capital, within a lavish villa, an elderly man nearing 70, with graying hair, sat at a mahogany desk in his study, handling paperwork. The ashtray beside him was filled with a layer of silver-gray ash. Exhaling a deep breath, the old man relaxed for a moment, glanced at the clock, and rubbed his temples, preparing to resume his work when suddenly, his phone rang. Looking at the caller ID, it was his secretary. Upon answering, the elder said, "Hello, Xiaosong, what is it?" "Chairman, I apologize for disturbing you at this hour, but there has been a significant change in the company's shareholding." Upon hearing this, the elder Wang Yingjia's expression turned serious. "What is happening? Elaborate." He knew that recently, the stability within the company was precarious, especially within the board, where power struggles were rampant. Other shareholders were currently voting to try and oust him. Therefore, a significant change in equity has transpired. How could he possibly remain unperturbed? Just a minute prior, Mr. Lin Mo, who had previously acquired a 10 stake in our Tianyi Group, has taken decisive action once more. This time, he has directly acquired a substantial 15 of our company's shares. This implies that Mr. Lin Mo now possesses a total of 25 of the equity, making him the second largest shareholder in our firm. At this moment, Wang Yingjia, present in the room, wore a solemn expression. A 25 stake. It is worth noting that, as the chairman and founder of Tianyi Group, he has only managed to retain a mere 37.8 of shares thus far. Yet, an unknown individual has somehow acquired a staggering 25 of the company's equity. After a brief moment of surprise, Wang Yingjia composed himself and inquired, "Do we have any information on Lin Mo?" "We have gathered some information, which has already been sent to your email," came the response. Listening to this, Wang Yingjia swiftly opened his email to begin perusing the details. As he reviewed the information, he shook his head and remarked, "This data is merely superficial. It appears to be what the other party wants us to uncover. One could even assert that this information has been embellished." Gazing at the details on the computer screen, he continued to shake his head. The document before him was unmistakably Lin Mo's resume, which clearly stated that he hailed from an ordinary family in a small town in Ontario. However, Wang Yingjia found it utterly implausible to believe such a narrative. A child from a humble background could not possibly amass a 25 stake in Tianyi Group without a trace of prior notice. Even if it were conceivable, where would such a substantial sum of money originate? Therefore, there existed only one possibility. This information had been polished. How intriguing, Wang Yingjia mused, a smirk forming on his lips. "Very well, you need not continue your investigation into Lin Mo. There is no further information to be uncovered on your end." With that, the call ended. Wang Yingjia, contemplating the information before him, narrowed his eyes slightly. His fingers lightly tapped against the table. "How interesting, is he in the Magic City?" he murmured. Subsequently, he dialed his son's number. In the Magic City, at the Bojli Hotel, Wang Tsungsung was engrossed in a late-night gaming session, his mouth spewing expletives. "Seal it. Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and seal it." With a flurry of curses, the computer screen suddenly went gray. He slammed the mouse down in frustration, his face contorted with rage. Just then, his phone rang unexpectedly. Without checking the caller ID, he answered impatiently, "Hello, who is this?" On the other end, there was a moment of silence before a cold voice responded, "It's me." Instantly, Wang Tsungsung broke into a cold sweat. "Haha, Dad, you're still awake at this hour?" "Humph." Wang Yingjia let out a cold snort, saying, "I have an important matter to discuss with you. If you are in the Magic City, you need to go meet someone immediately. I will send the specific details to your email." Upon hearing this, Wang Tsungsung opened his email and scanned through the information his father had sent him. He looked at Lin Mo's profile, confused. "But Dad, isn't this just an ordinary person? What use is it for me to meet him?" Hearing his son's words, Wang Yingjia couldn't help but smirk internally. "An ordinary person? Haha. What if I told you that this individual holds a 25 stake in Tianyi Group and is now our company's second largest shareholder?" At this revelation, Wang Tsungsung's pupils dilated with shock. He was not just any spoiled rich kid. He understood the implications behind his father's words. "What? How is that possible?" he exclaimed in disbelief. A 25 stake in Tianyi Group held by this seemingly unremarkable individual. It was utterly incongruous. After swallowing hard, Wang Tsungsung took a deep breath and replied, "I understand. I will find him as soon as possible. You'd better treat him with respect. If I weren't tied up in the capital right now, I would go meet him myself." With that, he hung up the phone. Once the call ended, Wang Tsungsung slumped back in his chair, feeling somewhat dazed as he stared at the photograph of Lin Mo on the computer screen. Lin Mo, 25 equity, the second largest shareholder of Tianyi Group. He murmured to himself, his heart racing with astonishment. The data indicated that the other party was even younger than him. Yet, this person had managed to acquire such a significant stake in the company. The equity he held was nearly equivalent to that of his father. In that moment, Wang Tsungsung found himself momentarily lost for words. He needed to locate him quickly. Such a person was definitely not someone to be trifled with. With a sense of urgency, Wang Tsungsung began messaging his friends in the Magic City. Meanwhile, the central figure behind all this, Lin Mo, remained blissfully unaware. Having watched a live stream, he sent messages to Qin Feier and Xie Yuma before retiring for the night. Recently, Xie Yuma had been preoccupied with rehearsals for a play, leaving her with even less time to chat with him. The night passed swiftly. On the following day, Lin Mo headed to the gym, immersing himself in a full day of workouts. After a day of rigorous training, the strong body serum had revealed further potential, significantly enhancing his physical capabilities. Especially in terms of endurance, he felt more formidable than ever. Reflecting on his newfound stamina, Lin Mo mused, should I invite Qin Feier and Xie Yuma out next time? However, he quickly dismissed the thought. After all, only children would desire it all, while adults understood their limits. Upon returning to the villa, after Lin Mo had finished his shower, he donned an elegant evening attire. Shortly thereafter, Mu Nanji arrived, knocking on the door. Lin Mo then stepped into Mu Nanji's luxurious Bentley, setting off directly for tonight's gala, the illustrious Magic City Hotel. Chapter 69. What kind of esteemed figure is this? Approximately 10 minutes later, at the entrance of the Magic City Hotel, numerous guests were converging at the main entrance. Haha, President Jiang. I didn't expect to see you here. Oh, President Pang. Ha ha ha. It's been a while since our last meeting. Isn't this Director Jiang? What a pleasure. Many familiar executives exchanged pleasantries, their faces adorned with smiles. Amidst this cordiality, some individuals spotted a long wheelbase Bentley Mulsanne gliding gracefully from the distance. Look, the Mu family has arrived. I recognize that Mulsanne. It's the car of Mu Nanji, the president of the Mu Group. Mu Nanji is here. As murmurs spread among the crowd, the Bentley Mulsanne came to a gentle halt at the hotel's entrance, causing an immediate hush to descend upon the gathering. All eyes turned towards the vehicle in silent anticipation. At that moment, Jiang Hai, observing the car, felt an inexplicable nervousness wash over him. The chauffeur, Sun Fu, exited the vehicle and made his way to the rear, opening the door. A pair of long, elegant legs emerged, followed by Mu Nanji, resplendent in her evening gown. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, Lin Mo's figure appeared. As he stepped out of Mu Nanji's car, the onlookers were momentarily struck dumb. Who was this person? Why had he never been seen before? And why did he emerge from Mu Nanji's vehicle? In an instant, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. Their eyes filled with curiosity as they gazed at Lin Mo. Jiang Hai's expression shifted rapidly, but he quickly composed himself and approached. President Mu, Director Jiang. The two exchanged a gentle handshake. Then, to everyone's astonishment, Jiang Hai stepped forward to Lin Mo and bowed respectfully, addressing him as Mr. Lin. The crowd was taken aback by Jiang Hai's demeanor. What was happening? Who was this young man? He had just emerged from Mu Nanji's car, and now he was being bowed to by Director Jiang? It seemed evident that this young gentleman held a remarkable status. Gasps of surprise filled the air as many began to reassess Lin Mo's importance. Lin Mo, slightly bemused by the unfolding scene, extended his hand to assist Jiang Hai, saying, Director Jiang, we are all friends. Let's consider the previous matter settled. Yes, friends indeed, Jiang Hai quickly replied, his tone imbued with respect. He felt a sense of relief wash over him. Mu Nanji smiled, adding, Director Jiang, please, after you. After you. Jiang Hai insisted. With that, Mu Nanji gracefully took Lin Mo's arm, suggesting, why not let Mr. Lin accompany me as my partner down the red carpet? Lin Mo smiled gently, replying, certainly. The two then proceeded into the hotel, walking along the red carpet towards the banquet hall. Along the way, everyone they encountered treated them with utmost reverence. Their astonishment at Lin Mo's identity palpable. Who was this individual that could serve as Mu Nanji's escort? Before long, they entered the banquet hall. At that moment, on the second floor of the banquet hall, a handsome young man sat at a table by the railing, sipping his drink. Opposite him, another young man was lamenting his situation. Old Chun, you wouldn't believe it. Last night, my father called me in the middle of the night, asking me to find someone. It's now been a whole day, and I haven't even caught a glimpse of the person he wants me to locate. Listening to this, Chun Wan chuckled lightly, lifting his glass for a sip. Haha, rest assured, Songgu, tonight's gala is hosted by the Mu family. Most of the prominent figures in the Magic City are in attendance. If you're looking for someone, you should certainly be able to find him here. I hope so. Wang Tsung sighed, taking a sip of his drink. Chen Wan, curious, inquired, but Brother Wang, who exactly are you trying to find? Someone so significant that your father would call you at midnight to seek them out in the Magic City? Junyue was well aware of Wang Tsung's status as the son of the esteemed Wanha Group, one of the country's top conglomerates, and the weight of his identity was undeniable. What kind of influential person could warrant such urgency? Wang Tsung shook his head. This is a true big shot. For now, I cannot disclose anything. However, what I can tell you is, if it weren't for my father being tied up at the moment, I would have gone myself. What? Wang Tsung's words left Junyue utterly astounded, surprise flickering in his eyes. At that moment, Junyue felt a surge of seriousness. He had not anticipated that the individual they were expecting was the significant figure from the Wang family. Who exactly was Wang Tsung seeking? And when did such a prominent individual emerge in the Magic City? In a flash, a cascade of questions flooded Junyue's mind. He raised his glass, taking a measured sip of his drink, and instinctively turned his gaze toward the entrance below, where he spotted Mu Nanji entering, arm in arm with Lin Mo, exuding a close camaraderie. His expression darkened, a cloud of displeasure crossing his features. Old Chen, what's the matter? Wang Tsung noticed Junyue's troubled countenance, as Wang Tsung called out to him. In a flurry, Junyue turned around, smiling as he spoke. Wang Gu, what a pleasant surprise to see you here. Please take a seat. I shall descend to greet someone. Sure, go ahead, Wang Tsung replied nonchalantly, waving his hand. Chapter 70. I am not fond of violence. Descending below, the two entered the banquet hall. Mu Nanji playfully stuck out her tongue and said, Lin Mo, thank you for accompanying me down this red carpet. Not at all, Lin Mo replied with a smile, choosing to say little more. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from behind them. Nanji, I never expected to see you here. Mu Nanji was momentarily taken aback, but her expression swiftly darkened as she turned to face Junyue, whose demeanor was icy, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Junyue, I can't believe the representative from the Chun family is you. Junyue remained silent, his expression cold as he regarded Lin Mo with a scrutinizing glare. No wonder you've been avoiding me. It appears you've found yourself a suitor. With these words, jealousy simmered in Junyue's gaze as he observed Lin Mo. He had pursued Mu Nanji for over a year, yet she had consistently ignored him, and now, she was clinging to another man's arm. How could this not incite his fury? Hearing Junyue's taunts, Mu Nanji's cheeks flushed, but she quickly retorted, Junyue, stop speaking nonsense here. Nonsense? Junyue sneered. Am I fabricating tales? Everyone here witnessed you entering with this unknown man. If news of your actions spreads, it could tarnish the reputation of the Mu Group, don't you think? With his words, the atmosphere grew tense, drawing the attention of many guests nearby. Who is this man accompanying Mu Zong? They whispered. I've never seen him before. Which prominent family does he belong to in the Magic City? Mu Nanji bit her lip. Junyue, this is a matter between us. It would be wise for you not to overstep. Junyue merely chuckled, raising an eyebrow. Oh, since it's a private affair, should we find a more secluded place to discuss it? With a mischievous smile, he reached out towards Mu Nanji. At that moment, a hand shot out from behind her, firmly gripping Junyue's wrist. Instantly, Lin Mo stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Mu Nanji, and released Junyue's grip with a cold statement. Your actions are rather excessive, don't you think? His simple remark left everyone around in shock. Meanwhile, a sense of security blossomed in Mu Nanji's heart, her cheeks tinged with a hint of red. The sensation of being protected made her heart race. Junyue, startled by Lin Mo's sudden appearance, took a moment to regain his composure. After all, under the influence of a strength-enhancing serum, Lin Mo, who stood at 1.85 meters, had recently grown a few centimeters taller, now nearing 1.9 meters. Combined with his gradually developing muscles, he exuded an undeniable aura of intimidation. Recovering from his surprise, Junyue assessed Lin Mo, muttering under his breath, what a pathetic loser, trying to play the hero. Lin Mo frowned at the insult, but, mindful of the event organized by the Mu Group, replied coolly, mind your words. Otherwise, don't blame me for being uncivil. Junyue dismissed Lin Mo's threat with a mocking laugh. Oh, I'm eager to see how you intend to be uncivil. Threatening me? With your stature? I could crush you with a single finger. Hearing this, Mu Nanji's expression shifted slightly, and she shook her head in pity. Lin Mo narrowed his eyes, fixing his gaze on Junyue. I'll give you one last chance. Apologize here, and I shall let this matter rest. Apologize? Junyue erupted with laughter, as if he had heard the most absurd joke. You want me to apologize? Ha! You, a mere wretch, think you can command such respect? Very well. I'll first take you down, then I'll consider your apology. With that, Junyue swung a punch at Lin Mo. Seeing the attack, Mu Nanji's expression changed alarmingly. Don't. Junyue's anger intensified. Even at this juncture, she was defending that pathetic loser. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Nanji's plea was meant to caution Lin Mo to temper his strength and not deliver a fatal blow. After all, she vividly recalled the moment Lin Mo shattered the world record in bench pressing. The onlookers' expressions shifted uneasily as they recognized Chun Wan's formidable martial arts background. He had trained since childhood, and a typical person stood little chance against him. Now, as he attacked Lin Mo, the latter was undeniably in a precarious situation. However, before their thoughts could fully form, a series of sharp cracking sounds echoed through the hall, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Lin Mo had effortlessly seized Chun Wan's wrist and, with a slight twist, bent his arm at a 90-degree angle. The sound of bones fracturing was unmistakable. "Oh!" Chun Wan screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, yet he still roared defiantly, "Do you know who I am? How dare you?" Before he could finish, Lin Mo swiftly delivered a series of sharp slaps. Slap, slap, slap. Each resounding impact left Chun Wan's cheeks swollen, bloody teeth spilling from his mouth. Lin Mo then carelessly discarded him to the floor, straightening his suit with a leisurely demeanor. "Didn't anyone teach you the importance of speaking respectfully? Is it truly so arduous to extend an apology? Must one resort to violence? I, for one, have never been fond of such brutality. A mere utterance. Yet it sends shivers down the spine of everyone present." Casting a glance at Chun Wan, whose cheeks are grotesquely swollen, I swallowed hard. "Is this what you call a disdain for violence?" Just then, from the rear, a voice resounded. What transpired here? At the sound of this voice, all eyes turned towards the back. As for Chun Wan, whose face was etched with terror, a glimmer of realization illuminated his expression.